It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims of Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning.
Hey. How's your day off?
Supposed to say F you.
Fuck you.
There you go.
That's easy.
The Krosky response.
Yeah. Interesting day today, huh? So far, lined up.
It's gonna be.
Two different courtrooms, that kind of thing going on. That's weird.
Well, you got Karen and Aiden in one, and then Karen and then the other one again.
So the Karen and Aiden in one, you were talking a little bit about it this morning before we come on the air. What's your thought again? Do you think that's to be your hunch to be true a little bit here? Is that what we go? I mean, it only makes sense what you're saying. I understand that, but why would they be together in the morning? Does anybody in the chat know why they're going to be together in the morning? All right. I mean, I the only thing I can
is
think
it because
about is
they think they're trying to work together?
Yeah, of course. That's the only reason why they'd be together at this defense table. Other than like allowing him in the courtroom, but they're in front of a different judge, right? They're not even in front of Canoni. They're in front of another judge. So I don't know what's coming of this. This is interesting. No one seems to know either because it was kind of released later in the day, wasn't it? Yesterday. Aiden mentioned it that him and Karen would be at the same defense table.
Yesterday was amazing, Mike.
Yeah. So yeah, we got all those witnesses came over yesterday.
Yep.
We had Nan on yesterday. It looks like I think it's going to be delayed. I don't know if it's going to be the 25th. I don't think Bev will allow it to go that long. They have 1,375 witnesses going through the process right now, as opposed to 400 last year. Do you believe that? 1,300, Tom.
Yeah, I want to make a comment about that.
Go ahead.
When we were going over the witness list yesterday, I didn't show the last page of the witness list.
Okay.
That had all like the people that had already been on there.
All right. Let me see if I still have it here.
So it wasn't anybody, but I'm just want to throw that out there. That I showed 3 of the 4 pages.
All right. So are you missing? Okay. Let's see, I know I still have it.
That was definitely my mistake. So sorry about that, guys.
No, it's all right, man. Let me just see what else I have on here that I sent it to. There was a video going around yesterday of John, that one you sent me. I sent it to Video Jesus. I sent it to Video Jesus. She seems to think it's not real, so I said, okay. I'm not sure though. Just so you know, just a heads up, so I don't want anybody freaking out.
It's just, I mean, at this point, Mike, you got to question freaking everything.
No. Yes, absolutely, dude.
Boozy Beauty just made a new video too that come out, and she made a good point. Just the fact of how the time on that Sally Port and the image was obviously cropped of the the original Sally report from a month prior to the one that they showed us. It was definitely an edited picture.
Okay, so this is we have a total of 91 defense witnesses allegedly going to be called. You ready for this? So I think you probably stopped at like number 79 yesterday, right? And I'll send it. I'll send this to you. I'll send this to you as soon as I read it off. You have Chris Van E, PhD. I don't know who that is. Richard Green, Daniel Wolf, Rentschler, Maggie Gaffney. No clue.
Don't know that.
Derek Ellington, Michael Easter, Matthew Erickson, Matthew DeSangra, MSP, he looks like a physician, Elizabeth Lapasada, MD.
Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Marie Russell and Garrett Wing. Those are the last to the 91. I'm going to shoot it over to you now so you have a look at it, okay? I can post it on my Twitter if it's not the, I can post it on my Twitter too, guys. It's going over there now.
Yeah.
At CPU. Yeah, you know what? That came in. That was weird. I only got, that's right. I only got a little bit of this and then this came in. So yeah, I'm sending it to your phone right now, Thomas.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's on your phone right now. So yeah, let's go back. It's Chris Van E with that 2 E's. He's a PhD. Richard Green, Daniel Wolf, who we know, Rentschler, Crash Daddies, Maggie Gaffney, I'm not sure. Derek Ellington, Michael Easter, Matthew Erickson. That sounds familiar. Matthew DeSangra, NSP, Elizabeth Lapasada, MD, all these initials after it. Dr. Marie Russell, who we know, and Garrett Wing isn't he the dog bite trainer guy? Garrett Wing, yeah. So that's in your phone right now, bro.
All right.
Do you need anything? Do you need anything else, or
no? We want to talk about something else.
No. Do you need anything else? Do you give Gallagher and all those ones? Scony Bello. Yes. All right, you got all those. Okay. All right.
Yep. I just forgot what I was going to say to you. What? How's my mic sound, guys?
Sounds really good.
Okay.
So yeah, so those
are talking about the defense.
91 witnesses, which is more than 6, right, guys? I just finished up the last episode of Body in the Snow this morning. I'm not going to say anything. It was great.
Don't
check it out.
I'm on. What is it? Number. I started getting into it last night. Love it.
Is it good? You see it right.
It shows Karen as a person.
Yeah, humanize her.
Yeah. I wouldn't have been as graceful with unedited in that situation myself. It would have been bad.
It would have definitely got the best side of you, which was your feet.
By the way, Mike.
Yeah.
A lot of the footage outside.
Yeah.
It's only 3 or 4 seconds. They have 18 minutes of the 3 or 4 seconds of a lot of the outside footage is mine. If I'm not in it, it's usually stuff that I recorded.
Right, I know
that. So if you don't see me on the outside stuff, that isn't professional. Professional. That's all my footage that they use.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely.
So if anyone followed the Johnny Depp trial, Amber Heard made herself up to look like Johnny hit her in the face.
That's right.
She used makeup. And they had a digital expert come in and prove that the picture was altered. There was data that was entered and added to that photo.
There is a post on
torpedoed the entire defense.
Yep. That's like you know what? I believe Johnny Depp wasn't. I'm sure he had an alcohol rage problem, but I don't see him beating a woman. That's just me. I could be wrong.
He was too busy drinking.
He was hammered. Like, he was at the point where he he couldn't even really like do anything. He was up, a mush. He was like,
yeah, he drinks himself to being incapacitated, just on that edge.
The one thing I liked about Johnny
Yeah.
Depp when he was younger, when he was Hollywood and he was doing like 21 Jump Street, he was sick and tired of the paparazzis, so he just went out and bought a bar for all the Hollywood stars just to hang out at. And you had to be a member. It was cool. Like so, all his friends that would in Hollywood would just go there and drink instead of being photographed or worrying about a photographer being inside the place, and it was cool. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So
the guy,
the guy that did that data analysis, Mike.
Yeah.
I think that's the same guy that they hired.
Oh, it is. It is. Yeah, it is.
So that's gonna bring this whole trial up to a different level. This is Johnny Depp stuff.
Yes, it is.
Because you're getting that circle of people, different circle, more prominent people.
Why do you think that is? Because this trial is huge.
It's a slam dunk. It's so obvious that she was framed that everybody wants in to jump in on the. It's almost like it's a free shot, Mike.
Everybody wants the movie, right? Like
it's an open net.
Has there been a movie about Amber Heard and Joe? I don't even know. Was there one about those two? All right, because there was really no. It was more of a defamation suit. It wasn't more of a.
There was nothing there, right?
Yeah, right. Okay, so. Yeah. So yesterday, just logging onto the TV, Body in the Snow was number 2 in movies. Just so you know, because I watched it on Max. Really? So yeah, it was number 2. It was pretty good. That's big, dude. That's national. Max. It was huge.
Oh, happy they used my content.
Yeah, of course, dude. And then they really they humanize the whole team, dude. Like they're real people,
Because we all are.
Yeah,
right.
They go through all the emotions. You see them going up and down during the deliberations. People stressing out. No sleep, talking in the limo rides to and from.
The guy. Remember that guy that came in up from drove straight from Ohio or something.
What's that?
Remember the guy that came to see Karen the other day? He drove all the way from Ohio.
Yeah.
He made it home safe. I mean, he sent me a text saying he got home safe, and he thanked everyone for being so nice, and he was very impressed with all the nice people that he met here.
Well, what do you expect? We're Massachusetts. I mean, we expect the same people to go out there for a trial. I want to go to see Ohio, Dave Chappelle. I'll go out there.
Yeah.
But this is
so it was nice that he said that.
Yeah, you do, Tom. Didn't you pick the glare up from the airport one time?
No, he came here. I
took him to
34 Fairview.
Right.
And then I took him to the waterfall.
And his head was sticking out the T-top.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Was it like a dog?
Driving around and have his head sticking out of the house, sunroof.
Like a big dog, like a sheepdog hanging out the fucking window.
Yep.
But yeah, it was nice that we had some good guests jump on. Yesterday was like, when I get up and I said, "Oh, today's gonna be a good day." I can feel it. And then all the shit,
couldn't have been better, Mike.
All the shit started going sideways. I was like, "Whoa!" We couldn't have said the right thing, man. It was great. And then Dan jumps on, and then North Carolina jumps on. It was good. It was really good.
It was perfect.
Yeah. I know.
Again,
there's some other. Yeah, go ahead.
We're blessed to have all these awesome people, Mike. We really are.
Yeah.
I mean, how do we get access to Nan and a North Carolina trooper, right? I mean, that's just all that experience, Mike.
Well, and they want to get involved too, and we have a platform that's not as big as some of everybody, other people that we deal with.
But it gives it's a way to get out.
Yeah. I mean, I love people that jump on it, and do their part and contribute whatever they can. And Body in the Snow is on British TV tonight. Nice.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Just want to do the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like.
And again, how many people do we have from like the United Kingdom, Mike?
Oh shit!
A lot.
Shitload. Yeah. Nan was pretty good yesterday to have on there. The other thing I wanted to find out is this, the Aaron, Herberto Hernandez and Steve Ridge were both partners with, if you look at the show, Boston's Finest, you'll see Brian Albert's partners, and one's Hernandez and one's Ridge, I believe. So I just want to make sure that that's who they might be calling, and that'd be interesting. And they made a mistake on the defense witness list. They put Trooper Proctor. It's no longer Trooper Proctor. Anyways, and Elizabeth Proctor's on the witness list too, man. That's interesting. Interesting. So yeah, did you see the guy from Mass Accountability yesterday?
The guy from Ohio.
Yeah,
he got followed too.
Did he really?
When he was here, yep. We got pictures.
So this guy from Mass Accountability, this is what he does. He goes to police stations and makes sure things are, I'll say, copacetic. And so he's never been to Canton Center before. So he drives through Canton Center with his kid. He parks and he gets out and he's walking with his camera. And there's Colin. He doesn't even know who Colin is. He's just getting a picture of D&E and McGrath, and he's walking. All of a sudden, here comes a Ford Edge. Papa Chrissy comes following him all around Canton. They call into the police department, dude. They have the radio call.
Yep.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, they literally have their own security going on through the Canton PD because someone drove by with someone was walking down the sidewalk with a camera. These guys feel necessary to call in to the police and make a complaint. Why?
Because they're trying to make sure that nothing comes out that shouldn't. Simple.
I mean, it was literally Colin opening up the pizza shop, and then he saw the guy filming, and he went back to his Jeep and called his father, and it was crazy, dude. It was like, dude, you talk about being paranoid.
Dude, I stopped at the Cumberland Farms there in Canton there, the center.
7-Eleven? Yeah.
7-Eleven, right on the main drag there.
Yep.
I stopped there. I walk by the Jeep. I stop, I look at it. Yep. And then I notice as I'm walking by, because I looked at the back deck of the Jeep, yep. It was occupied. So this dude was in his Jeep watching me check it out. He didn't like it.
He didn't like it. I mean, This is what. So to go back to nothing's ever going to be the same. Canton, is not in recovery mode yet, and it's true, man. Even the people at the goddamn select board meeting brought up the question about the filming in front of D&E. That's how powerful this thing is. And people are starting to say, I told you my sign gets stolen out of my house for
yep,
Susan
the Harrington one.
Yep, got taken, kicked over and ripped apart. Wow. Shit's just not. Yeah, the shit it's not right. It's like I don't know. It's just like.
Yeah, it's not right.
This has to start. Like this part of Dedham and the trial and justice for John and Karen. It's got to start. It's got to be. I mean, it's got to end with an acquittal for everything to be right again. Just start the healing, I should say. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah, but what about John?
No, yeah, and justice for John. But if the O'Keefes don't feel like there's justice for John through Karen Reed, I can't fix that, right? That's within themselves. They can look at the facts and they can look at this, they can look at that. But if a jury of 12 acquittal, then who are they going to look at? If anything, they should be pissed at Michael Proctor. I do have a camera out in front of my house, just so I have 2 cameras in front of my house, just so you know. But anyways, it really doesn't really. It's a long story, but anyway.
I hope that fixes my microphone.
Yeah, it does, buddy. I think. Well, it's going to stop raining soon. It should stop raining any second now. How's the crowd look? Oh wow, Jesus. Look at that, free Karen Reed. Do you want to go big and small, Kelly? Hold on, we go, Tom. Here we go. We're like playing. There we go.
Here we go.
You're just missing me. Put me in a corner somewhere.
Uh-oh.
No.
What happened?
Yeah, we're getting close. They're trying to put me on the screen somewhere. I don't know if they can or not. They're trying to figure it out. Is that Turtle Boy? Yeah,
Yep.
it is. Let's find out if you can't get the question to him, like what exactly is happening, if you don't mind. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I don't know if Kelly
Hey,
can see
Aiden.
the screen.
How you doing?
What's up, Scotty?
Good morning.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good. How's everything?
Great. Little drizzle, late rain coming down here, but we're good now.
Yeah. Yeah.
windy.
Thank God, right?
When's it not windy down here?
Oh
Take
well.
it.
Yeah.
A lot of media here early.
Yeah. I wonder why
I
that
think
is.
you're curious about this hearing with Karen Reed. And
Yeah. Would you anything about that? What this about?
I think they're still trying to tie Aiden with Karen.
Yeah.
They
Together.
might be trying to get his latest phone.
Yeah. That's a no.
That is the real Scott McGinnis, yes.
And then people are wondering if they'll let anybody in the large courtroom.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they? It's a public courtroom.
You know, they
That may be the
they
law.
probably won't let anybody in. It's just my guess.
The media's tipped off. How you think? Oh no.
Oh, hard. All right. Let me ask Aiden.
All right.
Morning, Aiden. How are you?
Good, Tom. How are you doing?
Good. Can you explain to what's going on here today?
I don't know if I know. Well, I do know that there was a motion, a Rule 17 motion that Hank Brennan has filed in the Karen Reed case for my phone records.
Why your phone record?
Because they're obsessed. They think that he's got nothing. His case is really weak, so he's throwing a Hail Mary and hoping that maybe Karen Reed wrote something to him and that was incriminating. And maybe, we'll see. I mean, it's a definition of a fishing expedition. Of course, there's nothing on my phone of the sort. And the government has had my phones for like a year and a half. We've been trying to deal with the taint team to go through them. We've had a million hearings about it. And so Hank Brennan would have to go through all those hoops too, delay the start of the trial, and for what? For the hopes that Karen, confessed or something? I don't know what he's hoping to find in there. Like,
What do you think about Trooper Proctor being fired?
it's about time. You know, it's been a long time coming. So,
How do you think it's going to affect the case, though?
what?
How do you think it's going to affect the Karen Reed trial?
Well, it's a good question. I don't know if the prosecution's going to call him now. I was listening to brother counsel on the way in, and he said that the defense could call him, but they're limited. I guess you're not allowed to impeach your own witness. There's some rule of courts that say that. So I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but that would be bizarre if the prosecution didn't call their lead detective in a murder case. So,
Yeah.
you know, but I mean, with Hank Brennan, you never know. I mean, he's a snake. I mean, look what we're here for now. Like he's got to go in front of my judge today in my case to get my phone records on a hunch. That's all this is, on a hunch. And so I don't know how this is going to work. Karen Reed has a right to be in there. I'm told by my lawyers that we're both going to be at the defense table. I don't know if there's enough seats for all of us. I don't know how this works. I can't imagine the optics of that. That would be wild. But then after that, when that hearing is over, then they're going to convene to the smaller courtroom, I'm told, courtroom 25, to go in front of Judge Bev, and I'll take my place in the media, I guess, after that. So it's bizarre. Never seen anything like it.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, cool.
Well, good luck, Aiden.
gonna be
You know,
a
there's a
good
bunch of people behind you.
Best people on earth. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate it.
Good luck in there, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Hey, Chris. Hey. Just keep walking.
Oh, they
All
are.
right.
Yeah.
I'm always on TV.
Gonna leave that one alone.
I hear you.
So we got something out of Aiden. Something. It's not a lot, but
Well, he doesn't really know, you know.
I can't imagine being summoned to court like this, Mike, and not having like, what's up? Could you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, to be called to court and not know what you're going to court for is fucking whacked. You know, like.
Wait a minute. They seat you next to Karen Reed.
Yeah. So you.
Why?
All right. It sounds like a fishing expedition. That's what I feel like. You know, Hank Brendan's trying to throw a Hail Mary. Is what I see. You know.
Yep.
Bear with Kelly. She's trying to get us both on here at the same time.
Yeah.
So she's playing checkers and then trying to get me in.
Shuffling us around. That's all.
Yeah, that's all right. They want a link between the two. If you want to make it even, you can, Kelly. For now, I guess. I don't know. See.
Very eye-catching.
Yeah, I think Hank. The question in the chat is like, I think Hank's not going to leave any stone unturned because.
Hello, my friend.
How are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Great to see you. Like your shirt.
Oh, thank you. Melissa Cabral.
Of course.
Another good beauty.
A winner.
Yeah. She makes the best shirts in the whole.
She's very
I love the sign.
That's one of the originals.
yeah.
This has been around. I was gonna say this has seen some wind, right?
Well traveled.
I like that you make the whole shirt.
Yeah. It's blowing over the tail.
Since the first time somebody was flying down the road, you know, I saw it with the people with the bed sheets getting pulled on. Yeah.
Yes, flying through the air.
Yeah.
See that, Mike?
What's up?
Hello? Am I still here, guys? You hear me?
Yeah. You're there. You're there. Yep. She's trying to get me in, dude. She's trying to figure out the screens. And get
Radio check. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Step bud.
She's just trying to figure out how to get me in here. Yeah. There you go. But go. You got me? Tommy?
Check. You guys hear me now?
Got
Radio
me?
check.
Yep.
Is that better?
Yep.
Can you guys at
Gotcha.
least hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
All right. Yep, we got you.
Game one is right.
All right. Hold on. My StreamYard crashed. That's what happened.
Oh, you look good, dude. It's fine now. It's 8:30, so they should be there soon. Yeah, Shelby's working, right? We miss Shelby. What's up?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, no beeping this morning though, huh? No one's beeping their cars.
No. I'm looking for that buck.
I tell you, I didn't sleep good last night, man. I was up and I get a text at like 3:30 in the morning from Flip Ahead. He writes to me insomnia. I'm like, dude, I don't know what's going on with me. But I was able to fall back to sleep for a little while, but just nerves, blood pressure, who knows? I don't know.
Well, I think it was a big release yesterday, Mike. A lot off. It validated a lot.
There was a lot going on. You're right. Yeah. All right. What's going on? What's this last minute thing? We just talked to Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy says they're going to be Karen and him are going to be in the same courtroom trying to get their phones, it seems like, people, but there is a ton of media here. No one has ever met Joe Flipperhead. No, I can't actually say I've met him. I don't even know what he looks like, to be honest with you. So, but he's a good guy. He's very talented. He is going to come up for the trial, though. I can tell you that. That is a definite. And me and Tom are in charge of entertainment, I should say. So we're gonna block off a hotel room in the city somewhere, a whole corner of it, and just have like a fucking college frat party up there.
Got to get Nan involved in that.
Oh yeah, anybody wants to come up, they can come up.
That time may be sooner than you think.
What's up, Bob?
That time when we all get together, maybe sooner than you think.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, a lot of media there today, guys. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Tommy can talk to Ted Daniels if he sees him, sees what he has to say. I don't know, but I don't want to ruin it for anybody about the broken cocktail glass and what John's side of the family is saying, how that happened and so forth. So it makes no sense. But hey, good morning, Blair. I'm not going to tell you. It's the last part of the series. So, but it's interesting, like how they think. Like you're trying to understand. Hey, this is Minion Mike. You're trying to understand why they think she did it, and it just, to me, it just doesn't math up. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I have to see you over there.
Yeah. Look at the traffic. Gridlock everywhere.
Yeah.
Is Mike doing security? Yeah.
Yeah, he's security.
Right.
Where'd you get the sticker?
Kevin, Colby.
I like it.
Nice.
Who's on? Oh, is that Mikey? What's happening, Mikey?
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Claire is on too.
What's up, Clara?
Yep, he's in the
Will,
chat.
buddy.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what? Guess where we're gonna go? You gave me a good idea.
Who?
Me.
Oh.
Going for a walk.
We're trying to get, so if Karen's in a different courtroom, we're trying to get that all squared away.
Hey, what's up, Neil? How you been? You look good.
Clara, are you going to have Dan on today? Is that what you're doing?
Morning.
You're trying to get her in?
Morning, guys.
Oh. Hey, there's the Reeds.
Morning.
All right. There's Dennis and company. Yep.
Hank didn't go in yet, did he?
Oh, yeah. He came in early.
All right.
I'll screw that idea. I was gonna try and scooch on him up here. Go for a walk with my buddy Hank.
Dude, I
So
think
that's not an option. Can't ask him any questions.
You know, Lally takes the other way up, usually the handicap ramp, but Hank walks right into the middle of the crowd and he actually almost wants to hear what people have to say, in my opinion.
This is new.
It's a good idea.
No, he's going down.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
He's done.
Is Karen coming in now?
Not yet. But that's not gonna happen. He's gonna hit the ground. $100.
I hope he has somebody supporting him.
Negative.
Is he TV or like docuseries, you think?
TV.
Got it. So is this the big courtroom right here? This is not Bev's, right? Is this Bev's?
Yes. Big one.
This is the big one. So this is where the first one's supposed to be happening, right? Okay.
And then I think they just swap courtrooms and stuff.
Is it in the same building?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, law girls.
Hey.
How you doing, guys?
Is that Johnny's ex?
Yes. Exactly who that was. I didn't want to announce it.
No worries.
Good eye, Mikey.
Dude, she looks like she had a couple rough years, man. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure, dude, this has got a weigh on her.
Well, not only that, just I think how she lived her life prior to Johnny passing. You know, I just think that yeah.
You're under the microscope just like that, right?
Right. You know, it's funny
Oh,
to me.
good morning, Amy.
So Aiden's a witness. Oh my God. You know, Aiden's a witness, and he doesn't get a police escort. He's out there walking around. You know, these people are just in the seats watching the trial, and they're like getting escorts, and you know, it's such a
Yep.
two-sided trial. It's not even funny. It's like, give me a fucking break, man.
And it's not even like hidden. They do it blatantly.
All right, so our mod
There's
Kelly
my
just got
boy.
back. Our mod Kelly just got back to us. They called the clerk's office, and the Zoom is not available for Aiden and Karen today. So the Aiden Karen motion is
Aiden
not
Karen?
available. Is not available for Zoom. But maybe there's a call, and we can find. I don't know. We'll see if anybody can pick it up. All right.
That's my guy.
I did find a room from last week. Okay. Just our mod Kelly is fantastic. She's doing a great job, man. She's digging in. You got Channel 5, how the interview's going? Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Really good lawyers. Really good lawyers. Yeah.
You sit in prison right now, you know. So yeah, I feel it.
Bradle's here.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Ted, what do you think about the Proctor news? How's this change the case? You don't think so? Okay.
But they did write the word biased in their
The report there, yep.
which I thought would probably be helpful.
That's a problem.
Right? I mean, that's a pretty serious accusation that was founded by the MSP.
Yeah.
What about the people that are his supervisors?
Well, those are done. Saw what happened. You know?
Oh, funny. Oh, fingers crossed. Thanks, Ted. Good work out there, buddy.
He's such a good guy, dude.
Yes.
You know, he honest answer, no bullshit, no sugarcoat it. You know, he agreed that the lead investigator is biased. This Channel 5. Don't do it. Don't do it, Tom. Don't.
Hey, you gonna do part 3?
Part 3.
Yeah. On Proctor?
I don't know.
No. Okay.
They will call it down.
You fucking kill me, Tom. You fucking kill me. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit.
Yeah. There's no part 3, Mike. Had to check.
Great work, Tom. I don't know if I'd have the balls to do that. You did it, dude. Yeah, you're right. Fake news, dude. Totally fucking. Hey, that guy just kept collecting a check and getting free tickets to go here and there. You know, whatever. I saw him dive into the fucking the sea with his shirt off on January 1st. Like he was all flexing and stuff. I'm like, this guy's a clown. Clown. But good job, Tommy. You got the fucking.
Thanks, guys.
We have inside court like with Bev's courtroom set up for it's Kelly.
That's like a running joke, guys. If you know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, if you stop
But
it.
but you think about what Ted said. He doesn't think that Proctor getting fired will affect the case.
Mike on there?
Yeah. So it's kind of a different take on it, right?
Well, they're gonna do damage control now.
Oh, but
the defense can still bring him up there.
yeah, but there's something I think there's a law they can't impeach. You can't bring a guy up in the stand and impeach him.
That's right.
Something like that.
You can't call your own witness and impeach him. You're right. You're right.
But something like that. It's bad, like not bad during. There's a name for it.
No. You're right. Impeachment.
Yeah. But
You're right. You can't call your own witness and try to impeach him. No, you can't.
Yeah. So I don't know how that's gonna work.
Everybody's celebrating him getting fired. How about arresting the guy?
No shit.
They can't even rest for the Birchmore. They had to let the feds come and take care of that. Oh, by the way, here's 3,200 pages of exculpatory evidence. Have fun reading that. Oh, I bet you they friggin' make Sharpies go dry.
Tell Scott I enjoyed his interview the other day on serving justice. It was good.
Yeah, that was great. He up is going across the street.
All right, that's a problem.
Yeah, I saw him on that. As a matter of fact, he was really good.
Yeah, it was good that
Yeah.
they brought in the guy on the boots on the ground kind of thing. You know, I was like, oh, good for him, man.
Yeah,
I'm happy for him.
it was good
You
to
know?
see Aiden and Bradle there.
Yeah, so I would have been interesting to talk to Timmy if I don't know if he's an adult. Maybe he doesn't know because I'm sure maybe Aiden does know and just doesn't want to say it. But I don't know what to think. You know, I'm just it came in late. It's almost like a sideshow to the whole thing. You know, I don't know. I mean, if they wanted his phones, he seems like he's not too worried about it. What he's like, I don't give a fuck, you know. Thank you, Reed's bite.
Oh, I
is
see
bigger
that.
than
Yeah.
clothes. If they called a hostile witness, they can impeach. Oh, okay, good, thank you. So if the defense calls up Proctor and they announce that he's a hostile witness, then they can try to impeach him. Thank you for that. Mic drop. Reed's bite's bigger than Chloe's. I like it.
Yeah, they use the word bias in that report.
Yeah, so he
Interesting.
is. Yeah, yep. Of course he is. Of course he is. I can't believe. I mean, Flip Ahead did an awesome video with the Proctor testimony about what his sister was saying versus what his sister said on Channel 5, dude. It was incredible how she just lied to Channel 5.
The editing? Was the editing getting nice?
So, like, he would say, like, she says he would never talk to us, and then he would show a clip of Proctor talking about his sister, how often he would talk to her, like, every day. You know what I mean? Like, and then she would say he would never tell us anything about a police investigation. And then they asked Proctor.
But he said he did.
Yeah, he did. He did. So Flip Ahead put both of them together, and it was just amazing to see the absolute bullshit coming out of the Proctor's mouth. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Really? That's bad, huh?
Yeah. So Mikey's on the stand, but the girls are at home during the interview, and they're contradicting one another. So if you can find Joe, if you're following Joe, go ahead and take a look at that today if you get a chance. It was pretty interesting.
All the stuff he puts together is pretty good, Mike.
Because you forget half the stuff, Tommy. Like
right.
The rope-a-dope, you know. Now we have 91 defense witnesses going up. 91. Yeah. 91 guys. There's no.
How much new evidence do you think we're going to learn in this trial?
Well, just alone with that guy from the Amber Heard trial and the Johnny Depp trial, and looking at the photos, he's going to destroy any expert witness they might have with the satellite. Like if you put Helena Raffi up there and start asking her why it's like this, and she can't give you an answer, and this guy's going to come up there and crush it. I mean, come on. And then you have the guy from FBI that does the cell phones, crime scenes.
Yes.
He wrote the methodology. The FBI still uses his methodology. So he's going to go up there.
Yeah.
And go up there and tell them what they did wrong. All right. So J362. Yes, an attorney can impeach their own witness, and it is permitted under federal rule of evidence 607, which states that any party, including the one.
Hey, you did a great job in that documentary.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that answer, guys. You guys are the smartest chat going, man. And I'm not even a lawyer. Morning, Remy. Morning. But to be.
That's your friend, Mike.
My friend.
Rex. Yeah, the way the girl reporter.
Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told her she did a good job in the. From what I've seen, she did pretty good.
Yeah, she was in the middle. She wasn't like taking sides.
She asked me questions.
Remember, I told you she sang the national anthem.
Yes.
Yeah, she can.
She did great too.
Yeah. You asked her about it.
Yeah.
So she can sing. But there's someone I get a message one day about her father. Like he's a big deal. I don't know exactly who he is, but he's a big deal. Don't
Huh.
know how. Don't know. Yeah. I
Did
don't
you,
know.
Christina Rex, if you having a bad hair day? Hard time keeping the curls.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Could be you.
I know. It
It,
should have
it,
been. Well, the traffic's been horrible on the highway.
it was
Hour and
actually
15 minutes. Scott, takes me 45. That her? No. Maybe. Can you see?
she might be pulling up at an Infinity. You never know.
No, it's the same people. She got
Alright.
trusted driver. That guy.
That might
That
be
is
Nathan.
her.
No.
Yeah.
That's
I
her.
think that's it, Scott. Yeah. He's the guy you'd want as your driver, Mike.
Yeah. Anybody that can drive for me, I don't care. Like if I go to the airport, I don't drive. I take Uber.
Hi, Tom. What's up? Good. How are you? All right. Having a good day? Yeah. Not bad. Sucks that we're here still.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of like,
Poor lady.
she woke up with a murder charge over her head.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Fucking horrible.
Again, how, right?
Yeah.
How do you keep it together?
No.
How do you even eat? I'd be a mess. Forget it.
She looks like she's losing weight. Well, I can't blame her, you know. She's
Doing the heavy
Yeah.
lifting, for Christ's sake. Wow. My goodness.
Yeah.
There she is.
SE.
There's Esty.
She's not even paying attention. Jeez.
Luggage. Morning. Morning, sir.
Straight out of the big guy.
You're in trouble.
Good morning. Morning. How you doing? All right. Okay.
Yeah. It's all the works out here. We're good. Good morning.
Thank you. Well, he gave sorry. You see him this morning? Oh, he's just touches and everything. He's got the big flag. Yes.
Morning, Robin. We're with you. We're with you. I'm just kidding.
It's quite yellow. Morning, Karen.
How you feeling?
That's it. That's good enough. Good job in that state. Okay. Thanks for coming. And I got it. Thanks. It's my morning. Didn't see the parents.
Oh, they went in earlier.
Oh, they did? Okay.
I have not seen Bettero. No, I've not. I don't know if he's there.
No. We did see Bradle. Tim Bradle.
Okay.
He was there earlier. Good on you. Oh, my.
Did I forget it?
So it's kind of weird that Aiden doesn't know what's up. That's
Yeah.
strange.
Kind of scary,
Isn't it?
huh? Yeah.
And Karen's gonna be next to him.
That's alleged. That's the rumor, anyways. That was good. That was a good job, Tommy. By the way, get some great shots there, buddy.
Yeah, I was trying not to fall.
Yeah, you get some good stuff. Yeah, they're calling it's all law luggage going in there right now.
Can you imagine just a second all the other law tubers out there looking at this, saying, what is this?
I haven't seen Grant, and I don't even want to talk about it, but I haven't seen him in weeks, so I don't know what's going on there. I'm sure he's watching something though.
So I have a question. What's the second courtroom? What time is that? Or it's not even scheduled.
Yeah, so we have that all set up, ready to go. We're trying to get the first one in. What?
But think about this, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
The second trial.
Yeah.
When is that scheduled for? For Karen. What time is that?
Right after Turtle Boy, Karen.
So Bev's waiting.
Yep, they switched courtrooms. Yep.
That's weird.
The whole thing's weird, Tommy. I don't know what to do. I'm just trying to, the whole thing is weird, dude. It makes no sense. Last minute you call a trial and it gets right in like that on the docket, and you get in front of a judge, and then 20 minutes later you're over in the next one doing a completely different trial. I mean, what the fuck? This is like, and they've already filed a joint motion that they both agree on to move the trial to the 25th.
Right.
So the 20, and we're gonna hear what Bev has to say about that. She's been hard. Someone made a good point. They circle a number on the calendar, like the first, right?
Okay.
And then they try to back in to all the motions from where they are today into up to the first, and try to squeeze them all in. And if something runs over, or if there's a delay, like the federal stuff, they have no room to work with. So you almost, to get a fair trial, you have to kind of move this trial out. I'm not saying you need to go to the 25th, but you might need another two. You might need a week or two. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because the federal habeas, you know what I mean, up to the First Circuit is still in motion. And it'll say you start the first trial, and as soon as you swear in the first juror,
yes,
she's under jeopardy. And if the federal habeas under the First Circuit comes back in favor for Karen, it's double jeopardy. It's double jeopardy.
So they just kick her home from there, right?
Yep, they kick her home and then maybe go after count 2 on her. That's it. So it's a very tricky situation. All right, so channel 25 has got something going on. Oh, so they're in the big courtroom right now. Okay. All right, so we have it up, guys. So maybe it's going to be I don't know. Maybe they're going to be in the same courtroom. I don't know what's going on.
We're in an upside down world, my friend. Shit just doesn't seem right.
Tom, can you get me direct access to Karen, please? I need that. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 25 up, guys. It's gonna go. Yeah, so that's what I know. So let's just say the habeas writ comes in on the federal side, and Karen's got one juror sworn in.
Yes.
It automatically affects double jeopardy. So they have 1,500 jurors ready to go, all ready for the April 1st. As opposed to 400 last trial.
Yeah, you can put the quote up. There you go.
There we go. All right. And maybe we'll get 2 small screens of Tom and I. All right. So
I know the mods were working on this last night. Good job, by the way.
Obviously,
No, what did the Herald say?
Proctor fired.
Oh yeah, we knew that yesterday.
Oh, I know.
That was great.
Jersey walked right up to it and she goes, takes a picture.
Into the picture on the front page of the Herald. Oh, this is gonna be good.
what's going on, North Carolina?
Right up there, the Herald, there was all the pages.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
That's in the Herald.
The host would like
Yeah,
to
Take for a record.
you
Yep.
are unmuted.
Wow.
You
I'm
are
paid.
muted.
I'm like,
So you want to?
now.
Oh,
Looks like the garbage.
Perfect.
that's
Right
beautiful.
now,
Thank you.
Is that that's Cosgrove right there. Tommy. Tom. Yeah, all right, never mind.
I don't have an extra one, but I'm not gonna need it.
While we're waiting, so this looks like it's gonna all happen. It's gonna happen at the same time, you know. The court officer just told the guy on the camera to put it up. So Shirley's wearing a pink tie, yeah, right. So, well, my phone says 8:57, but they're saying 9:02 at 25 on channel 25. I don't know what's right. Hey, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button, please, and become a member if you can. It'd be great, you know, to help this channel keep going. Oh, you think there's a delay in this one? Okay. Because we were asking Aiden this morning where he thought the trial was going to be, and he wasn't sure either how it was going to go down. This is from the other day? Oh, okay. Hey, Kelly, is this the, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is the wrong feed, yeah. So we're looking for another feed, yep. Looks like we're still waiting. Yep. So that was a repeat of the other day. So that's, we're trying to get the right one here. Let me see if anybody else has got it going on. Yeah. So it looks like it's not quite going yet. Okay. So as soon as the channel 10 brings it up, we'll be ready to go. Righty, right. Now, so that we just had up was Tuesdays live. So it looks like the glare has got something going on up in 25. I'm not sure. Brandy hasn't. All right. So wow, we'll have to give Proctor a job at Canton PD. Of course, he can't be a cop again. All right. Howie Cow roasting Michael of the usual. Yeah. Tommy's outside still. Yeah, we're trying to get the feed for
Really cool, but
you guys there?
But I don't know about like, is it, you know how like sometimes someone will put something up on YouTube, but they'll do it in sections, and if you just put them all together, you can.
I'm sure they're not making this easy for us, right?
We're waiting. Yeah, we're still waiting for NBC Boston 10 to come. They're gonna come on. Yeah.
No, people going in.
Well, it's 9 o'clock now. We're on the button, so.
Yes. How are you doing?
Red ball spots.
I just want to walk up the stairs.
No, don't.
Okay.
Well, people still beeping, man. Wow.
Mikey, see who's walking up the ramp?
No, who was it? Hold on. Who is it? Peggy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That must be her victim witness advocate right behind her. I always see that lady there with her.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Victim witness advocate.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm wonderful, and you? Please. How are you today?
Very well,
You having a
thank
good
you.
day?
How about you?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, we could be better, but considering the circumstances, right?
I spilled my entire drink.
Right
I
down
cut
your-
off. No, I look like
I got you beat. Are you ready? Hold on.
We'll see if the court's coming on now.
She forgot, and she leaned over, and it went all down both of her legs.
to try to like, and then the
So-
guy who cut me off was taking us in a big high truck. So now I'm going like this with my sweater, and I was like,
Please.
I had a picture of you ever. And then, of course, do I know how to use my own phone? No.
So where are you from?
Rhode Island.
There we go. You got different type of corruption down there.
Oh my
Your families
God.
keep it close and tight,
Oh
so.
my God. I bought a book of funds nobody else. I was shopping for them, my students.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I got to take off this right here because we can't tell what it feels like. All right. I'm not good at that. My technology.
Good. You hold it up, hit the button.
Okay.
The camera's here.
Lauren Crime is going to have it on, it looks like.
Oh, finally.
Here we go. So,
I go on the line for Aiden. Is that what you told us to see in court? But no, I missed it because
yeah.
If you guys want to tell Melanie Lauren Crime.
But so
Now what?
unusually that I
Thanks, Kelly. Good job. Mac RN, thanks for becoming a new member. Karen is not quilty. All right, Tommy, we got live feed. Are you there? All right. Perfect, Kelly. Perfect. All kinds of people in this today in this courtroom. And then we're going to switch right over to the small courtroom right after this. This is crazy. Okay, maybe we are going to stay in the big courtroom all day. Who knows? But it's a lot to move around, I guess, in one day. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of cool. You get Dennis there. You get Peter Murphy there. A lot of Turtle Boy fan. Dennis's wife. Yeah, he's good. Bradle and Eden, dynamic duo. You know, just as good stuff. Thanks for being patient, guys. StreamYard is acting cuckoo. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks for hanging in there for all you do. We appreciate you. You know that for sure. What feed is this? This is a law in court, right? Is that, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, law in court. Is that what it is, Kelly? Mel, I think Melanie might need help if anybody's helping out. Asking for Melanie, yeah. So, Kelly, is it law in court? Sorry. No, yeah. Hey, Steven Spielberg. Wait, just shave my beard, yeah. No, this is Zoom. Okay. This is Zoom, Melanie. Okay. Just a heads up. Does she have it? Okay. I love how we all help each other out. It's cool. You are unmuted. Oh, good job, Kelly. And wow. Thank you, Sammy, too. And Shelby, long time no talk. You gotta get on here, girl. Hope the kids are good. Hope your boyfriend's doing good. All right, so how do I get this to see if okay. Okay. Thanks, Kelly. So it's the Zoom. I have the code. If I don't know how to get it to Melanie though, because I don't have her email. I just sent it to Betero, Melanie. If you can, yeah, I don't know how to send it to Melanie, but I just sent it to Betero. If Betero can, let's stand it up. Are we unmuted? Okay. We just have no volume. I don't know what's going on. That sucks. That's a bummer.
Okay, well then go over to Melanie's then. I don't know what to tell you. Go over to Boston Tom's, but I'm not sniping.
Tell the glare that I sent him the Zoom. There you go. You got it. Boom.
May. Your Honor, what the Commonwealth is seeking is phone data on 2 phones that were seized in search pursuant to a search warrant, and those phones are involved in the case of Commonwealth versus Carney. And before you is Mr. Carney and his counsel. From the public available pleadings, what I've learned is that there were search warrants for Mr. Carney's phone, 6 search warrants were seized. 2 of those phones were searched pursuant to the warrant. They did not have any limitations such as a paint team, and they've been, according to the public pleadings, thoroughly searched. The other 4 phones, we are not interested in pursuing any information on the 4 phones that have not been searched yet. The information on those phones, as I understand, is not subject to any protective order. It is in the custody and the control of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Frankly, I don't know if a Rule 17 subpoena is necessary in this case. I've searched the case law. I do not see any case law that specifically says under these circumstances, a Commonwealth lawyer is obligated to obtain a Rule 17 subpoena to pursue or obtain other information available in a separate case. But these are a bit unique in circumstances in that I am a specially appointed prosecutor to Karen Reed's case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and Judge Cosgrove, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, is specially appointed to Mr. Carney's case. Because of that, I have from the beginning kept a very strong line of separation between both Mr. Carney's case and Ms. Reed's case. I have only sought information that's been publicly available. That's why my motion cites a search warrant, an affidavit in the search warrant, and there are 2 pleadings as well in my motion that are on the public docket to Mr. Carney's case. Because of that, I have from the beginning kept a very strong line of separation between both Mr. Carney's case and Ms. Reed's case. I have only sought information that's been publicly available, and that's why my motion cites a search warrant, an affidavit in the search warrant, and there are 2 pleadings as well in my motion that are on the public docket. And so what I learned is from my public reading and from watching hearings. And so what I know is that there are 2 children that were searched by Trooper Tully and is in the possession of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and the information is relevant material to Karen Reed's case. The reason why it's important and relevant is that separately, I possess information that establishes not only a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Carney, but a relationship in where information, some of it private, some of it suggestive grand jury minutes, was passed purposefully from Karen Reed to Mr. Carney. Originally, a third party was used, an intermediary, where allegedly Ms. Reed would send the information to the third party, would then be sent to
Counsel, let me stop you there. Has the name of the intermediary appeared in the public record?
I don't know that. I know that the attorneys are very well aware of that person's name. It may be, but I don't know that, and that's why I've refrained.
Let me ask you this, Counsel. Does the name of the intermediary appear in Trooper Tully's affidavit, either in the substantially itself or in the addendum A?
I will need to re-review, but it very well may.
Well, that's a critical issue here with regard to the purported relevance of the data sought. Let me ask you this, Attorney Brennan. Have the extraction reports that have been requested been generated?
I understand they are available to Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, and that they have the reports that have been generated.
Has the underlying data from the 2 phones in question been assembled?
I understand that it has. I cannot personally confirm because I have not asked to review it personally.
Do you know the volume of the underlying data?
I have no idea because I've purposely not asked to see it or ask questions about it.
Okay. Please elaborate on relevance as it relates to consciousness of guilt.
Yes. As Your Honor is aware, consciousness of guilt is a different standard than trying to prove a case of intimidation of a witness beyond a reasonable doubt. What we expect evidence will show, separately and in Mr. Carney's phone, is that there was a relationship between Karen Reed and Mr. Carney, in which Ms. Reed would provide information indirectly to Mr. Carney. That information would then be reviewed by Mr. Carney, posted on social media, and consequently was used, we believe, allegedly, to intimidate and harass witnesses. In the search warrant itself, there is extraordinary detail on how Mr. Carney targeted witnesses in Ms. Reed's case, with the express purpose, according to Mr. Carney, that this trial of Ms. Reed never go forward. We have a many-page affidavit that we have provided to the court. I can offer some of the most important parts if Your Honor would like.
Counsel, I don't think that's necessary. I've reviewed the affidavit in support of the search warrant thoroughly, and here's where I struggle. So the case law says the party seeking the data in question has to make a initial factual showing that it's relevant, not potentially relevant, relevant. That's the initial burden. So to demonstrate her alleged consciousness of guilt, defendants, don't the communications sought or the data related thereto have to only involve communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant?
I'm not clear on your question, Your Honor.
How is anything beyond communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant in this case relevant to her consciousness of guilt? Here's my issue. You have sought a broad swath of data. We don't know the volume yet, but it is from the addendum A to Trooper Tully's affidavit in support of the search warrant. It calls for data including calendars, alerts, reminders, notes, text messages, pictures, or videos from April 1st, 2023 through including October 5th, 2023, 7 months of material that ostensibly could include everything from meeting notes, calendar invites, texts, videos, things that have absolutely nothing to do with communications between Mr. Kearney and the defendant. So how can the Commonwealth make the threshold showing that those are relevant?
First, this is a ruling with Mr. Kearney, so I'm asking that Mr. Kearney and his attorney be at the table. I'm not sure why we're being joined by Ms. Reed's team unless they have standing in this.
Your Honor, we're a little confused, and I don't mean to interrupt the proceeding, but as we're watching.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Of course, I'm sorry. Alan Jackson on behalf of the We didn't see which case number was called for this Rule 17, if it was Mr. Kearney's case number or if it was Ms. Reed's case number. We were told, or at least our impression in talking to Judge Cannoni, was if this issue was going to be on our case number. I specifically asked that question at sidebar day before yesterday, and she said, yes, the Rule 17 Mr. Brennan's dealing with is on Ms. Reed's case number as it pertains to her rights. And the issue
is being recorded.
Counsel, it has been called in this case, but I don't know that your client has standing with regard to this particular issue.
So the case number, I just want to make sure procedurally I'm on the same page as the court and Mr. Brennan and Mr. Kearney. The case number that was called was the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
00117.
Okay.
That's correct.
Then she needed to be here and she has a right to counsel, and we have a right, we believe we have a right to be heard on this issue because it does attend to her rights going forward in terms of her case. I mean, this is her case.
I don't know that yes, it is her case, but what standing does she have to challenge a Rule 17 request related to documents produced in another case?
Because it specifically pertains to the prosecutor asking for information in her case to move forward, her consciousness of guilt, etc.
Those are evidentiary issues, counsel.
Correct, but
which can be dealt with at a later time. Those are what you're suggesting are evidentiary issues which are not before the court. All of it before the court is a Lamprin hearing on material sought from Mr. Kearney's case. The evidentiary issue will be dealt with at a later time.
I understand, and respectfully, I don't necessarily disagree that from an evidentiary standpoint or the disability standpoint, that can be dealt with at a later time, but the case should never be called without my client being here. She has a constitutional right to be here and to be heard, even on a Rule 17. The Commonwealth there's been Rule 17s for 2 years on this case, over and over and over, Your Honor. The Commonwealth has taken positions on Rule 17s. We've taken positions on Rule 17s dealing with third-party information, be it cell phones or text messages or whatever. I'm only asking that we be entitled to be heard on this issue, even though it deals with Mr. Kearney's phone and he's got legal representation. It also attends to Ms. Reed's rights, and it's her case number. And the reason the Commonwealth is trying to bring it in is to deal with her case, not Mr. Kearney's case. So she has to have a right to be heard.
Counsel, this motion's been pending for a week and a half now. Correct. I don't have any opposition from you. I don't have any submission from you.
We intended to submit oral argument as it attends to, and we're prepared.
Did you give the court notice of that?
We did to Justice Cannoni.
Okay.
Day before yesterday.
And what do you propose, counsel?
The only thing I propose, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Brennan's argument, but when Mr. Brennan is finished, Ms. Little is prepared to address the court on the very issues Mr. Brennan is bringing up.
I'll take it under consideration. Is there any issue, counsel, with the current configuration, the court, such that that causes any issue for any of the parties?
No, absolutely not, Your Honor. Again, I will step back. I will be a little mouse in the room. I just need to be in the courtroom. And once Mr. Brennan is finished, before the court makes its ultimate ruling, and once Mr. Bradle is finished, I think we have we should be provided an opportunity to be heard.
I'll consider the request.
Okay.
Judge, I have no objection procedurally. The council wants to join in my file. That's an issue in terms of the filing. So just put it
Thank
down.
you. Thank you,
Well,
Attorney.
Your Honor, I do object. Ms. Reed's counsel and Ms. Reed do not have standing for this motion. I don't believe they should be sitting at the table for this motion. It's a Rule 17 motion of third party. She has no privacy interest in these materials. She has no standing to object, and she's not a party on the Rule 17.
Thank you, ADA Brennan. She is a party in this case, and I'll allow her to sit at council table and to have representation, and I'll consider whether I'll hear from her counsel concerning the substance of the motion and her
Thank you, Your Honor.
considerations there
We
too.
appreciate the court accommodating us.
So, ADA Brennan, with the court's apologies for the interruptions, the crux of the issue, as I see it, with regard to relevancy and the Commonwealth's burden at this stage to show that the requested materials are relevant, involves the breadth of what has been requested. And perhaps you could speak to that and how materials that would be swept into this request are in fact relevant.
I understand the court's concern, and I've looked at Addendum A as well, and have identified the information I think is relevant to the Rule 17 subpoena. So I agree the Rule 17 subpoena speaks broadly, but what is relevant is sections D, E, and F. Now, mindful that there was probable cause to obtain this warrant, which is a far stronger standard than what is needed for a Rule 17 motion.
Counsel, pardon me, did you say D, E, and F of Addendum A?
Yes. So if we look at Section D, there was probable cause granted for communications between Mr. Kearney and any witness or family members of witnesses involved in the murder of John O'Keefe, to include but not limited to Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Juliana Albert, Michael Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor. And so limited, including but not limited, would suggest any witnesses in the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed case. E is pictures or video depicting evidence of intimidation of a witness. So similarly to D. And F, data evidence disseminating data depicting evidence of intimidation of witnesses of those same people. And so D, E, and F are squarely on point and relevant to the Commonwealth versus Reed case. If there is probable cause to obtain a search warrant, believing that there is information of those three categories on those phones, then I believe we're entitled because we'll clearly have met our burden of proof, not only because a Rule 17 is that it's likely relevant, much less than probable cause, but because of all the attendant information that we've provided. There is...
Hey, Brennan, let me stop you again. Would any of those categories include communications from Mr. Kearney with counsel from Ms. Reed?
No, I think those would be privileged. Secondly, there are motions filed in this case, not Karen Reed case, Mr. Kearney's case. One is the Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion to suppress and to restrain any searching of a computer or telecommunications devices. This was filed by Special Prosecutor Cosgrove. And in that motion, on page 5, he notes that the two phones that I'm seeking information from have already been searched. And he also notes in the motion that there does not appear to be any attorney-client privilege materials. There is a second source as well, and that is in the Commonwealth versus Kearney case, docket number 53, Commonwealth revised proposal for examination of digital material seized. That's relative to the 4 phones that I'm not seeking. However, it's instructive because in that motion as well, it talks about the history, and it gives assurance that there are no attorney-client privilege communications in the 2 phones that I seek. And so, given the separate evidence that we have, and these are clearly witnesses in our case, and the admission by Ms. Reed herself, I do not have the video, but she was recently on an air broadcast on a documentary last night, the night before, and the night before. There are admissions that she was, in fact, providing information to Mr. Kearney. And what is notable is that she specifically reflects upon the consequence of Mr. Kearney's actions, which she helped fuel by providing this information and identifying the witnesses in her case. I do have a clip if the court is interested, because it gives great depth and understanding to the intentions of the party in sharing this information. I have a clip available. If the court wants to hear it, I can play it for the court.
I don't think that's necessary, so I'll decline respectfully the offer, ADA Brennan. Thank you.
And so in light of the fact that this information was seized pursuant to a warrant of probable cause, in light of the proffer in the affidavit, in light of Ms. Reed's admissions of the sharing, inevitably, the obvious consequence to witnesses, this is relevant to conscience of guilt. The evidentiary basis is clear. I do not have access to this material if a Rule 17 is necessary. And again, I've filed the Rule 17 out of an abundance of caution to be beyond reproach. If it is not necessary, I'll simply go and obtain the information on my own, but I think it's more prudent to have a court order. It's necessary before trial. I'd like to review the materials that are relevant, and I agree the scope should be limited to D, E, and F, not the entire phone. And those materials would be provided to Judge Cannoni in a motion in limine regarding conscience of guilt. Also, we'll dictate what witnesses we call at trial, which advance notice is important for both the Commonwealth and for the defense. It's in good faith. I've provided both pleadings from Mr. Kearney's case, the search warrant, affidavit in support of the search warrant. I've offered videos of the admissions by Ms. Reed to the relationship. And so for those reasons, I ask you.
Counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor, counsel.
Morning.
Judge, this is a Lampron request, is the case, and I know you're familiar with it, Your Honor. The purpose of the court's focus here, Judge, is on preventing unwarranted harassment of witnesses and third parties. The focus in Lampron as well is avoiding unwarranted delays. So this search warrant was done back, I believe, in February of 2024. So here we are at the 11th hour, and the Commonwealth is throwing, last-minute bombs out. I happened to look at the Reed docket last night. It's amazing to me how many motions in limine are filed. The government's trying to try that case through motions in limine versus, the immediacy of a trial. It was my impression of that. So, we're now getting sucked into these motions here at the 11th hour. And in terms of a Lampron analysis, Your Honor, there's relevancy, evidentiary, meaning there has to be evidence. As you said, not potential relevance, but actual relevance. Not otherwise obtainable at trial. You can't prepare for trial without it. And most important, judges, that the application is made in good faith and not as a general fishing expedition. This is the ultimate fishing expedition, Your Honor. And I want to go back. When this happened, Judge, we didn't have a dog in the fight back then. As far as my client and I knew, they were going after Ms. Reed for communications with my client on this witness intimidation issue. Well, counsel wants to tell you that, there was probable cause in a search warrant, but then they took it to a grand jury, so we're past that. They had the two easiest forums you can have for a prosecutor. Sitting in the judge's lobby, shooting the breeze with a search warrant affidavit in front of you and nobody else there. And then they went to the lowest hanging fruit.
You, not me. When you say you, not me.
Right, not you, Your Honor. And then they had the lowest hanging fruit you can get as a prosecutor, going to a grand jury without anybody else there, crafting the evidence in any sort of way they wanted to. And thankfully, and it doesn't happen very often anymore, but the grand jury said no. The grand jury said there is not probable cause. Again, the lowest hanging fruit in our system. They couldn't establish probable cause based on this information. And I remembered when this happened, just sort of not even so much representing Mr. Carney, but just as a constitutionalist, as a person interested in the Constitution as an attorney, I saw this. I read the search warrant, out of the Herald or something. And I was prompted to write this press release that I sent out about this exact issue. And I went back to it, I looked at it again this morning, and it really covers exactly what's going on here. And in that search warrant, Your Honor, it's very clear that the government just wrote a 30-page short story about its efforts to try to find and isolate, and you have it in there, right? To find and isolate communications. And the government wants to criminalize communications. And if you look at my press release, and I'll submit it, or I'm just going to read a few things from it. You know, we have in this Commonwealth a very special provision in our own Constitution that Ms. Reed has the right to present all proofs. And she has the right to fight any way she wants and talk to anyone she wants and communicate with anyone she wants and say, hey, don't share this. Hey, keep this between us. That's her right, her constitutional right under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights to present all proofs. So when the government cites that just as a bare proposition, she tried to keep this secret. She communicated with Aiden Carney. Then we're going to make this gargantuan leap that she's sharing the intent to intimidate witnesses. So the whole thing is completely bereft of any evidentiary value, Your Honor. Just the notions that they put in the search warrant, and ultimately the fact that they tried to use it to get an indictment and fail. So that's why this has no evidentiary value. The relevancy is zero because they can't put it into evidence. And then further, Judge, as a practical matter, I looked at the docket. I spoke with counsel from the Reed matter. It's my understanding, and everyone's here and they can correct me if I'm wrong, the government agreed to not put anything in their case in chief relative to this issue about communicating with Mr. Carney and consciousness of guilt unless it was, quote unquote, the door was open, which of course is sort of a proposition that is, you know, out in the ether, and that ain't ever going to happen in this case, Your Honor. And so that adds to the issue of whether this is evidentiary or not. The government's already backed off. The government got a search warrant filled with nothing but investigative pronouncements. We took a trip to California. We talked to this lady, and they were communicating. All they say is they were communicating. They don't say, hey, let's really get that person and let's get them off of this and let's try to have that person not testify. Let's scare that person. Let's harass that person. There's no communications like that. They just have the fact of communications. And that's not evidentiary. That's not relevant. So, Judge, here, they just want to get in Mr. Carney's phones. We're not concerned about what's in Mr. Carney's phones. We're concerned about their bizarre interpretation of the witness intimidation statute that they will try to graft onto any communications in our client's phone, in my client's phone, Your Honor. So there's a few more complicated things, Judge. I feel like you have it, but I just want the court to be aware, having come into this case at this point, there's a pending motion to dismiss with Judge Doolin, basically saying that all these witness intimidation allegations don't cut it under the Constitution, under the First Amendment. So that's pending, number one. Number two, Judge, is this taint team issue. Counsel's doesn't have it right. Went to say that, oh, these first two phones, we already got into them. So the taint team covers everything, all of Mr. Carney's phones. So the fact that the state police snuck in and forged ahead and searched some phones before the taint team could get set up should not inure to the benefit of this Commonwealth. And this is a firewall type of a case with respect to a special prosecutor on the one side and the Norfolk County DA's office on the other side. A Rule 17 motion is absolutely required here, Your Honor. That's the whole point of keeping this confidential and separate. So the Rule 17 territory is entirely appropriate, Your Honor. In terms of...
Counsel, what's the legal import of the pending motion to dismiss in Mr. Kearney's case?
Sure.
How does that change either the relevancy analysis or the evidentiary value analysis in this case that I must make in the Rule 17 context?
Sure. So we expect Judge Doolin to come back with a decision that says all of these communications, maybe they're distasteful, maybe they're obnoxious, maybe we don't like them, they're all protected by the First Amendment. So let's look at the search warrant. They're looking for communications between Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney. They don't even have that much. They don't have quotes. They don't have communications. They just have the idea that, well, they communicated. The fact that they communicated cannot be a basis for a criminal investigation, and it's the extraordinary step of getting into the phones. A couple of quotes on the cell phones, Judge, just to set the context. This is what from Commonwealth versus Onyx White. that is a landmark case that involves the notion, and you know, the government is always pushing the envelope, Your Honor. That case was very dangerous. The government was trying to set up a state of the law where just because we all have cell phones in our back pocket, in almost every case, let's see in that cell phone whether they communicated about a crime. And it would have been an unbelievable expansion of government power to search people's private information. Thankfully, the SJC said, no, you need to have a nexus between the phone and the crime. And they cited some other cases in terms of quotes about cell phones. Just two quick quotes, Your Honor. The cell phone is a repository of just about everything that is materially important to a possessor. Documents, messages, emails, notes, thoughts, communications, photos, loved ones, information involving loved ones. The court should not view lightly what the Commonwealth is seeking here. Cell searches would typically expose to the government far more than the most exhaustive search of a home. So
I appreciate that, counsel, but at the same time, the phone has been searched. The data has been obtained by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. It's in it's in Special 88 Cosgrove's possession, custody, control. It's already been seized. 88 Brennan is looking now, it seems, for a very narrow subset of that information that does not contain the long list of materials that you just rattled off from the Onyx White case.
But it never should have happened. The search never should have happened.
That issue isn't before me, counsel. That issue isn't before me. The issue before me is what he's looking for relevant.
Right. What do they have? What do they have to set that up? They have the fact that they spoke. And the fact that they spoke is not evidentiary. It's not relevant. If the fact that they spoke was the basis, we'd be at Onyx White. We'd have the wrong decision in Onyx White, Your Honor. That just because people speak, the government gets to ferret around in their phones. It's a horrifying concept, Your Honor. That's really the crux of why I'm here. And the last thing I'll say, Judge, is that the fact that they got around the taint team we shouldn't just forget about the taint team. These phones need to go back through the taint team if they want to look at them. And on the taint team issue, there's more litigation to be done where the court already allowed scrutiny of the phones by a taint team for attorney-client privilege information. And my client at the time had many civil and other cases going on at the time. So Attorney Cosgrove's statement, there's no attorney-client privileged information in the phone is ridiculous. There's a ton of it. We're also asking right now, Your Honor, for the taint team to scrutinize the phones for, we're going to ask for husband-wife communication.
You're not asking?
No, not you, just so you know what's out there. I just want you to know what's out there.
I understand.
We're asking for husband-wife communications. We're asking for that journalist source materials, of which there's a plethora. We're asking that those be scrutinized by the taint team and all that stuff be taken out. So the taint team issues are still in flux. You know, the fact that they did this, the court should deny this, Judge, just on the fact that this is an 11th hour request. If you look at Lampron, it talks all about undue delay. They had this back in February of 24, and here we are now on the eve of trial on their case. So for all these reasons, Judge, we object. This is a gross invasion of privacy. It's a fishing expedition. There is no hook that they have to say, we will find something criminal in those phones. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. So, ADA Brennan, before I hear from you any further in response, I am going to hear from counsel for the defendant in this case.
It's going to be Attorney Elizabeth Reed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little here on behalf of Ms. Reed. First, I just wanted to thank Your Honor for allowing us to be present and to be heard on this issue. The defense joins in Mr. Bradel's request in opposition to this Rule 17 motion. There's just two very brief points that I wanted to address that I don't believe were addressed by Attorney Cosgrove. Your Honor, if you take a look, Attorney Bradel, apologies, Your Honor. There are. Your Honor, the Commonwealth's affidavit in support of the Rule 17 is facially deficient as to both elements 3 and 4 of Lampron. The Commonwealth does not include a single fact in the affidavit to show that it cannot properly prepare for trial without the production of this evidence. So just on that basis alone, the Rule 17 is deficient. That's the same with regard to element 4. If the court looks closely at the affidavit that was filed in support of the Rule 17 motion, the Commonwealth is required to show that this is not a fishing expedition. The Commonwealth, again, does not set forth a single fact or even a conclusory allegation as to element 4. And that's because the Commonwealth knows full well that a grand jury has already rejected the Commonwealth's claims that Ms. Reed was somehow engaged in witness intimidation with Mr. Kearney. And on that basis, because it's facially deficient, this has to be denied. We therefore respectfully request that the court deny this Rule 17 motion.
Thank you, counsel. ADA Brennan, I'll hear from you in response briefly.
I think most importantly, the parties are conflating two issues. Whether there is probable cause or beyond a reasonable doubt to convict a person of intimidation of witness and the relevance to consciousness of guilt. It's two separate assessments. It is true there was a no bill, and it is true that there is litigation in Mr. Kearney's case, but these phones are in the possession of the district attorney's office. The information is available. It's been represented. There's no attorney-client privilege. There is nothing to slow down or stop the availability of the information. It is relevant for the judge in Commonwealth v. Reed to assess whether or not this information establishes consciousness of guilt. That is the issue, not the complaints or the concerns or the personal opinions, the constitutional prowess of Mr. Bradle. It is this reflective of consciousness of guilt?
Hey, Brennan, on that issue, on the consciousness of guilt issue, there was some suggestion there was an agreement that the Commonwealth was not intending to pursue introduction of evidence concerning that issue unless...
That is not entirely accurate. There was a motion filed by the defense, and they were concerned that when they were cross-examining witnesses in this case, that at the past trial that I was not at, the witnesses then offered to the jury that they were being harassed by social media bloggers, suggesting at the behest of Ms. Reed. That is an entirely separate issue than consciousness of guilt. I agreed that unless the door is opened, a witness should not get up and talk about their state of mind and how they believe they were harassed. I agreed to that because I will instruct the witnesses unless the door is open and you have an invitation, that would be improper. Separately, a consciousness of guilt motion in limine, which I expect to file if it's viable based on the information, is an entirely different proposition. It's an entirely different proposition than opening the door to the state of mind. The consciousness of guilt has more to do with the conduct of Ms. Reed. Did she do something that reflects her consciousness of guilt to try to cover for the crimes that she's alleged to have committed? We know she was providing information, even protected information to Mr. Kearney. We know he was publicizing it, appearing at witnesses' homes and addresses. We know that the witnesses, whether it is a conviction on intimidation of witness or not, felt very intimidated. We know the mental anguish they suffered. The defendant, in our case, Ms. Reed, knows it as well, because if you do see the video, with a smile, she acknowledges the consequence of her actions and seems to encourage it impliedly. And so this evidence should be available to me. I should be able to assess it. I should be able to provide a motion to eliminate to Judge Cannoni if appropriate, and then she should decide the admissibility in the Commonwealth v. Karen retrial. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Folks, I believe I've heard all I need to hear. I will take this matter under advisement. I appreciate your filings and your oral advocacy today, and I'll endeavor to get your response as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been worn. Yes, and my teenage kids dinner. Yes, exactly. Right. Exactly. So if you want to, reupholstering is really expensive, right?
Yes, it is.
So if you...
All right. Wow. That was awesome. I mean, that was some good oral arguments there, I thought, for sure. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think Bradle did a great job. Did you? What was I watching on the side? That wasn't me. That was the TV. I was trying to buy some wicked furniture. No. Stop it. Stop it. But I think Bradle did a great job, man. I think Bradle could be on that dream team. Legit, you know what I mean? Is Tommy's having breakfast still, so maybe he's heading back. Looks like they're just gonna switch courtrooms, or is the judge just gonna switch over to this courtroom? I don't know. I don't know. I don't need a new chair. I have a great chair. Yeah, my back. I blew my back out when I was younger playing hoop. So yeah, I do have a little back issue, but I'm okay. But I like to lean forward. I don't know why. Probably a bad habit. I don't know. But Hank's argument was a total fishing expedition on my part. They already have his phone. Cosgrove has his phone. The Norfolk County DA has the phone. What else do they need? I mean, this is crazy. Hank is literally, he is not leaving any stone unturned. I guess that's his job. I gotta respect it. Does it seem slimy? Yeah, because we're biased, right? We're all pro Karen Reed. So anything that comes down the pike that's anti Karen Reed, we jump all over. And unfortunately, every side has a villain, and Hank seems to be that villain right now. It was Paul's crotch for a while, and Lally, but it looks like Hankey's just, and the way I'm kidding, he talks worse than Lally. That Boston accent is so thick. People around the country must be like, what is he saying? And why would anybody want to live in New England? No, that's not it for today. We have Karen Reed's motions to be heard today. And you're right. A grand jury came back with a no bill. So there you go. Good point on that one. I know, North Carolina. I don't know why. He'll probably make a decision today. He seemed like a no sense judge, like he had a tea time today. Like, I'm getting out of here. I got a fucking noon tea time, guys. What are you guys doing? We'll see what happens. I think he was fair. He heard everybody out. He let everybody stay in. So you couldn't tell if there was any bias in terms of like, no, I don't want the reteam in here. I do want the reteam in here. I'll allow him to stay in here. I mean, Hank is the only one that made a big deal out of it. The judge wasn't like, the seats were all lined up. There was enough chairs for everybody there. And I tell you what, when the team Reed came in, they walked in like bosses. And Hank just looked over his shoulder like, what's going on here? What's happening right now? And they just walked in like bosses and sat down, gave their argument. It was all, I thought, hey, Mikey. Cool. Yo, Tommy. Pretty bossy, huh? You see it? Were you watching it?
Hey.
Yo.
You there, bud?
You there? Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, I saw some of it. I think it's kind of like a nonsense.
Yeah. Seems like a fishing expedition, in my opinion. But so we're gonna go right into the new trial right now. I don't even think they're gonna take a break. It's only 9:45, so they only spent 45 minutes on it, which is good. Hank tried to pull a fast one. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did, man. This guy's slick. He's slick, man. He knows.
Well, what did they achieve out of that?
Nothing. The judge shut him down, dude. It was pretty good. The judge shut him down. Karen's team walked in like just as Hank started his oral argument, and they walked in like bosses and stopped the whole court proceeding. All of them. It was good. It was awesome, dude. I wish you saw it. They walked in and like Hank Brennan literally stopped, looked over his shoulder, and saw Karen Reed's team come walking in. Like, yo, we're here to fuck shit up. It was awesome. Such a good morning so far. I hope it continues. Yeah,
Mike. You know how they have the buffer zone because they heard the people out there chanting, ranting, raving, supposedly.
Yeah.
How many times did the fire trucks go by every day on training runs?
Probably 5 times a day. if not more. Yeah, it was a lot. Can you hear me? I don't know if you
She's
can hear me.
worried about the buffer zone noise.
Yeah, I know. That was actually in the
There's a wicked delay.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Let me jump out and jump back in.
All right, kid. This is what you do when you're on YouTube. We don't have an engineer behind me. Maybe one day, who knows, right? So until we get back on, we'll be doing this for a little bit. All right, just deal with me. I appreciate you. Hit the smash and hit the subscribe button, become a member, all that good stuff. Whatever it entails. Donate to the Karen Reed Defense Fund if you have time today. Today's the first day of spring, people. Right? First day of spring. Yeah, that was. So that got announced. I mean, Turtle Boy announced that was going to happen last night. I don't know what time. And yes, so we thought that if the defense called Proctor as a witness, and almost like a cross, that Sarah, thanks for the 5 memberships. That we thought that they couldn't impeach him, but we were corrected by some people in the chat, and that was good to know. You know. So good. I know it doesn't feel like spring here either, but a lot of good stuff, man, happening. We'll get right over to the next.
That better?
Oh, much better. You there? You there, Tommy?
Yeah, there's still a delay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Where you going?
Let me work on this. I'll be right back.
All right, kid.
Hold on. Just right here. We're going to try and do something.
All right. So we're already up in the other courtroom. Thanks, Kelly. Good job, man. Tom has breakfast every morning. I don't know if he met me. I like to hear about the people that are coming from out of town. They meet Tommy. And it's fucking crazy, dude. That is totally the opposite of me, man. Yeah. So front page of the Herald today was a good one. If you haven't seen that, it's on X. If you guys talked about it.
That any better?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yep. Oh God. RH, you're fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my God.
Can you hear me, bud?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay. Do this then. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we just need to close one of your windows. Your mic's
I
off
muted
on one
one
of them. All right, there you go. Unmute that one. Okay. He's got so many phones and you got me?
Better?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice.
Yeah. How was breakfast?
Breakfast was really good, as usual.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Mark. How you doing, big guy?
You're breaking up,
Here.
bro. Maybe move
How
the other
about-
phone away from. Move the other phone away from you. The people want you to go dumpster diving.
I can't see.
They want you to go in the dumpster to see if there's anything good in there.
You can do that. Drywall.
Okay.
New drywall. Ceiling tiles. I'm sure you just this is mixed in.
All right, man.
Now this building here, I think, blocks a lot of the signal.
Oh, all right, yeah. So we just wait
check
for
on my friends here. Yeah.
we get the other trial ready to go when it comes on. I'm probably thinking a 10 o'clock start. It's 5 up now, so.
So didn't approve it, right?
You're still, the volume coming, your sound is horrible.
They didn't. Did they approve that or not?
I can't even understand what you're saying, bro.
Okay. Go ahead and head back. What happened? I'm gonna head back. I don't know. I'm trying to talk to Mike, but I can't because the signals are horrible. Yeah, I see you up there. These are great people there.
I love it.
These are great people. You don't want to get the information because these are like solid people. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. I was going to try and open the door for you.
All right, no, nothing's been approved yet. No, he's waiting. He's
Thank you,
thinking.
man.
So he hasn't given a ruling yet.
All right, so there's no ruling on what we just heard.
Correct. Yeah.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Why though?
It's the Lampron. I don't think the Lampron, like there's certain parts of the Lampron that need to be proven, without fishing, so to speak. And it looks like Hank's just trying to fish. Now you have to remember that Cosgrove already has Turtle Boy's phone. I think she's trying to get Karen's phone for this as well.
And how's Natalie play into this, dude? How's that work?
Say that again.
How's Natalie play into this?
Lally?
Natalie.
Oh,
yeah.
She was a third party information. So from Karen to Natalie to Turtle Boy.
Yeah. I don't buy it.
Yeah, neither do I, dude. It's a total fishing. Yeah, they won't get a phone. Thanks, North Carolina. Yeah. I hope you're right, dude. But every time I say that, fucking something happens.
All right, so what's going to happen today in Bev's courtroom? What's the most obscene, off the wall thing that could happen?
Motion to dismiss gets granted.
Okay, I was thinking like a medical emergency or something.
Who?
Like Hank, a medical emergency, like Hank passes out or something like that. That's got to be on somebody's bingo card.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope
not. Think about it, right? No, but else is you can't script this, Mike. You can't even make it up. You can't make this stuff up.
No, this is made for TV, dude. The shit we're watching. Yeah, they can't. So yeah, what if they come across client privilege attorney stuff? They can't use any of that stuff. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so they're looking for Natalie, from Karen to Natalie to Turtle Boy, and she's
because Hank watched he watched the same thing we're all watching, and he's trying to dig her on what she said.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's not very nice.
He's trying, dude. He's trying, man. I can tell you, he's no stone unturned, like they said. I just find it odd, but again, I've never done a trial before, so I don't know. You get a person's life on the line here, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. If Brennan had proof, you wouldn't be fishing. You're right, Sarah. Thanks for being a member for 3 months. Appreciate that.
You got the truth. Uh-oh.
Oh, man, this is crazy. I don't know what
Mikey,
time.
Hold on.
Yep. Oh, he's running.
We'd like to hear a little more from journalists about what they think about what's going on here. What they're doing to my client is outrageous. They're speaking out. It's pure mess. It's an attack on his message. They don't like his message, so they've cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're trying to take away his liberty, throw him in jail for speech. This really needs to be addressed by you folks in the media. I'd love to hear some op-eds from you guys about what is going on. Yeah, Tim Gray.
Spell the last name for me.
E-R-A-E-L.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Good job, Tim.
Thanks, guys. Hey, how you doing? It's okay?
Good job, Tommy.
Wow.
He got right in Channel 5's face.
Oof. Wow. That needs to be clipped.
Yeah.
Really?
Your mic's still,
Please.
your mic's still a little breaky, but it's still okay.
Yeah.
All right. Whatever. It's good enough, brother.
Okay. It's just the lengths that they're going through to lock them up.
Brado's right. They're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to, you know what I mean?
Just to shut them up.
Yep.
Unnecessary amount of money.
Yep. All right. The other court's starting right now, buddy.
All right. Pop me on.
All right. Here we go, people. If Kelly can just get us some sound. Hello. I will mute myself. How we doing? We doing all right, Kelly, you think? All right. She's just trying to get us the sound, I think. I think we're all set. She's awesome.
Permission?
Yes.
As I
Yes.
indicated to the court the day before yesterday, there is an issue, a very ripe issue that is currently pending before the First Circuit. We believe very strongly that if the First Circuit were to take some action as to count 1 and count 3, just to reiterate what I've already said, but I can sort of clarify it and narrow it down. If the court were to take some action on counts 1 and 3, which is currently before the First Circuit, for instance, if it were to be remanded for either dismissal or something else, additional hearings, etc., then that puts the entire case in jeopardy. Once the jury ultimately is impaneled and
Can argue that. Because just because it's an assented to motion does not mean it's not likely going to happen. So I need to hear argument on why I should do this.
I'll address the court with the court's permission.
Yes.
As I indicated to the court the day before yesterday, there is an issue, a very ripe issue that is currently pending before the First Circuit. We believe very strongly that if the First Circuit were to take some action as to count 1 and count 3, just to reiterate what I've already said, but I can sort of clarify it and narrow it down. If the court were to take some action on counts 1 and 3, which is currently before the First Circuit, for instance, if it were to be remanded for either dismissal or something else, additional hearings, etc., then that puts the entire case in jeopardy. Once the jury ultimately is impaneled and thereafter sworn, jeopardy will attach. There will be, if in fact there is action taken on count 1 and count 3, we will be in a position where we will seek a mistrial. Jeopardy will have attached. She will be held once in jeopardy on count 1.
She's probably working on the volume now, guys. Sorry. I don't know what's going on. Just cut it real quick. You can tell Alan Jackson's good.
Beneath count 2 as well. That's a very different jury and a very different trial strategy than simply count 2, if we were to be defending count 2 or it's a subordinate charges. So I think it puts the case in jeopardy if we do not have at least some time for the First Circuit to act and determine whether or not it wishes to act on counts 1 and 3. Hence, that's why I suggested to the court the other day that it might be more prudent and less perilous for the case if we were to put this case over for at least a few weeks. We've spoken to the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth tends to agree that that probably is the better practice, and we've asked for the court to extend the beginning of the trial to April 25th, which is about a 3.5 week continuance, and I'll submit.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard on this?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is relying on advice of appellate counsel. I don't contest any of the defense's perspective for wanting continuance. I think the Commonwealth's perspective is different, but not adverse. The concern is that this case in the federal court gets delayed for an extraordinarily long period of time, and we have an interest in this case going to trial as soon as possible. There is an expedited scheduling order, which could hopefully imply that there's going to be quick progress in the federal court, but we don't directly communicate with them or have any control. Our hope is that if there is a short continuance, it accommodates the defense's concerns. I understand the trial strategy for different charges is somewhat different, but most importantly for the Commonwealth, the hope is that it sets a benchmark that will allow the First Circuit to resolve the petition, or if they're going to allow oral argument, a benchmark to do it quickly. And so really the primary motive for agreeing to the defense request is that we hope by offering a short continuance, the federal court will act more quickly and that we can have this trial in April.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to grant the motion. All right. We have jurors coming in that were summoned months ago. I called the jury commissioner yesterday and asked how long it would take to get the right numbers that we were able to get starting April 1st. At a minimum, 10 weeks. I'm not going to do that. What I will do is we'll start impaneling on April 1st. It will likely take a while. If we get a jury before April 25th, I'll rehear you on your motion. We won't swear the jury because obviously that's when jeopardy attaches. And we'll take it from there, but we will start April 1st with impanelment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the next motion and then we'll go back to doing them somewhat in order. Commonwealth's motion for a buffer zone. Jimmy, do you have an extra copy of what you just handed me? Because I don't know where I put it.
Can get one.
I have it here somewhere. I'll find it. So we did hear from people this morning. I know you all have, I have it. I have it, Jim. I think Mr. McDermott gave you a copy of, I guess, what local merchants have requested.
We received it.
Okay. All right. So I'll hear the Commonwealth on your buffer zone motion.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's primary concern is the sanctity of the jury and the jury process. We are concerned based on past reports and information that noise, interruption, and other uncontrollable events can potentially impact the jury's consideration in this case. They should be free from outside influence so it does not in any way oppress or push them in any direction, either way in this case. The courthouse is very close to the public areas where people congregate. It's been reported that during the trial, the jury would be able to hear outside noise and influences, not just honking of horns, but other types of noise that could be influential, intimidating, concerning. And so we've proposed what I think is reasonable and minimal recommendations to the court to move certain parts of the buffer zone, especially on the left side of the courthouse, where there seems to be a bit of attention, noise, and potential adverse influence of the jury.
And that's the same area that these merchants are talking about?
I've read that this morning, not being wholly familiar with the Dedham area. It seems that is one of their concerns. I think they mentioned an open market. In my memory from coming by on other cases at other times, there appears to be open markets in that area. And so if that's influencing their business, that is a separate but related concern that they have expressed to the court. And I do think that the court should be sensitive to the community's concerns. But importantly, that closeness and that amount of volume and influence on the jury, I think, can affect the sanctity of the jury. I don't think it is a strong imposition to consider the streets that have been identified in our buffer zone motion and have the buffer zone include limitations to those certain streets. And I think that will potentially help some of the outside impact and adverse influence on the jury.
All right. There's a portion of your motion that I disagree with. Do you want to be heard on it? About the court enforcing the buffer zone?
I don't believe the court has authority, nor should it be upon the court to enforce anything. I think law enforcement should enforce the laws and regulations as law enforcement sees fit. And so I don't think that burden should be imposed upon the court.
Thank you. All right, with that, does the defense object to the buffer zone?
We take that position.
Okay. All right, I'll take this under advisement. I have to figure out exactly how far this is, and I have not yet had a chance to read and consider today's email from the merchants. Okay. Yes.
Can I just have this marked for identification for this hearing, identification? And from the record, that came from the Dedham Square Circle, the organization that runs the Dedham Farmers Market.
Thank you. So we can talk about the witness list when we talk about impanelment, when we really have the heart of the final trial conference. But I do need at least cities and towns from these witnesses. Neither side gave them to me on the civilian witnesses. So, and there's a lot of overlap, and you'll have to fix that for any final trial conference report anyways. All right.
Your Honor, can I be heard on that one issue, just briefly?
Which one issue? The witness list, okay?
Yes, we did turn over our witness list along with the information that's required under the new rules, which includes, telephone numbers, addresses. We gave that directly to the Commonwealth. We did not file that publicly.
Okay.
We'll
Okay.
happily add the towns for the court. But I would note that the Commonwealth has not yet turned over that information that's required under the new rules. I believe they put a footnote on their witness list. I think, they can't shield themselves from their discovery obligations. It's mandatory under the rules. We'd ask that they comply with, the requirement that they provide us contact information for their witnesses.
So there is a footnote. I'll hear you, Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, the motion notes that the Commonwealth moves to be partially exempt from Rule 14 because of the past history of perceived harassment and intimidation of witnesses, which the Commonwealth believes is ongoing. I think a potential resolution to this to comply with Rule 14 is that we be allowed to provide it to the attorneys under seal. I think that is protecting the interests of the Commonwealth and the witnesses from.
I don't have a problem with that. I still need cities and towns.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So we will start with it's paper 593. The Commonwealth's response is paper 610. Defendant's motion eliminate to allow evidence of lack of bias. Who's arguing that for the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth first, Your Honor.
Well, it's defendant's motion. And the Commonwealth opposed it.
You had asked who's arguing that for the Commonwealth. That's why
I'm sorry, defense motion.
Okay,
Okay,
that's fine.
sorry, I apologize.
I could go first if you'd like.
Excuse me?
I could go first if you'd like, whatever the.
I'm fine with him going first if you'd like.
Okay.
I think the heart of this motion is that the defense would like to introduce the ARCA witnesses as witnesses that were employed by the federal government. I think the reason for that is it creates the image or the projection that they are independent at the time they did their assessment and at the time they wrote the report. And then subsequently being employed by the defense has no impact on their objectivity at the time they did their investigation and report. I think this would be an unfair proposition for a number of reasons. It would undermine Rule 403. It would cause a trial within a trial. As we stand here today, the Commonwealth does not have a clear answer why this investigation was initiated, what the purpose of it truly was, the scope of it. We don't know every witness that may have gone before the grand jury. We do not know of all the communications between the federal government and different parties, including witnesses. We will, I expect, never have truly a full accounting of the relationship between the United States Attorney's Office and ARCA and what, if any, impact the defense had on ARCA witnesses at the time they did the investigation. What we know is it was a comprehensive investigation. We know that a number of experts were retained by the federal government, including the ARCA witnesses. What we also know is that there was an inquiry lodged by the defendant to the federal government to investigate her situation, her case. What we know is that the defense had the opportunity to provide information to the federal government advocating for their perspective on the case, including the specific perspective of Ms. Reed. We also know the Commonwealth was unaware of this initiation and engagement and had no input whatsoever. What we know is that the ARCA witnesses were supposedly tasked to conduct an independent investigation, and they were given materials. We do not know who decided what materials to give them. We do not know what materials in totality they viewed. We know many of the materials that they weren't given. And so clearly there is an undefined relationship between the defense and the United States Attorney's Office around this time of this investigation. And we subsequently learned that there was a continued relationship. And so today, as we sit here, we really don't know. What we know is ARCA listed materials that they reviewed that came from our discovery that we didn't provide. What we know is there was materials that they didn't review that were inculpatory. And so that's why we began by asking for discovery. We filed an extensive motion for discovery that the court allowed. It still hasn't been complied with. Perhaps some of it through no fault of the defense, because I don't think they will be able to comply with much of it. Other Rule 14 discovery obligations have not been complied with. We've received no information since that production on February 13th, nothing. And we know just inherently from that information that there is more. There are more communications, there's more interaction. And so it would be misleading to have ARCA witnesses get on the stand and then suggest that they were independently hired by the federal government and all of their attempts and efforts in report was wholly and entirely objective. Just to give one point that emphasizes the concern, the ARCA witnesses were never given information about DNA. And yet when they testified, one of the witnesses tried to address the issue of DNA because it was hurtful to their position. In their report, they say one of the reasons why they believe that there was no impact between the car and Mr. O'Keefe is because there was no DNA. Well, in fact, there was. There was DNA, and separately there was a hair, Mr. O'Keefe's hair. And so we know they didn't have all of the inculpatory information, and then the question still remains, how did they learn of that? How did they learn of that information before cross-examination? And so I think what is most appropriate before Your Honor makes a decision on the so-called objectivity of these witnesses is they should come into court before trial, well before trial, and they should answer questions about their directives from the United States Attorney's Office. They should answer questions about the materials they received. They should answer questions about what they were told or what they knew about the case. They should answer questions about all of their correspondence with the defense, including phone calls, emails, text messages. all that should be produced. It's not a Lanigan hearing where I question their qualifications, but if we're truly going to think about presenting them as objective witnesses, they truly should be objective. And I think if we have an opportunity to question these witnesses, we will learn much more about the relationship. Inevitably, even if the ARCA witnesses come in to be questioned, as they should, well before trial, in my opinion. We do not have the opportunity to question the United States Attorney's Office. We're resigned to TUI letters, which inevitably have been unhelpful. And so I think it sets a bad playing ground to have them get up and say they were hired by the federal government, because then the Commonwealth will be inclined to explain the inculpatory evidence, the role of the federal government, the limitations of the federal government, the fact that the federal government has closed this entire case in all related investigations, which implies something quite the opposite of what the defense would like to propose. And so in a vacuum, it would be misleading. I think what the court ultimately should do is they should present these witnesses as they did at the first trial. They were hired independently. And then subsequent to that, the defense retained them if that's what they chose to do. We still don't know that because we don't have any Rule 14 discovery. And inevitably at trial, part of the credibility issue will be the information that they considered and the limitations on it, and ask them why they didn't ask for more information or why they didn't receive more information. Notably, we still don't have an answer to Mr. Klein, who was the third biomechanic person involved. And
Is his name on the witness list?
I haven't seen it on the witness list.
No, Your Honor.
And we still don't know why the defense chose to call 2 of 3. As you noted, that report is vague. And so it doesn't identify or articulate which witness did what. So it's impossible for me to imagine how you would choose 2 of 3 of those witnesses. But more importantly, you can't effectively cross-examine a witness because, as we saw from the second witness, Dr. Rentschler, when he disputed DNA, which we don't know where the source of that came from, he is not held to the opinion in the report saying that we would have found DNA. He can simply defer and say that was somebody else. That could have been Mr. Klein, could have been Mr. Wolf. We don't know. So that report really is quite unhelpful. And I think we need answers to these questions before any of these witnesses testify. And I do not want to be moving during trial to exclude the defense witnesses for failure to comply, but we haven't seen compliance, and I don't think we will. So my suggestion is to follow the protocol of the last trial, but before that, these witnesses should be brought in so that we can obtain actual records, not just ask them the questions and rely on their word. I think based on their past performances, that's insufficient. I think we should have a right to the records to demonstrate the relationship.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Ron. Your Honor, the Commonwealth and the defense certainly have opposite arguments when it comes to what the jury should be allowed to hear about how the ARCA witnesses became involved in this case. Mr. Brennan speaks about the heart of our motion. The heart of our motion is that the Commonwealth wants to hide the truth from the jury. The defense wants the jury to know the truth. In the first trial, this court disallowed the ARCA witnesses from testifying about who hired them. We were therefore forced to ask oblique questions, trying to show the jury that we didn't hire them, that we didn't provide them with information, that we didn't influence their opinions and conclusions. But we weren't allowed to tell the jury that the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, hired them. So the jury was left to speculate about how they became involved. I think the court will agree that it's ironic in a way that the court excluded mention of the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office because the court rightly did not want the jury to speculate about a federal investigation. But by excluding mention of the federal government having retained ARCA, the jury was left to speculate incorrectly about how they became involved.
They were also instructed more than once not to speculate,
And
right?
but the point of the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, they did speculate. At least one juror thought that ARCA was hired by Ms. Reed's car insurance or home insurance company. And think about the implications of that. If Ms. Reed's insurance company had hired ARCA, they would have had a motive to absolve Ms. Reed of responsibility. That clearly would have adversely affected their credibility in the eyes of the jury, and unfairly so.
Let me ask you a question. If I allow, and I'd be very surprised if I did, mention that this was a federal grand jury and that the federal, how does that not open the door to all the testimony that Mr. Brennan just brought up that he'd be able to get into?
Okay, so first of all, and this is later in my argument, we're not asking.
So no, could you answer that now, and then I'll let you say everything.
Your Honor.
Oh, you just said it's late. Hold on, you just said it's later in the argument.
I know, but I said you interrupted me, and I was just about to say, but I'll address it now.
Okay.
We are not asking that the jury be told that there is or ever was a federal investigation. That phrase, federal investigation, never has to be part of this trial. We're only asking that they be told that the Department of Justice or the U.S. Attorney's Office hired these witnesses. That's it. We don't have to speculate about an investigation, whether there was an investigation, whether there was a federal grand jury, what that grand jury did, what that grand jury considered, nothing. That's not what we're asking. And the problem here is that without knowing that the Department of Justice or the U.S. Attorney's Office retained ARCA, the jury's left to speculate about how they became involved, and it all inures to my clients, to prejudice my client. Thinking that they were potentially hired by an insurance company of Ms. Reed really perverts the truth in this case. It's unfair to my client, and it's the opposite of the truth. There was another juror that speculated that the ARCA witnesses were just attention seekers, looking to make a name for themselves in a high-profile case. That's also the furthest thing from the truth. They had never heard of this case before the Department of Justice called them. That's how the Department of Justice wanted it. They wanted clean experts who would take a sober and strictly scientific look at the evidence. The federal prosecutors did not want them to be tainted by news reports or opinion pieces. And recall that the Commonwealth attacked ARCA on cross-examination for the discovery that they were not provided. That was patently unfair. ARCA should have been allowed to explain why they were given what they were given and who gave it to them. The inference is, and the Commonwealth suggested, that it was the defense that was playing hide the ball, when that inference is, again, the furthest thing from the truth. In terms of the information that the federal government got, Mr. Brennan engages in a ton of speculation about what happened or didn't happen based on nothing. There's no affidavit to establish any of that. I will tell the court that I received a subpoena for my entire file from the federal government, and I complied with that subpoena. We had nothing to hide. We provided everything that the Commonwealth provided to us, to the federal government. They chose what to give ARCA or what not to give ARCA, and they did that again to preserve the scientific integrity of their opinion. So, again, we're just asking that ARCA should be allowed to testify that they were hired by the federal government to prevent speculation about who hired them or why they became involved in the case. If the issue is we don't want the jury to speculate, the way to do that is to tell them the truth. We did not hire them. We did not influence their opinions. We didn't even know that they existed until that TUI request was complied with, and all of a sudden it was revealed to us that the federal government had hired these ARCA witnesses. And we read that information at the very same time that the Commonwealth read that information. Those witnesses, importantly, were available to be called by both sides. The Commonwealth chose not to speak to them. The Commonwealth chose not to contact them because the information was exculpatory. The jury should not be left with the impression that Karen Reed or the defense team had anything to do with hiring them or with their conclusions and opinions. The conclusions and opinions were revealed to us at the same time, and the court should guard against rank speculation. Mr. Brennan's other arguments about what they were provided or what the relationship was or what the understanding was, that's all cross-examination material. He's free to explore whatever he wants on cross-examination. So with that, Your Honor, we would ask the court to issue a ruling that does not mislead the jury about how ARCA came into the case.
Okay. Any follow-up?
Yes. Respectfully, the Commonwealth does not look to hide the truth. The reality is, if the jury is going to hear information, they should hear the entire truth, not a version or a slice of it, not one advocate's side of the truth, the whole truth. And if we interject that these witnesses were hired by the federal government and the jury is entitled to hear the whole truth, then they should know the motivations behind the hiring, the input from the defense team prior to their decisions, and what, if anything, they considered and what their directive was. We don't have any materials from the federal government regarding direction, scope, purpose. We have nothing. Now, I didn't know that Attorney Yannetti's file was subpoenaed. That's new to me. Perhaps the Commonwealth knew. I've never heard that before. I don't know how the defense knows what the federal prosecutors wanted. They've never discussed that with us. We don't have that type of relationship with the federal prosecution in this case or their investigation. We didn't have any interaction, not because we chose to hide from exculpatory evidence, so we were hiding from the truth. We weren't invited. We didn't know. Now, I hear now that Mr. Yannetti's file was subpoenaed and information, whatever it was, his entire file was given to the federal government and they chose whatever they chose. This report by ARCA was produced by letter February 12, 2024. We know from at least some of the materials we got, there's a document from Attorney Yannetti on March 29, 2023, describing his client's best memories of events, a number of pages talking about the case. So there clearly is a relationship that we are not privy to. I'm not casting aspersions or trying to suggest there was anything improper about the relationship. I'm not suggesting that, but there was obviously a relationship between the parties that the Commonwealth was not involved in. And so we can't take a fraction of something and say we present them as independent witnesses when there was a purpose, there was an agenda, and it wasn't in the Commonwealth's interest, obviously. The ability to cross-examine a witness is only as good as the evidence and information you have. As you've seen from the ARCA witnesses, from my opinion, my perspective, respectfully, is when they answered questions, perhaps it was not perjury, but it was quite misleading, suggesting no relationship with the defense, talking about DNA with no DNA evidence. I do not think that cross-examining a witness, you should consider the witness a trustworthy guide unless they've established their credibility. I don't see that in these transcripts. So I will need materials to hold them in check and to hold them accountable for whatever it is their bias. And so simply cross-examining aimlessly is totally ineffective. It's a recipe for disaster, and that's not the type of examination we're going to engage in. If we're going to tell the whole truth, it has to be the whole truth. And I think that becomes a dangerous game. There'll be an entire trial trying to advocate influence or no undue influence with these witnesses. It's unnecessary. It can be resolved through questioning these witnesses prior to trial and following the same protocol you did last time.
All right. So if the defense intends to call the ARCA witnesses, we need to have a voir dire next week. All right. So we're going to move on. I'll take this under advisement.
Can I just ask the parameters of that voir dire, the purpose of that voir dire?
Unless Rule 14 is complied with, it will be for the Rule 14 information. We can discuss this later. Let's move on, and I'll hear any objections later. All right, so the next motion is the defendant's motion for stating grounds for objections. I'll hear you on that, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes, I believe my written submission essentially makes the argument, Judge, but
Okay.
During the last trial, as a result of our inability to state in, one or two words the basis for an objection, we had to go to sidebar far more often than we'd like to. And we're also conscious of the fact that, we have a jury sitting for weeks at a time away from their families, away from their jobs, and any, sort of view that one side may be delaying the trial could engender some hostility from the jury. So, there were many times during the trial, I won't speak for my co-counsel, I'll speak for myself, where an objection was made. I had no idea what the basis of the objection was. And the court made a ruling on that objection. And I had no idea what the court's basis for the ruling was. We would go to sidebar, and the first thing the court would ask the Commonwealth was, what's the basis for your objection?
To make a record at that point.
Oh, I understand, but what's the basis for your objection? If it were that obvious that it could be ruled in open court, we should have known the basis for the objection. I didn't know
I
it.
agree with that.
And
You
I'm-
should have known the basis of the objection.
Well, I'm hearing it for the first time at sidebar. There were objections made that I thought had no basis in the law or evidentiary rules whatsoever. But in any case, this will avoid us having to go to sidebar multiple times. There were times when we had to sort of pick and choose when we went to sidebar because, again, we didn't want to engender hostility from the jury. My motion also points out, Your Honor, there's at least one case that talks about how an objection could be potentially waived if it is not stated with particularity. We think that this would, and look, different judges have different opinions regarding this. I've been in front of plenty of judges over my career who endorse speaking objections as long as there's no, trying to coach a witness or, trying to influence a witness in any way. And that's not what we're seeking to do here. The objection hearsay, the objection lack of foundation, just standard basic objections. I think there's no prejudice to stating them in open court. It will move the trial along more quickly. It'll allow my client to preserve her due process rights. And we'd ask the court to change its ruling from the first trial.
Okay, that motion is denied. So the next motion, defendant's motion, eliminate to exclude false and irrelevant statements of Michael Proctor, 591. Does the Commonwealth intend to put this evidence into the case?
We do not.
Okay.
So we can agree to that motion.
All right, so that motion's allowed, Ms. Giannetti. There's a defendant's motion for reconsideration of the March 6th court order denying defendant's motion to exclude witness Crosby. Mr. Alessi, what I'm going to do with that is if I can readdress that before rebuttal, before the witness is called. So we don't need to do this now. We'll wait and see what Dr. Russell's testimony is and if the Commonwealth's going to call the witness. All right, so we can address it later.
Thank you, Your Honor. And
Okay.
also, just so I'm clear on that, and to the extent we argue for the need for a voir dire, would that also be part of Your Honor's consideration?
So if I feel I need to reconsider it, that's the time to do it, after
Thank you.
Dr. Russell's testimony. All right, there's a motion, it's 599. Defendant's motion, eliminate to prohibit the Norfolk District Attorney and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. So we don't need to belabor this. We talked about this before. No one has contact with the jurors other than the court officers. So defendant's motion, eliminate to prohibit Norfolk DA and Massachusetts State Police from having juror contact. I'll also include prohibiting defense counsel and the media as well. No one is to have contact with the jurors. The court officers are the only ones that have ever had contact with the jurors. So There's that. So I think now we move on to something that may take a little bit more time. The defendant's motion eliminate to exclude the testimony of Dr. Judson Welcher. How do you pronounce his name, Mr. Brennan? Welcher, and the Commonwealth's opposition. So who's arguing for the defendant, and how long do you think this might take? Because we can do some of the quicker Commonwealth motions if you want.
I am going to make the argument, Your Honor, and I estimate 40 to 45 minutes for this motion.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, how long do you think you'll take?
It's really dependent on what Mr. Alisi says, but I can't imagine it's more than 15 minutes, perhaps 10.
Okay. All right. Before we go there, there are a couple of the Commonwealth's motions that seem pretty quick that I just wanted to know if the defense had objections to. To appoint a stenographer, we've already done that. Prevent identification of jurors and impound the juror names during trial. Why don't we do a few of these, then we'll take the recess around 11, and then we'll come back with the lengthier motion. So I'll hear you on this, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Which motion, Your Honor?
It's your number 1, 575. Commonwealth's motion eliminate to appoint court stenographer, prevent identification of jurors, and impound juror names during trial.
Commonwealth believes appointing a stenographer is a prudent practice.
We've already done that.
Okay. Preventing identification of jurors. This case is a case that has garnered extraordinary public interest. There are some concerns that in the history of this case, jurors have been identified by different characteristics, whether it's their hair color, their profession, and inevitably, as the trial progresses, it seems through sometimes the media, the jurors, although maybe not identified by name, have some of those characteristics promoted. That would cause, I would think, a strong concern by a juror that their verdict could be disfavored by one side or the other. That's the last thing I think anybody in the courtroom would want. And so the jurors, I suggest, should not be identified before, during a panel, and during the trial. I think the jurors' names should be impounded. There has been past efforts by many to identify jurors, interview jurors, get information about jurors that is then highly publicized. That will chill, I think, the process of deliberation in a fair trial for both sides. I think it is a measure that is accepted, it's appropriate, and under the circumstances of this case, I ask the court to do that.
Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, we have no objection to appointing a court stenographer, impounding jurors' names and information, and in fact, we join in that request.
Okay.
The motion, however, also asks for the impoundment of all sidebar discussions. Before I address that, I guess I would first ask whether Mr. Brennan is pursuing that part of the motion.
I think that's a good question. Sidebar discussions regarding jurors?
Oh, well, if it's sidebar discussions regarding jurors, we're in complete agreement.
So sidebars are impounded regarding jurors anyway.
Right. So we're in agreement with that. I interpreted the motion, perhaps incorrectly, that Mr. Brennan was seeking the impoundment of all sidebar discussions regarding all issues.
It sounds like he is because of the fact of people listening to FTR.
Okay, well, that's what I'd like to address.
All right, so I'll hear you on that.
Thank you. So we do question the impoundment of all sidebar discussions.
Okay, you agreed to it last time, right? So this is a
This is
change.
a new trial, Judge.
Right, no, so
I've been told.
just to be clear, this is a change.
I don't recall what we did or didn't do last time, but this is our position for this
Okay.
trial. Obviously, the reason some discussions are held at sidebar is to prevent jurors from hearing legal arguments on the admissibility of evidence. But this is otherwise a public courtroom. The public typically has a First Amendment right to know in Massachusetts what is going on in a public courtroom. And in fact, in Massachusetts, it's not just a First Amendment right, there's also a common law right to know what's going on in the courtrooms. And when justice is open to the public, it serves as a check and balance to the conduct of the parties and of the court. Consonant with these policies, in one of your recent rulings, Your Honor, the court recently cited to the strong presumption of Massachusetts law that a courtroom be open to the public. Therefore, there's both a state policy and a benefit to public disclosure of courtroom discussions and rulings. Of course, if there's something that is discussed at sidebar that involves information subject to a protective order, portions of sidebars can be impounded. If there's some other reason for a sidebar conference to be impounded, the courts can so rule at the time. But a prophylactic blanket impoundment covering all arguments made at sidebar would sweep too broadly over these important rights and policies. There's a lot of publicly available information about this case already in the public domain. There are commentators who write and speak about this case every day on the internet. Sidebar discussions become yet another source of information, but the court's able to guard against the jury being influenced by extraneous information outside the courtroom by instructing them every day, as you did during the first trial, that they're not to read or watch or pay attention to anything about this case outside the courtroom. And in that sense, sidebar discussions are no different than the daily news about this case that is discussed incessantly. And for that reason, we believe they should be generally made public.
All right. So last time they were sealed, and that was by agreement of all the parties. So this time there's an objection. What is the authority for me sealing or impounding sidebars?
I don't have an answer to that. It's something I'll need to look into because it is a legitimate concern of the Commonwealth, but there needs to be authority. And I can't say right now I have authority for it. I can tell you the concern is that many of the sidebars help vet out information that should not be heard by the jury. It's not the community that's the concern. Even the most diligent of juror in a trial of this magnitude and this length may hear extraneous information. Whether they're looking at news reports or not, whether they're simply getting lunch. If there's evidence that is deemed inadmissible and prejudicial to the jury, there runs a real risk if the public hears the promotion of sidebar conferences. It's not an attempt to stifle First Amendment. It's not an attempt to deprive the community of the full value of the public trial. Rather, it is the concern that this case, unlike most or any, seems to have a political event component to it. And factions and sides and heavy promotion. It's a cottage industry in ways, unfortunately. And that creates an enormous amount of social media and media attention, which I embrace for the First Amendment, but we want to keep the jurors from hearing information that would be prejudicial or extraneous. And given the length of the trial and the heavy scrutiny in social media, that's the government's concern. But I agree the government should have a legal basis. If you give me an opportunity, we can offer the court whether we have that basis or not, but I can't tell you that now.
All right. So I am taking a lot of these motions under advisement. I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Is there an objection to, it's 577, it's the Commonwealth's Exhibit 3, Motion 3, Commonwealth's motion for in-court identification. Is there any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, so that's allowed, Mr. Clerk. And the next one, Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to admit the victim, one photograph of the victim, two photographs of the victim's injuries as observed by medical providers during the autopsy. Is there an objection to
No
that, Ms.
objection.
Little? That's allowed. 578.
Thank you.
So the manner of death, so that is on the death certificate. So this is your number 5, Mr. Brennan, paper 579, Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to preclude reference to and redact the manner of death contained on the victim's death certificate. I'll hear you on that. Yes.
Pursuant to Mass case law, Commonwealth versus Almonte and Wallace, as we've laid out in our memorandum, we would like to have the cause of death redacted from the certificate. Certainly, the defense can cross-examine any witnesses that are called regarding the manner of death, but this notation on the death certificate is extraneous and it should be inadmissible. General Laws, Chapter 46, Section 19, provides nothing contained in the record of a death which is reference to the question of liability for causing the death shall be admissible in evidence. Again, different when questioning a witness that is offering an opinion regarding the cause of death, but the certificate itself should be redacted and it should follow Massachusetts general laws and it should follow Massachusetts case law. For those reasons, we ask the court to redact any cause of death in the death certificate itself.
All right, who's arguing this for your defense? Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, the medical examiner who completed the death certificate concluded that the manner of death was undetermined. The Commonwealth is seeking to exclude this information from the death certificate because it is exculpatory. The Commonwealth seeks not only to have the court redact the manner of death here, but they're also not calling the medical examiner in this case, which creates certain issues. All of the cases cited by the Commonwealth in this matter deal with the issue of whether it was error for the Commonwealth to admit a death certificate listing the manner of death without redacting the word homicide, because it violates a defendant's constitutional right under the 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. That is not the situation that we're presented with here. None of the cases cited by the Commonwealth that were just referenced by Attorney Brennan stand for the proposition that a death certificate listing the cause of death as undetermined should be redacted. If the court looks closely at even the cases cited by the Commonwealth, specifically Commonwealth versus Ellis, I'd urge the court to carefully read that opinion, because what it says is that the SJC identified the words that best practice dictates should be redacted from a death certificate. And what the SJC said is this, and this is dicta, it's not even true case law. The better and safer course is to exclude from a death certificate the words homicide, suicide, or accident in a criminal trial. Notably missing from that is the word undetermined. And that's because undetermined is not a finding of liability. That is what the whole statute was meant to protect from. So there is no case law that suggests that the word undetermined should be redacted from a death certificate. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proof in this case. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a homicide occurred. And the Commonwealth's own medical examiner has opined that she was unable to make that determination in this case. That finding is relevant, it's exculpatory, and it should not be redacted from the death certificate.
So you say the medical examiner is not testifying?
It's not, I believe the medical examiner is not on their witness list.
Oh, I thought I saw Dr. Scorti-Bello. Oh,
Not on their witness list.
right.
Just number 81 on the Commonwealth's witness list.
All right. I'll take this under advisement. I'll take a quick look at Ellis again.
I would just note, I apologize. I know Attorney Brennan did represent at one point that they are not likely to call the medical examiner. So that was my impression.
Okay.
Perhaps I'm incorrect.
That's fine. Thank you. All right. One last, hopefully quick one. Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to introduce certified records from the Registry of Motor Vehicles. Is there an objection to that, Ms. Little?
No objection.
Okay. Probably one more quick, so that's paper 580, Jim?
Thank you.
Commonwealth's motion eliminate with the intent to obtain Corey records of potential jurors. That's allowed as long as it doesn't disrupt the trial in any way.
May we be heard on that?
Sure.
Your Honor, potential jurors are asked when they fill out the jury questionnaire whether they have a criminal record. They're also asked if they know anybody in law enforcement. They're asked if they've ever been a victim of a crime. And for every other answer on the questionnaire, the parties must accept the potential juror's answer, which that juror is giving under oath on the form itself. In fact, there are times when a court may deny an attorney from inquiring further about a clear answer on the jury questionnaire, precisely because the answer was clear and it was given under oath. It is solely through the issue of a past criminal record that the Commonwealth seeks to question whether potential jurors are telling the truth. If someone claims not to know law enforcement, the Commonwealth is content with that answer. Does not ask for permission to conduct any further research. If someone claims never to be a victim of a crime, again, the Commonwealth is content with that answer and is not curious about whether the potential juror is telling the truth. In other words, it is the potentially hidden, if the potentially hidden information benefits the Commonwealth in their viewpoint, they're fine with that. The only way to make this process fair to both sides, therefore, with regard to this motion, would be to release to the parties the jurors' questionnaires in advance of trial so that each side can do their own independent research and investigation to vet the potential jurors in the pool. I know that there is case law to support the invasion into a juror's privacy regarding a check on the existence or not of their criminal records and a vetting of potential jurors' truthfulness. But it is interesting that the very first case the Commonwealth cites, the Hampton case, stands for the proposition that criminal records of prospective jurors are not an indispensable or necessary means to the selection of an impartial jury as a matter of federal or Massachusetts constitutional law. That was a case in which the defense had sought a query check of potential jurors, and the judge denied that request. And the SJC said it was fine to deny the defense's request. That means, Your Honor, that you would be justified in exercising your discretion to deny the Commonwealth's request to be allowed to invade the privacy of potential jurors, because pursuant to Hampton, it's simply not an indispensable or necessary way to select an impartial jury. Having said that, Your Honor, if the court is inclined nonetheless to allow the motion, we ask for an order that every bit of information turned up by the Commonwealth in their investigation of jurors be turned over to the defense.
I think that's the common practice of this office. What do you say to that, Mr. Brennan?
Is it common practice in this office? Your Honor, is the court's question common practice of giving everything, or is it common practice of running queries?
It's actually seems to be both.
I believe I've been informed that it is the common practice, and that is the practice we would follow to give everything to the defense. I think the assumption that the Commonwealth would not want somebody with a criminal record on the jury might be misplaced. Somebody who has a criminal record shouldn't be precluded from jury service. In fact, maybe people who have a criminal record and re-entered society who the Commonwealth would embrace as jurors. But sometimes people forget or mistake that they have a criminal past. I understand may have happened in this case, has happened in many of my cases, and the nature of any past criminal record is sometimes helpful to see if there's an association between that and the charges in this case. So we would embrace providing everything to the defense and ask the court to allow our motion.
All right. If you remember, I give a catch-all too to the jury that sometimes we're in a hurry to fill out these forms. Sometimes that when we get these questionnaires, we think, well, this situation may not apply to me. So I give them time before they come up. And I specifically say, perhaps your experience as a witness or a juror or a defendant in a criminal case, or if there's any prior record, things that you may have forgotten. If you didn't include it and you remember it, please tell us when you come to sidebar. And inevitably, every trial there's somebody that says they forgot to say something, or they had a record that, you know, got in trouble when they were 17 or something. So it happens.
Right, and that's an argument against the Commonwealth's motion, because you're
But I
giving
thought-
the jurors a chance to correct what they put on the initial form. There's no need for the Commonwealth to do their own independent research to confirm or deny that.
All right. So you're asking me to flat out deny the motion? But if I allow it, you'll get the copies?
Correct.
Okay. All right, why don't we take the morning break at this time and we'll come back and we'll do that motion, the defense motion regarding Dr. Welcher.
All right, please.
You are muted.
What do you guys think so far? Huh? Tommy's outside. Here they come, Tommy. Here they
Hey,
come.
Mike.
Hey, buddy. Here they come.
I don't know if they're coming out. This is the break, isn't it?
Well,
Yeah,
I
this is
don't
the break.
know. Okay, so I don't know how long it's going to be.
Yeah, they probably take 15, 20 minutes.
All right. And then they have an oral argument. Oh, good. Raya.
I'm shocked at some of the stuff that they're saying in this courtroom.
Oh my gosh. Like she ruled on stuff like instantly, and then she's taking stuff under advisement. And it's like, oh yeah, so it's a break for 20 minutes. Okay. All right, cool. See, I gotta go
What
to
was
the
the
dogs.
deal with the juror? They're asking about the juror form, Mike. I couldn't quite hear that.
The juror form, like the Corey checks, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Something about if you know a cop, you're related to a cop or something.
Yes, yeah. Just want to make sure that the Corey checks are true and accurate, I guess. Like there's no oopsie, or like if someone was under arrest and forgot they had an arrest when they were younger kind of thing. There's no yeah.
Did you hear how Auntie Bev just kind of threw in there that, well, no one touched the jury, so, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You heard that, right?
But she did grant the motion that no state police will not be involved. So if we see state,
that's what she said.
But it's on the record. It's on the record.
In the freaking buffer zone, Mike. We're not as loud. We're loud when she comes in the morning. That's it. We're all down there quiet, listen to a stupid speaker gathered in a circle.
Yeah,
the only opposition is the freaking farm over there, doing their church.
Yeah, they're talking about the merchants are not upset, but they wrote something to Brennan about the people. So I don't really know what it's going to entail. She has the letter from the people of Dedham, and she's going to take it under advisement and look at the map that Mr. Brennan has proposed. And the defense has no objection to whatever she decides to do, just so you know.
Yeah.
So whatever Bev decides to do, they're going to do. No. But Yannetti was spicy in there today, dude. He was spicy.
Really?
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm gonna take 5 minutes. I'll be back up in a minute, all right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna take a second and read the chat. Do my job. The church. Yes, the church is complaining. Complying. Yeah. They're the ones that have that farmer's market. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Darcy. And this is still crackly. Why? Hey, Aiden. Sorry about that. Is sound better? How are you? Very well, thank you. Now, let's go see.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, like that seemed like he was like, yeah. Definitely.
It's clear. It's clear.
Yeah. So a Claire fishing expedition. That's of course what they want. Absolutely. They also want to see the activity.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
He's coming in native. Yeah, Dennis is gonna get.
Is that better?
He was. Yeah. I know, so they'll be here for the trial. You know what? You don't really have to ask. There's plenty on the file, especially in this school.
All right, so I'm trying to reach that. Everybody think it's going good for Karen so far? So, Dave, some of those people with the channels actually watch this and make their channel based on some of what they read here and see here, which is, I mean, that's what happens, right? We want that. More eyes, the better, don't we? So that's a good thing. And I think with what's his name, Johnny Depp, that guy that was doing that. Yeah. We're all nervous for Karen. Really? Because we shouldn't be here. And you all see that. Thanks, Dave. And yeah, and Nick Nack's right. If you guys can get a second, hit that like button and thumbs up. It all helps. I don't understand why we need so much security out here. Nothing's happened. I mean, people haven't even fallen on the ground. There's no need for them to be here. Ugh. Amy, how you feeling, sweetheart? Everything good?
They had a sign, and they kind of took it away because of their Halloween journey.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Good to see Eve again.
So I think they thought I was going to outlaw it, and I wasn't. And I'm like, they ended up giving me business cards. It's like a business card. I did. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you guys are there, right? It's just a microphone. No, is this all right? All right, this is this. Now this. Try again. That's just no. That's all right. Okay.
So you don't see her off. She's not here. She's not here. It's safe. Oh, I thought maybe she knew you. I thought maybe she
All right. Sorry about that, guys. Phone overheated. Everything down. There we go. Almost fixed up. All right, how we doing? You guys hear me? All right, back. Sorry about that, guys. Eleven 16. What are the odds she gets done by the end of the day by noon? That means she could have finished this entire thing the other day. But then again, they had to wait for data. Still waiting for stuff.
Can you grab how it is? You want me to put this in my car? I'll sit upstairs.
You have a kid?
No, I'm just gonna grab some water.
Mary, it's our pleasure that you're here with us. Mary, there we go. It's our pleasure to have you here with us. So, thank you. Let me go get my coffee. Get some blood flowing. Hope everybody's having a good day. I appreciate every single one of you guys here with me today. We had some big crowds earlier. Looks like 3,000 people here.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up, Mikey?
Not much, man. Just let the dogs back in. They're up in the office with
Yep.
me. So if you hear some barking, it's not me.
So I think it's been a pretty good day.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, it's funny.
The whole pulling
David
Aiden
Yannetti-
into Karen thing, and that's just next level, dude.
But the Yannetti is spicy today, dude. Spicy. He like Bev is like asking him something. He's like, "Well, that was the first trial. This is a completely different trial." Put it right in her face. You know what I mean? Hank is getting away. Hank is getting away with so much bullshit, dude. It's not even funny. He's like, all right. So the motion for objections to be heard. So remember all the sidebars last
Yes.
year? That was all objections and why they were objecting. They had to go to sidebar and object. So the motion was, we want to just object in open court, like what's supposed to normally happen, and that way there to move the case along faster. Like, and I totally agree with that. Like, I didn't realize all those sidebars was an open court objection. I mean, like, what are we doing? Like,
Really?
Yes. Like, leading, argumentative, whatever that might be. Like, the sidebar would be like over to like.
So he hid that from us, what they were doing.
Yes. Yep. It was fucking whack, dude.
That's dirty.
Wow. Really? Isn't it? Like,
yes.
So that's what, yeah. Like,
That's
why
like
can't
that's not a proper representation of the court system, I would think. That's abuse.
It's totally up to her, dude. Totally up to her. She can do whatever she wants, man. So that's why every sidebar of objection. Remember, Lally would just stand up and objection, and finally,
Yes.
the defense would the defense would say, "Okay, sidebar, Your Honor." They'd walk over, they'd talk about whatever they were talking about. We didn't know, and then either they'd come back and they would answer the question, or they would move on to a different form of the question, or like, Jesus Christ, like, so they want to just be able to stand up and say objection, and she can just say right there, ask it differently after the objection. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy, dude. It's like we're in a courtroom that is completely trying to put Karen Reed away, and kneecap her and everything. Yeah, absolutely. It's so blatant. After watching the first judge in the Turtle Boy hearing versus Auntie Bev, it's like fucking night and day.
She's in charge of him.
Right.
This time he'll get corrupted soon enough.
Who knows? He just seemed like
Couple
he
favors.
He laid it to Hank a couple times, dude.
Oh.
Hey, enough.
The fact we're even here and no other judge stood up and said, "Listen, I didn't sign up for this. I'm out."
Say that again.
How come any other judge that works here hasn't stood up and said that this is wrong?
I don't know. Like, this is how I'm looking at it. Like, I feel like it's like hockey. Like, we get two guys in the penalty box and it's 5-on-3 for 2 minutes. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like All right, so we're gonna ask a question, but I'm gonna, you two guys are in the penalty box. You can't ask those two questions. But his 5-on-3. See if you can get see if you can kill the time or get what you want out of it. You know what I mean? So it just feels so weighted. Trump, can you bring that dumpster to the courthouse so that you're? Anybody in the chat have any questions they want to ask before we head back into court or opinions? Like to hear them. I mean, come on. Like, right, penalty box. Like, we're in the penalty box for no reason other than just trying to make sure that we have to work extra hard on our wording. It's I'm glad
Glad I didn't get called for kneecapping the Channel 5 guy.
That was awesome, by the way, dude. That was awesome. In the back of his head, in the back of his head, he knew exactly what the fuck you were talking about.
Of course he does.
Right. It's like, and I tell you, and she wants to know how long it's going to take for the defense, Yeah, I have been reading the chat this morning. Yes. You guys are fucking killing it today, by the way. Yes. She's just flying through motions, but the objection one bothered me a lot. Like, I didn't realize that, that's what it was last year until David Udetti explained that's why they were at sidebars for so long. And the other point was that it disrupts the jury's thinking. Like, it takes away, like, oh, another sidebar. You know what I mean? What are they talking about? Instead of just doing it in open court, denying it, or move on, or whatever she wants to say. But at least he's still at the podium doing his, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't remember too much. I could be wrong.
That's not fair for either juror. I mean, either the prosecution or defense.
Right, but most importantly, it hurts the jurors. I think in their time, and like shaking their head, like what's the problem? I didn't see a problem with that question, but little did they know it could be argumentative and all that other stuff. And you know what I mean? Like, you guys are fucking incredible. I know everybody's getting a little chippy this morning.
There's something in the air.
It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I can't please, people, what the fuck? And was awesome, dude. To have Bradel, Jackson, Janetti, Little, Alisi, all sitting there with Turtle Boy and Karen. Was like, yeah, get that framed, man. That was fucking. And Hanky looking over her shoulder, like, oh, am I gonna get beat up? What's going on here? You guys are ganging up on me. Oh no, Judge, help me. And the guy wasn't having it, dude. Well, the guy knew Rule 14's like the back of his hand, man.
Yeah.
I feel like
I heard
it went well.
Karen's team walked in that it was just like a moment.
It was a boss move.
Really?
Soon as Hank got up to the podium, he started in, probably get 3 or 4 sentences out of his mouth, and all of a sudden here comes Jackson coming right up to the table and like acted like he belonged there. It was like, it was awesome, dude.
Mine. This is mine.
Yeah, because this has to do with the Reed case, which it was under Reed versus Kearney or wherever that was. We want to be heard.
Agreement beforehand, Mike.
Before we begin,
all right.
Realizing how much everybody has to do before this trial, I won't have the voir dire of the ARCA witnesses next week. We'll have it before they testify. We'll do it the day before they testify. And we'll give you until then to comply with all Rule 14 discovery and see where we stand. So we don't need to bring them here next week unless you made arrangements.
No, I didn't make arrangements. I just want to make sure that we're very well defined on what issue is before the court that would justify a voir dire. I just want to make sure. I don't think that's been clearly articulated. I just need to know what the parameters are.
Okay.
We need to know. I think Mr. Alessi is going to handle the argument in substance, but I need to know what are we dealing with for a voir dire.
Okay. All right. So what I need you to do beforehand is make sure that all Rule 14 discovery is complied with. And if it is, then we'll see. Okay.
So it's basically
Yes.
defined on Rule 14.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that work for the Commonwealth?
My concern is if we have questioning of the witnesses the day before their testimony, and part of that includes the production of records, and they don't have the records with them, they're going to be unable to produce them because they would have to return home. And so having
So we'll need that, Mr. Alessi, okay? Well in advance.
Yeah,
That would be part of the Rule 14 discovery. If they comply with Rule 14 discovery in advance, you'll have all of that.
That was exactly my understanding, what Your Honor was suggesting, and we will comply with that.
So see where we stand. If we need to address it, we'll address it before then.
My discovery motion extends beyond Rule 14, and the reason why is it includes the communications between the parties, which is necessary to understand. So it's not simply Rule 14. We have a court-ordered discovery motion that we filed that includes the request for this information to show bias, and I don't want that to be overlooked.
All right, so talk to Mr. Alessi in advance. All right, and I'd like you to be able to tell me before we start the trial where you stand with that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what you still think you need, Mr. Brennan.
I'll inform the court.
Okay.
And I'm pleased to speak with Mr. Brennan at Your Honor's direction.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so now we'll go on to your motion, Mr. Alessi.
May it please the court. In my presentation today, with regard to Dr. Welcher,
No, I was just wondering if you're going to tell me what you're going to tell me and then tell me what you've told me. Do you plan on doing that or are you just outlining it?
I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
In my presentation today, Your Honor, I'm going to, just so Your Honor has the documents in front of you that I'm going to be referencing. I'm going to be referencing the 140 slide presentation,
Okay.
what the Commonwealth has dubbed a report, which is approximately 12 pages of a letter dated January 30, 2025 from Dr. Welcher to Mr. Brennan. And I am also going to be referencing a case law that the parties have cited. What Dr. Welcher has submitted is notable both for what is submitted and what is not provided. Dr. Welcher has gone extraordinarily well beyond not only his area of expertise, but he has, and that's in terms of what he has provided, but as remarkable is he has not provided any documentation of how his methodology is tethered to any study, any common acceptance, or any of the Daubert factors. And this, again, is a pattern of the Commonwealth where they provide, as they did with Dr. Wolf, as they have done with Dr. Crosby, they provide long CVs, long qualification lists, and then are completely silent on the tethering of the methodology to a common acceptance or the apt Daubert factors. So that is the jurisprudential motivation for me to hit the case law with regard to why that deficiency is fatal to their burden of proof under the Massachusetts law. So I'll start with case of Canavan, the SJC's decision of 2000. And I am going to provide 4 parts of Canavan. Number 1, it's in head note 11. And this case was about, as the court may know, the Commonwealth, not the Commonwealth, a party proposing an expert that was commenting on, which was fashionable at the time, multiple chemical sensitivity. And the expert witness trying to state that an individual suffered from multiple chemical sensitivity. Here's what the SJC stated in response to the expert that was proffering that testimony, and it's extraordinarily close to what is happening with Dr. Welcher, what happened with Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Crosby. The SJC said there was no evidence in the record to show that Dr. LaCava, that was the proffered expert, used a reliable methodology to transform his general finding of chemical exposure to his more specific diagnosis of MCS, multiple chemical sensitivity. Immediately after that, the High Court said, and I quote, Dr. LaCava referred to the, quote, literature as confirming the existence of MCS and asserted that based on the examination and tests he conducted, the employee had symptoms highly suggestive of environmental sensitivity. However, Dr. LaCava did not identify any specific studies that showed the existence of MCS based on specific symptoms and did not identify tests that can be performed to prove that the patient suffers from MCS. Skipping one sentence. Thus, the only evidence on this record tending to show that the employee suffered from MCS was Dr. LaCava's assertion. The purpose of the Lanigan test is to prevent an expert from offering testimony to a fact finder that is not based on a reasonable or reliable methodology. We cannot conclude that the expert's mere assertion that a methodology is reliable is sufficient to pass the Lanigan test, absent any other evidence showing its reliability. And I have used the Latin phrase ipsi dixit, translated into because he says so, or he said. And it's not my pejorative. That's the ipsi dixit, comes right and is used in case of cannabis. And that's what the SJC calls it when you don't tether a methodology to a study or common acceptance. It's just that expert witness saying it. The reason I perseverate on this is because that's exactly what Dr. Welcher is doing in a 140 slide presentation. It's exactly what he did in his 12-page letter to Mr. Brennan. Nowhere in either of those voluminous documents does he mention one word about two things he did. He did an analysis. He has a purported methodology, just like Dr. LaCava in case of Caravan. He doesn't mention one study to support his methodology. Unless there be any concerns, the law is clear that the Lanigan analysis is applicable to medicine, science, and technology. And clearly, Dr. Welcher is in the technology area. In the Dalbert Lanigan analysis, it's referred to as the hard science. So he also, Dr. Welcher, conducted an experiment. And I'm going to treat that separately from the lack of a methodology. So I want to stay just with the methodology that is purported to be used by Dr. Welcher. So keeping on with case of Canavan, Dr. Welcher also is proffering to provide opinions on the medical causation of the injuries to the right arm of the deceased. It's clearly what he is doing. Here is what the SJC said about causation. It's head note 14, and they labeled the heading of it causation. The SJC said, quote, there is no suggestion that the judge conducted a Lanigan analysis to determine whether Dr. LaCava used a reliable methodology to conclude that the chemical exposures to which the employee was subjected caused, and caused is italics in the opinion, her to suffer from MCS. This was an error. They went on, quote, because understanding medical causation is beyond the knowledge of the ordinary layman, proof of it must rest upon expert medical testimony. Because and I'm skipping several sentences, because the judge below did not conduct a Lanigan analysis to determine whether Dr. LaCava relied on a reliable methodology to determine that chemical exposures caused the employee's MCS, it was an error to admit the opinion. In the concurring opinion of Justice Greene, he added an important point. I quote, "Further and perhaps more importantly, the application of the standard will make little difference in how an appellate court decides a hard science." The issue was, what was the standard of review? Is it going to be abuse of discretion? And the concurring justice said, in hard science, it really doesn't make a difference. But here is apt for what we're here for today. The goal of Lanigan, as was the goal of the preceding tests, is to keep unreliable or so-called junk science from fact finders, thereby reducing the prospect of the return of verdicts or the rendition of decisions with dubious validity. So I rehearse apt provisions of the case of Catavan because the SJC sets forth what the burden is of the proponent. And I know Your Honor has heard me make this argument before, but I am now providing the SJC decision for direct support what I've said with regard to the experts, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Crosby, and now Dr. Welcher. Next case I provide is Commonwealth v. Meeks. And that is another SJC decision. And if I'm not mistaken, I think all of the cases that I'm providing in my oral argument are cases cited to by the Commonwealth as part of this motion. I'm not 100% sure with regard to Meeks, but I think it's a decision that they cite as well. And oddly, all these decisions favor the defense. So here is, I'm only going to need to read one part of Meeks, even though it's a very long decision of 2006. It states at 2006 Westlaw 2819423, and this is on page 53 of the Westlaw copy. Quote, "At trial, this court will require the Commonwealth's firearm identification witness to provide on direct examination, et cetera, et cetera." Last sentence. "Such discovery is essential to an effective cross-examination and therefore to a fair trial." And I've made this argument many times before about the prejudice to Ms. Reed from the pattern of the Commonwealth to provide experts, long reports, long CVs, completely silent on tethering the methodology to a study, etc. And the SJC points out that that information is essential to an effective cross-examination and therefore to a fair trial. And with regard to the last case that's really more apt to the experiment that Dr. Welcher apparently performed, not apparently did perform, that is the subject of his slide presentation. And this is, there's various experiments, but the most prominent of which is painting someone's arm blue, painting a hand yellow, and then trying to use the results of that experiment to support some wayward theory as to how the SUV made contact with the decedent. There's no doubt that's an experiment. So it's important when I get to that experiment, what the legal standard is before such an experiment can be admitted in evidence, and what's the test under the Commonwealth v. Davis and Lanigan as to how an experiment could possibly come into court. So you've heard of the case, and I know Your Honor knows of Rintala. We basically cited it for the proposition of qualifications, but substantively, we haven't talked about it. And I know Your Honor is well familiar with it, so I'm just going to summarize what's apt for our motion. What the High Court said there is that the precise question is whether Giulianelli, this was the paint expert proffered by the Commonwealth, possessed sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity to determine forensically when and how the paint was applied to the basement floor in the victim's body based on the information he was provided. And a large part of Rentola was, listen, this person was a paint engineer at his company and he had a lot of experience in that. But what he really didn't show and didn't have was experience forensically addressing the question. And that was certainly a big part of Rentola. So the court, to that point, said there is a significant distinction, however, between what Giulianelli had done in the paint industry for over 20 years and what the Commonwealth asked him to do in this case. So the court went on and discussed the difference, and it said he also, this is Giulianelli, he also did not do any research on the topic or search for any academic or industry materials on this topic. So the court, with that predicate as to what was lacking, which is completely the same as what's lacking with Dr. Welcher in his experiment, the court said this, and this is on Westlaw copy 14, head notes 19 through 22. I quote, expert testimony also may be based on or informed by the results of experimentation. Skipping. The conditions in the experiments must nonetheless be substantially similar to those at the crime scene for the experiments to be of any value, and where new hard science is involved, an appellate court will always take a hard look at the trial judge's decision to admit or exclude the evidence. So here's what happened that's very apt to Dr. Welcher. Our analysis of Giulianelli's approach begins with the important principle that judges should closely scrutinize expert testimony where the testimony is prepared solely for the purpose of litigation, as opposed to testimony flowing naturally from an expert's line of scientific research or technical work. There is no evidence whatsoever in the Commonwealth's papers that Dr. Welcher had ever performed this experiment as part of his line of scientific research or technical work. From all indications, it appears that he performed this experiment specifically and exclusively for purposes of this litigation. And that's where the SJC started. So they immediately said, if it's just experiment done for this litigation, we right off the jump have a big issue with it. The SJC then goes on with this very, very questionable area of experiments and said, rather than flowing naturally from his work, therefore, his experiments greatly differed from the work he ordinarily performed and the observations he had experience making in the key. And his opinions were developed solely to assist the Commonwealth's prosecution of the defendant, which from all indications appears exactly the purpose of Dr. Welcher. And here now to the tethering of the methodology to a study which Dr. Welcher does not do at all. The court said, footnote 31, because Giulianelli conceived of and designed the experiments without any stated basis in existing science or literature, and because neither the Commonwealth nor the trial judge applied the Dalbert-Lanigan factors, it would make little sense to attempt to apply them here. The SJC said, we're not even going to go do this analysis because the proposed expert didn't cite to it. So we're not going to guess at what happened. And it then said, relatedly, and I'm quoting, the Commonwealth has not pointed to any basis in existing scientific literature or research for Giulianelli's methodology or experience. Instead, it appears that Giulianelli designed these experiments on his own without any guidance. Reading down below, quote, Giulianelli's experiments also do not appear to have been performed consistently with basic scientific principles. We have no evidence in anything the Commonwealth submitted that the experiment of Dr. Welcher was performed in accordance with any scientific principles, because his report and the slide presentation is completely bereft of any citation to basic scientific principles. Next, the court said Giulianelli did not repeat or validate any of his 6 experiments is also significant. There is 0 in the current record that Dr. Welcher repeated or validated his experiment. Nothing. That is the legal standard for experiments in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It's not the defense creating the standard. It's not the defense suggesting what the standard should be. What I just read is a 2021 opinion of the SJC. With those important legal precepts stated, I now turn to the letter, what the Commonwealth provides as, or calls a report, which is the January 30, 2025 document from Dr. Welcher. And I start on page 9 of that report. And if Dr. Welcher had adhered to his own standards about what a biomechanical engineer is to do, my presentation would be much shorter. So let's see what he said the role of a biomechanical engineer is, and then what he did. Because this goes to the point of him exceeding the scope of his qualifications wildly. So on page 9, he said in the first full paragraph under numeral 11, he says, in the middle of the paragraph, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. I have not made any type of diagnosis. He then goes down below, in 2/3 of the way down, he says, injury causation analysis is a multidisciplinary endeavor that employs objective medical and biomechanical data and analysis to determine whether a MVC caused a pathological condition or symptom diagnosed clinically. Continues, the entire body region will be covered under 3 of the 4 main branches of impact biomechanics, which are injury mechanisms, mechanical response, tolerance, and the biofidelity of surrogates. Thus, injury criteria are needed by biomechanical engineers to describe the relationship between one or more physical parameters and the injury they cause. These criteria usually take the form of a simple mathematical expression or a force or acceleration level. I couldn't agree with him more that that is what biomechanical engineers do. And he then goes on the next page, first full paragraph, I understand my current assignment in this matter is to analyze the available data in this case, including but not limited to the data in and damage to the Reed 2001 Lexus LX 570, and to determine the events that applied forces to Mr. O'Keefe that resulted in the damage to his body, structural failures, fractures, injuries. I agree completely again. That's what a biomechanical engineer is supposed to do. And what is it that he's talking about with force acceleration? At the risk of getting a little too nerdy, but it's really important, what biomechanical engineers do is they apply Newton's second law of physics, which is force net equals mass times acceleration. That's the mathematical formula. Because biomechanical engineers want to know what's the force being applied, and when you do that, then you can then say, okay, is this force capable of causing this result? And if that's what Dr. Welcher had done, again, my presentation would be very short. But that's the setup that he says are his guardrails, his boundaries. Now let's see what he actually did in this case, is where we have great objections. It's his conclusions and opinions, which take up about 1.75 pages only on page 10. Let's see what he did and how he honored or didn't honor his own standard. And I'm going to, hopefully to assist the court, identify what I believe should absolutely be disallowed from him opining on. Conclusion opinion number 1. I'm not going to talk about things that we aren't contesting. I want to go to the things that are clearly wayward and improper. 1C. He cites to Julie Nagel and occupants of Richard D'Antonio Ford F-150, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxim, arrival in time outside 34 Fairview, not seeing anybody exit Lexus or damage to the Lexus. What he is doing is he is not only using, but he's trying to credit contested testimony.
So let me find out, do you intend to introduce that testimony, Mr. Brennan, through this witness?
I intend to introduce that testimony prior to Dr. Welcher testifying. If it's not in the record, he would not be able to testify to it, but if it is in the record, he can refer to it as part of his opinion.
All right.
That's a very apt question, and Mr. Brennan's answer underscores the issue. So what I understand completely the foundational evidence issue. I understand all of that, but the transcending issue is an expert witness can't use contested testimony because experts are not allowed to credit and talk about the credibility of witnesses. It's clear case law in every jurisdiction, including Massachusetts. And he does that throughout his report. And we've provided in our supplement correction, the clear case law. I'm not going to go through it because I know Your Honor knows this. It's almost Hornbook law. So based upon Mr. Brennan's answer, it only underscores and establishes our concern. So 1C should be excluded. Now to 2. 2A Romanettes 3 and 4. Romanet 3, 2A3. No evidence light was broken at 1 Meadows Ave. When does a biomechanical engineer get to testify about a contested issue and say no evidence? That's not for a biomechanical engineer. And when he set up his own boundaries, he didn't talk that he was going to be looking at contested evidence. Romanet 4, 2A4. No fragments of taillight on or in snow behind O'Keefe Chevrolet. That's an evidence, collection of evidence, preservation of evidence, etc. It's not for a biomechanical engineer. Then he goes on to 2C. Testimony of Jen McCabe. That's his heading. Karen Reed stated to her, etc., etc. In other words, given Jennifer McCabe's testimony, and then he talks about what he believes Ms. Reed knew. That is not only trying to credit testimony, we've got now a biomechanical engineer that is going to be stating the Commonwealth's case for it. What is the biomechanical force calculation for talking about Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel, Jen McCabe's, or frankly anybody's testimony? It's unprecedented. Now, continuing on page 11 at the top, and this is C Romanet 1:1, 42622 Julie McCabe, 42622 state grand jury page, etc. Grand jury minutes. That's testimony. It's testimony of lay witnesses. inherently he is crediting that testimony as truthful. That's not what any expert can do, let alone a biomechanical engineer. Number 3, the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2001 Lexus LX 570. So let's cut through the euphemism of orientation. What he is referring to is pattern recognition. He is saying that the pattern of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right forearm are supporting his opinion. Where is his qualifications to determine pattern recognition of a wound on a deceit? They don't exist. 4, and that should be stricken and not allowed. 4, perhaps the most egregious of all, and I respectfully submit what I've pointed out are incredibly egregious. 4, the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed 2021 Lexus impacting, et cetera, of his head on the frozen ground. So there are several maladies with that statement. First, where is his qualifications to testify as to frozen ground? He's not a pedologist. He's not a hydrogeologist. He's not a geologist. He has no basis to testify in that regard. But more importantly is his phrase, the totality of the evidence. And if Your Honor now looks at what he considers to be the totality of the evidence, it is extraordinary. He is, and I will state each one, he is becoming a medical examiner. He's becoming a lead investigator. He's becoming a cell phone data forensics expert. He is also, once again, talking about testimony of individual witnesses. So he says the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Reed Lexus impacting John O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and of his head on the frozen ground. So what he's doing is he's now talking about cause of death and manner of death.
Do you intend to introduce that evidence, Mr. Brennan?
Wouldn't be introducing evidence of frozen ground through Dr. Welch. Is there other parts of the
cause of death?
He would not be offering a cause of death. I think the spirit of the report is putting all the information together to see his observations, but I recognize that he's limited to his field. Hard ground and the cause of death are not within his bailiwick.
All right, thank you.
Again, appreciate that apt question, and I'm going to go into why there's still an issue. So I think it's best just to go through each one.
Sure.
Thank you. So 4A, he says and this is what he means by totality of the evidence. Cell phone data. Where's his qualifications to discuss cell phone data? That's a data forensics. We had obviously many moments I'm sure your Honor may wish to not remember, but with regard to Mr. Green, et cetera, we went through a lot of issues about the expertise needed, the methodologies, the various tools. Where is his qualifications to talk about cell phone data? There are none. It's improper. So A in its entirety should be stricken. C, forearm lacerations 3 above. So that goes back to the euphemism orientation where he wants to talk about pattern recognition. And it's interesting that the Commonwealth vigorously contested Dr. Russell, and we all know her credentials on pattern recognition, but yet they're proffering a biomechanical engineer to talk about pattern recognition. D, air temperature and frozen ground. I'm understanding, if I understand correctly, that the Commonwealth is now stipulating to excluding that. And it's really the frozen ground aspect of it, of D. Then E. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
I don't mean to interrupt. The frozen ground, we're not going to bring in. The air temperature is important because it talks about the density of the strength of the taillight. And that's part of the conclusion. So there'll be evidence before he testifies about the weather we expect. Okay. And he can rely on that to talk about how that might but frozen ground, we agree, that would not come in through Dr. Welch.
We have no objection to the air temperature testimony of Dr. Welcher.
Okay.
E, hat line and fracture location consistent with fall and posterior head strike. Extraordinary. Even the medical examiner in this case wouldn't venture onto that. But that is clearly an example of what I'm talking about in terms of Dr. Welcher going well beyond his field. He's talking about hat line and fracture location. That's a wound to the back of the head. And to make matters worse, he makes clear fall versus assault. He's making a distinction between a fall and an assault occurring. We've contested Dr. Wolf on that issue. Now with regard to F. This is the wayward, undocumented experiment that Dr. Welcher conducted. F, Romanet 2 should be excluded. It says drop test conducted by me with a hybrid 3 falling backwards, measured heads, G's of approximately, et cetera, et cetera. That experiment I've covered in what the case law requires for him to show. There is zero support for this experiment. I went through in Rentola, I won't repeat it, of all that needs to be established before an expert can talk about an experiment. Dr. Welcher supports his experience with zero. This very experiment that he did, this drop test, has zero documentation of where the methodology for that is supported by science. Recall in Rentola, the paint person conducted an experiment and the SJC said, yeah, you conducted it. Yeah, you know, this is your area, but you've got to show all of these things, including where is this supported by the scientific method? What studies? Did you repeat this experiment to make sure that there wasn't an error rate of concern? Every single deficiency in Rentola is extant with Dr. Welcher. His experiment must be excluded if Rentola is to have any meaning in Massachusetts jurisprudence. G, Julie, Nagel, and Ford occupants. Again, what does he say? Pulled in behind Lexus and never saw anybody enter or exit Lexus or walk into 34 Fairview. He's crediting, again, testimony and contested issues with regard to some important issues in the case. Unprecedented, the biomechanical engineer gets to come anywhere near that. And we provided, again, the clear case law where in Massachusetts that's not allowed. And as egregiously, H, people inside of 34 Fairview on evening of 128, early morning of 129. H, Romanet I. John O'Keefe never entered 34 Fairview. Is there any more of a contested issue than that? But yet he's proposing to testify and state that. What biomechanical engineering principle is being applied there? The answer is none. Except for Karen Reed, everyone at 30 and outside 34 indicated John O'Keefe did not enter 34 Fairview. Even more egregious than H. Romanet I. So with regard to Dr. Welcher, I have, again, genuinely tried to assist the court with regard to blue penciling his report to make clear, based upon the case law, what is within his bounds and what is not within his bounds based upon his own stated parameters. And with regard to the case law about commenting, not being able to comment on a witness crediting their testimony, Commonwealth v. Quinn, which we cite, says such testimony impermissibly intrudes on the jury's province to assess the credibility of the witnesses. So not only is Dr. Welcher beyond his qualifications, but he's intruding on the province of the jury. And the Massachusetts courts state such testimony, the kind where an expert witness assesses the credibility of another witness, could substantially influence the jury's decision about whom to believe. And lastly, and importantly, should the Commonwealth try to save this wayward part of the report by saying, well, you know, is he really directly or explicitly doing it? The Commonwealth v. Lopez case, and I quote, vouching for the credibility of a witness, here's the key part, whether explicitly or implicitly is impermissible. So I believe it's explicit for the reasons I've given, but even if the court were to conclude that some of his references to witnesses is not explicit what he's doing, it certainly at a minimum is implicit. So with regard to the experiment, the case law is clear as I have recited. With regard to this experiment prepared solely for the purpose of litigation, not repeated, not retested, no documentation in the scientific engineering literature for the methodology or the experiment, dooms Dr. Welcher's experiment. And the bases in the jurisprudence of Massachusetts couldn't be clearer. Experiments come to courts with an extremely jaded eye, as Rintala talks about. Both eyes get even more jaded when it's created purposely for the litigation. And what is clear from the case law is the prejudice to the defendant in these cases by allowing experts such as Dr. Welcher to stray into all of these areas. In conclusion, Dr. Welcher is not qualified to do anything more than what the ARCA witnesses did, which is talk about and calculate forces and then determine whether or not those forces are sufficient to, and based on physics, are sufficient. So, Your Honor, we would request that because all of these deficiencies so infect all of his report, meaning the experiment is the entire basis for his opinions. You pull out the experiment, he has no basis for an opinion. You pull out a lot of his items, there is no basis for his testimony, and it frankly shouldn't be the job of the defendant or the court to fly spec his report in his slide presentation. And that is the final data point I want to hit, which is his slide presentation. We have a 140-page slide presentation that is unintelligible on its own. You can't understand it, and the report merely references it. It doesn't explain it.
Let me stop. Mr. Brennan, do you intend to use this PowerPoint presentation?
Parts of it. It certainly needs redactions. Any reference to witness testimony needs to be redacted. Opinions on credibility needs to be redacted. But there are different demonstrations that we do expect. The demonstration at Meadows Road, which clearly depicts that the cars didn't contact the taillight, we want to produce. The drop test, similar to ARCA's test, we intend to offer that. But as far as the extraneous commentary, no, that's not intended to be. It's not proper, and we wouldn't try to.
Do you intend to use all 140 or however many?
No, we were comprehensive in the production to the defense so they could see the data points, how it was produced. And so we've included, you see many of the slides is the cameras showing the different data downloads. There's only a fraction of that we would show. What we would show is the drop test, the demonstration of the Lexus hitting Mr. Welch's arm. And also we would want to show the Waze locations based on the data that will be introduced through other witnesses and after it's been attested to and its reliability.
Okay.
If I may be heard on that?
Sure.
Thank you. I still don't know the answer to your question. The defense is entitled to know.
Right. So this will have to be provided to you prior to it's done.
Thank you. And do we have a date so we can adequately prepare for trial, Your Honor, in cross-examination?
When will you have the redacted slides?
I could have them by Monday.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if we have an issue, still, can we submit something to the court? Don't need another court hearing, but if Your Honor would like it, we're happy to do it just to get the basics.
Sure. So you'll get what you're entitled to, and which is just a narrowing down of what you already have. And then if you need to respond, you can respond and we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Okay.
So in conclusion, Your Honor, the proffered information from Dr. Welcher is, in my experience, unprecedented. It is all-encompassing. It veers extraordinarily beyond his own stated boundaries. And even if he didn't state his boundaries, it's clear he's trying to perform roles, even with regard to what the Commonwealth has just said they're stipulating not to produce, still getting in extraordinarily to other disciplines for which there's no documentation. My last point is the point made by the Supreme Judicial Court. These experiments, especially of the insufficiency of Dr. Welcher, cannot be admitted into courts and go before juries for the reasons of the improper influence on the jury. And secondly, the methodology has to be tethered to a study or something in the literature to give the court, as the gatekeeper, a basis to say, this is science. This was done pursuant to the scientific method. And Dr. Crosby, Dr. Wolf, and now Dr. Welcher are completely absent with regard to that tethering. And as the SJC says, that deprives the defendant of cross-examination and a fair trial. And I don't know why the Commonwealth, I've been saying this for months, literally, as to why the Commonwealth doesn't produce it either in reports or in their responses to our motion. I am left with one conclusion, Your Honor, and that is they don't want to provide it, and they want to, as the Commonwealth's favorite phrase appears to be, do trial by ambush. But that can't work with a defendant in a criminal proceeding. The Commonwealth can't ambush, and that's not my standard. That's the standard of the SJC. So we respectfully request that Dr. Welcher's report and his testimony be disallowed in its entirety. We will, of course, await the narrowing as Your Honor has ordered, and we would urge at a minimum that the defense know clearly what this witness is going to be allowed to testify to, and we would like to avoid an evidentiary hearing because I think it's pretty clear what the parameters are, but I have to reserve, Your Honor, our request in the alternative for an evidentiary hearing if what we get from the Commonwealth continues to be the vagueness that we've been getting all along. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Brennan.
Oh, wait. I'm particularly disappointed that Mr. or Attorney Alessi sees this as some type of trial by ambush. I'm not going to digress the way he has. But a case study in that is the ARCA, and that's why I'm concerned about waiting until the day before trial to get simple Rule 14 discovery. ARCA and Mr. Walter have some similarities because they're biomechanical engineers. Now, in our production, we gave over 8 gigabytes of information from Dr. Welcher. We gave any reference material, whether he was going to use it or not. We gave all studies, all data, anything that he considered, even if it was irrelevant, we provided to the defense. It was an extraordinary production. I've never seen a more complete production. But Dr. Welcher gave his entire file to the defense with all of the raw material, all of the studies, all of the reference material. It's not limited to this report. As you can see, Dr. Welcher is extraordinarily thorough. You can see in the letter report all of the different things that he looked at, far beyond what any other expert has looked at in this case, far beyond, I dare say, what ARCA even considered in this case. And so it is obvious, but maybe not to the defense, so I will narrow it, that Mr. Welcher, Dr. Welcher, cannot come in and talk about the opinions or testimony of witnesses as it relates to their statements. So, for example, as Attorney Alisi points out, 1C, he won't be able to come in and would not want to come in and say that the witness did not see damage to the taillight. She'll testify to that herself, that there was no damage. In fact, all the witnesses did not see damage to that taillight. As to 2C, the testimony of Jen McCabe, that is for reference. Testimony of Jen McCabe is for Jen McCabe and the jury. He will not be offering testimony of Jen McCabe or offering anything that relates to it. Similarly, 2.1 regarding Julie McCabe and grand jury minutes, he won't reference grand jury minutes in the abstract, let alone the details of it. Number 4, he will talk about the weather if it is already in evidence. It's a proper basis for an expert, but he will not be talking about the frozen ground. Similarly, in 4G and H, this is reference material regarding Julie Nagel and the Ford occupants. They'll testify to what they did and what they saw. And the people inside 34 Fairview, even though every single witness says John O'Keefe never came into Fairview, that is left for the witnesses, not for Mr. Welcher. And so the basic argument of the defense is that this biomechanical engineer should not be testifying using his principles and his education about demonstrations. What is suggested is that there's no evidence that he ever engaged in these demonstrations before, that they were exclusive for litigation, they weren't tethered to a specific study, and the methodology for each one is not outlined in a report. I wasn't sure if he was talking about Dr. Welcher or he was talking about the ARCA experts, because when I'm looking at the ARCA report, which apparently they're very comfortable with, we don't even know which witness did what. Importantly, when we look at the ARCA report, you have one witness who decided to build a potato cannon for no reason that we know of. No evidence that anybody threw a glass, but apparently it was a cool idea, he cited on the stand. That wasn't tethered to a specific study. That didn't lay out the methodology of the potato cannon. That wasn't repeated or validated. There was no specific literature that was referred to in that report. And yet, not only were they allowed to offer this evidence, it wasn't inappropriate. Now, it would be nice to know a little bit about the potato cannon, maybe a picture or a video or some specs on it, or maybe some details on how it actually operated. See, these are the things that Dr. Welcher provides to the defense. He doesn't just provide the information, the raw data, and the studies. He actually shows the demonstrations. He doesn't hide from his basis of his opinions and conclusions. He shows and demonstrates them with videos and pictures and photographs, quite unlike ARCA, where it is just simply a conclusion based on just trust me. And so when you look at the production by Dr. Welcher, it is not comparable to the standard that the defense accepts for their experts. He is a biomechanical engineer. That is a combination and study of engineering and physics and science. And it also details medicine. He's not a medical doctor. He's not diagnosing an injury, but it includes all of those arts. Now, this is the same thing that ARCA says in their report. If you look at their report, they talk about the study. And they outline what they believe the study of being a biomechanical engineer is all about. In fact, one of the complaints by Attorney Lisi is Mr. Welcher's drop test. If you look at the ARCA report on page 10, they do the very same thing, except that they don't show it. They don't actually demonstrate it. It's pale in comparison, but they give the conclusions and they give a chart. No different. And so there are no medical diagnoses by Dr. Welcher. These are his opinions based on his study of the evidence, and he goes to the extent of actually demonstrating those different assessments that he has made. In particular, the defense takes issue with basically everything he's done. And just as a general perspective, they would like the ARCA witnesses to come in and say that the injuries were not consistent with striking the taillight of the Lexus. That's what they want to say. Dr. Welcher's opinion is different. It's the same engineering, it's the same science, it's the same concept. It's just a different opinion than they like. So if they like the opinion, all of these standards that Attorney Lisi is insisting on are excused, but if they don't like the opinion, somehow should be excluded. They're really polar opposites when you think about the perspective.
Why would CPU Tom?
They both have a different opinion about the taillight causing the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. One the defense likes, one they don't. It is the same science, same study, same analysis. And so if it's acceptable for ARCA, it must be acceptable for Dr. Welcher. Dr. Welcher actually downloaded the text stream data. He didn't ignore it. He didn't know that it didn't exist. He didn't fail to consider it. He actually downloaded it himself. He is experienced. He looked the material, studied the material. The text stream data is critical in this case because it shows time and place with the new information that we have. So we know from the Waze information exactly where that car went from the waterfall to the flagpole. We know where it did and didn't stop along the way. We know, based on the phone data, Mr. O'Keefe's phone data, when he was in the car until. We have all that evidence, and as a bioengineer, he can consider all of that technical data, which will be introduced through other witnesses at trial before he testifies. And it's important. The location and timing of that car is important. This is all science and data. It's not witness testimony. It's science and data. And it puts that car at that flagpole at the time Mr. O'Keefe is there with his cell phone, locked into the Bluetooth in that Lexus until he gets out of the car after 12:30. And within 2 minutes, we allege this collision occurs. And there's Apple Health data, there's location data, there's cell phone battery temperature. It all coincides. He should be able to consider these things in his study. This is what he does. The demonstration at Meadowbrook, John O'Keefe's house, is depicted by measurements which has been provided, science and data, by the ring videos, which will be independently admissible. And we see the gentle nudging of that Lexus into Mr. O'Keefe's car. And there has been allegations, claims, suggestions that that's where the taillight may have broken despite the other contrary evidence. You can see in the presentation, he actually shows not only the nudging and the car leaving through the ring video, but analyzes it, and you can see exactly where those two cars came into contact, and it wasn't the taillight. You can see through his demonstration or through his study of the materials he presented that the snow is on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's bumper until the nudge, and you can see the exact spots where the snow comes off. This is science and data. This is an opinion. This isn't witness testimony. And the jury should see that very evidence. It'll be admissible not only through him, but through independent witnesses. The defense takes issue with Dr. Welcher providing an opinion that the lacerations and cuts are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight. There has been many claims about alternative sources, which the Commonwealth disagrees with, as to those abrasions. But if you've seen the PowerPoint that's been presented and provided to the court, will be presented to the jury, it shows the symmetry of the arm and the location of the arm, the height of the broken taillight, and it shows with great continuity the height, location of that broken taillight and how it relates to a bent arm. And that is based on engineering, biomechanics, the same things that ARCA employs. They just didn't do this. And so that's not witness testimony. That's not beyond the bounds of anything. That is powerful evidence, and we intend to introduce that. And then, as I mentioned, finally, the drop test. This is the same information that ARCA proposes in their report. For some reason, I don't think that was offered at evidence at trial, but it's clearly within the bailiwick of this expert. And so we will file on Monday a PowerPoint presentation redacting all the inadmissible parts of it, which is witness statements. And we expect to present the demonstrations to support the opinions as corroborative evidence of those opinions rather than just naked opinions. And there will be no trial by ambush. Now, we will be studious in getting that information to the defense. We would like them to be as studious getting us the ARCA information. It does concern me delaying that information because, as Attorney Alisi eloquently said, you need time to prepare. We know he's a very prepared attorney. We'd like to prepare as well. And if we wait to get records and information and know who wrote what part of the report, we won't be prepared. There's a third engineer in their team that wasn't called. We'll have to add him to the witness list if he has any relevance. We won't know until we question those witnesses. So I think I'm also inclined to ask the court to consider we have that questioning well before their testimony. But we will meet our commitment and provide those slides on Monday.
All right. And Mr. Alessi, again, you've already said you agree to talk to Mr. Brennan about the reciprocal discovery.
Yes.
Okay.
May I be heard to respond?
Sure.
Thank you.
Like with Dr. Welcher's report, what Attorney Brennan did not say is even more important than what he did say moments ago. He didn't state or even address where is the methodology employed by Dr. Welcher tethered to a study, the scientific literature. He kept using the phrase, it's science and data, quote. Someone alleging that it's science and data doesn't even begin to approach that the methodology is established in the literature or satisfies the Dalbert-Lanigan factors. So, Your Honor, on the record before you, there's no better evidence that that tethering doesn't exist than the absence now for the fourth time upon challenge of that in Attorney Brennan's comments. That dooms Dr. Welcher. Now I want to address the false equivalency argument of Attorney Brennan. Attorney Brennan said falsely just now that the ARCA report does not set forth the methodology. There are 14 footnotes in the ARCA report. I just looked at them again. Footnotes 1, 2, and 3 tether the methodology of the ARCA experts to the literature. The methodology is documented. I do not understand how an attorney can get up and say a report doesn't have something without having a basis for saying it on a key issue that is disputed. Attorney Brennan also falsely stated that ARCA did exactly what Dr. Welcher did with regard to medicine and medical issues. That is completely false. ARCA as is clear as day from the report, and I'll repeat it, did a force net equals mass time acceleration calculation and said the forces that come from 15 miles an hour, 24 miles an hour, and then so the unknown is the force, the F in the calculation. What is known is the M and the A. The M is the mass of the head and the mass of the arm. The mass of the head is 11 pounds. The mass of the arm is 11 pounds. You then take the acceleration theory, even assuming the theory of the Commonwealth, which we can test, which is it's 15 miles per hour or 24 miles per hour. You multiply the mass times the acceleration, and you get a force. And then they said this force is expected to cause or not cause these types of injuries. That is a proper biomechanical engineering analysis. The ARCA experts didn't get into pattern recognition with regard to the wounds, the orientation, etc. But most importantly, there is no equivalency between what ARCA did and what Dr. Welcher did. With regard to Mr. Brennan stating, quote, this is what he does, referring to Dr. Welcher. The question is not, is this what he does? The question is what he does rooted in science. And what it means is not just any science, it has to be a commonly accepted, his methodology commonly accepted or satisfying the Dalbert factors. And Mr. Brennan did not contest one aspect. He didn't say, Your Honor, here is where what Dr. Welcher did can be found. It's commonly accepted, either in court opinions, which the court could take judicial notice of, or in peer-reviewed literature, because it's not there. And with regard to the 5 non-exclusive Dalbert factors, I covered that in my presentation in the beginning. I'm not going to repeat it, only to say that Mr. Brennan didn't address any of those 5 factors to show a proper foundation for that. With regard to what Mr. Brennan called arm experiment, relating to a bent arm, relating to injuries, I understand what Dr. Welcher did. The question is not what did he do, but is it accepted in the medical literature? So with regard to the arm experiment that Mr. Brennan just went through, he talked about it, but he didn't mention once where that's rooted in the literature. He finally concluded by saying, this is within the bailiwick of Dr. Welcher. I don't know what this is, but bailiwick is a tautology. It doesn't say anything about whether what he did is rooted in the literature or that it satisfies the Dalbert factors. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I go back to Rintala, I go back to Meeks, I go back to Case of Caravan. The Commonwealth has not today, not before, this is their 4th time, has not satisfied what the Supreme Judicial Court requires in these instances. And what it has come down to is the defendants, which stands in a different position. This equivalency between ARCA, I've shown, and it's easily documented, the court can see it, that contrary to Attorney Brennan's false statements, ARCA did cite to and tether their methodology to the literature. But when you have a defendant on trial for the seriousness of the charges here, to have no methodology, to have no tethering to the literature, that's, as Your Honor knows, the gatekeeper's function to stop those opinions from going to the jury, to ensure not what the defense has created, but what the Supreme Judicial Court has created, which is the purpose is to allow for cross-examination and a fair trial. They haven't satisfied their burden. They have the preponderance of the evidence burden, and the consequences should be borne by the Commonwealth, not the defendant.
Okay. Go ahead, I'll hear a quick response.
Regrettably, I know Attorney Alisi has decided to join the fray of disparagement. Now, he has said 3 times that I've made false statements. This isn't the first time that Mr. Alessi has tried to portray the Commonwealth as being disingenuous, because they know full well this is being covered by the media, and they want to create a sense to dehumanize anything that they don't like, whether it's the government, the prosecution, the witnesses, or the evidence. There's no place for it. 3 times. This follows when he made representations, reckless representations in court, that Brennan lied 10 times. We found some of those transcripts, and I took enough dignity not to mention it, because I didn't think I needed to, that the transcripts were not even accurate. Mr. Alisi was actually wrong when he was claiming I was lying about reading reports. Now, I don't want to stand up here and have a dispute, but when you use words like false statements as an officer of the court, they better be supported. That is a strong statement to repeatedly make, and it's a tactical one. It's purposeful. Attorney Alisi is joining the fray, and that is all part of the strategy here. Now, if you look at page 13 and 14 of Dr. Welch's report, perhaps that was missed in the review. There are resources in that report that number 26 different items of resources. And so if we're talking about support and tethering, it is at the end of the report. It's not footnoted like ARCA, it's at the end of the report. It's all there.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move on to try and get some motions in quickly. The motion regarding the chalks, is there an objection to the Commonwealth's motion requesting the use of chalks and directing both parties to provide visual presentations in chalks prior to using?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. 583. Is there an objection to the Commonwealth's motion in limine to allow the expert celebrate demonstration? We had it before. Is there an objection to that from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this something that can be done quickly, or is this something you need more time on?
15 to 20 minutes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to have to table this. We may end up coming back tomorrow.
I can do it unless you tell me what.
No,
Your Honor's
let's see what we can get before the luncheon break. The paper number 585, it's the Commonwealth's number 11. Motion eliminate to admit the victim's out-of-court statements relating to John O'Keefe's state of mind, the quals, bins, types of cases. So is there an objection from the defense on that? If there is, I'll hear quickly from the Commonwealth on its motion.
There is, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll hear you on this, Mr. Brennan.
Evidence of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind is particularly relevant in this case. In addition to the charges, this has a domestic aspect to the case. We know from his statements that he was in a relationship with the defendant. We know from the statements that there was a tumult in that relationship, and many of those statements are reduced to writing. The state of mind of Mr. O'Keefe is reflected in those statements. There was no time or reason to fabricate. You can tell by the content and the volume of them that there is a legitimacy to them. And it is clear based on that and other testimony that he was in the course of attempting to end the relationship with Miss Reed. And so his statements, especially over the course of the day of this incident.
All right, so what's the time frame? It's so over the course of the day, I realize that the Aruba incident is too remote and you're not using that, but what's your time frame for me to be able to evaluate
As
this?
far as his messages, I will
Or
look.
the statements or the evidence that you're trying to put in under this doctrine?
His niece would testify, as she did in the last trial, about the tumult in the relationship.
Okay.
And we'd introduce the same text messages that we introduced at the last trial, reflecting Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind about the relationship.
Okay.
And there would be nothing different from the last trial other than the fact that we are not going to pursue the Aruba information. So it has actually a narrower time window than before.
Okay. All right, I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may be a little more brief given that explanation by Mr. Brennan than I intended or anticipated. I will say that where the Commonwealth's motion fails is in its explanation as to the relevancy and how it comes in under a state of mind theory. These are obviously hearsay statements that in some cases they are multiple hearsay statements or potentially multiple hearsay statements. John O'Keefe's state of mind is irrelevant unless there is a specific admissible evidence that he communicated those statements, and we'll have to sort of take them as they come, given I don't have the full breadth or an understanding of the full breadth of the information that is being sought. Mr. Brennan just indicated it's going to be consistent with the last trial, so that gives me some target range. But without knowing more, under a normal hearsay or even state of mind analysis, it's irrelevant unless there's a specific admissible point that he communicated that, or point at which he communicated that state of mind to Ms. Reed. She was aware of his state of mind, and very importantly, that the information that was communicated to her was of such a nature that she would have acted on it in a manner that's consistent
Right, that's
with.
what we were talking about, the bins, calls, those points that need
Correct.
to be made.
And that's what I'm getting to. With that last point, and to drive this point home, that's preposterous. The idea, there is no evidence to support that last point, that this type of information, let's say, for instance, it's information that he wanted to break up with her, or he was mad at her, or he was angry at her about something, some incident, some specific thing having to do with feeding the kids donuts or not feeding the kids donuts, or they had a what was considered and what was testified to in the first trial is a very normal row or argument about something as insignificant as that. The fact is, the state of the evidence is that on the night in question, it's uncontroverted by even the Commonwealth that the two of them were getting along extraordinarily well. The facts are borne out in both videos that are uncontested. They're borne out in witness statement that went uncontested, that they were affectionate, they were happy together. They were described by basically everyone on the Albert side, the McCabe side, as well as individuals who also saw, that were not related to those families, who also saw Karen and John interacting throughout the evening. And they all said that they were getting along very, very well. One person described them, the court may remember this phrase, as lovey-dovey. I think that it's pretty clear that through this testimony, or through this rubric of bringing in John O'Keefe's state of mind, the Commonwealth really wants an opportunity to call one or more or several witnesses who will basically say he wanted to break up with her, she was not a good girlfriend, he didn't like her. That is an assassination of her character. Couch it in whatever terms he wants, but that's really what it is. These witnesses will have no corroboration, we expect. I'm leaving the text messages aside. If there are text messages between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, that may be a different analysis, but certainly where it comes down to the witnesses, like the niece, they'll have no corroboration or no documents, no writings, no recordings, no videos, no audios, nothing but their word. And to allow a witness to walk in and to say negative things about Miss Reed with no way of verifying those statements is highly prejudicial. It's not just prejudicial, it's far more prejudicial than it would ever be probative in this circumstance. Even if he did, even if the evidence was that he had discussed breaking up with other people, there are two major impediments to the Commonwealth's request. First, there is no evidence that, for instance, from the niece, I don't believe that there will be evidence, that was imparted, or those specific conversations were imparted to Miss Reed. The state of the facts very clearly show the opposite. If we look at the circumstantial evidence, the videos of Miss Reed at both C.F. McCarthy that night, as well as at the waterfall that night, showed the two of them getting along, completely inconsistent with two people who were talking about breaking up. John O'Keefe wanting to dump her and her knowing that she was going to be dumped, which is what the Commonwealth is generally suggesting. And second, there's absolutely no evidence that even if she thought that John O'Keefe, if she was aware that John O'Keefe was unhappy in the relationship, that he might want to break up or in the relationship, that would have been a catalyst for murder. And that's where the rubber meets the road in this analysis. That's what the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove before this evidence is admissible. And that's a ridiculous stretch. They'd been together for about 2 years, notwithstanding the prior relationship many years earlier. She had her own career. Karen Reed had her own money. She had her own life. She had her own job, had her own house. She was not dependent upon John for anything, not for money, not for room and board, nothing. They were, at the end of the day, just dating. The fact that she had some text messages with other individuals, or an other individual, Higgins, is actually evidence that she knew she had options, and John O'Keefe likely knew he had options as well. Both of these individuals were not tethered to each other in a way that if one wanted to break up with the other one was going to murder the other one. And that's what the Commonwealth would have to prove to make this admissible. There's no suggestion in the facts that Karen Reed would kill John O'Keefe rather than simply break up with him or allow him to break up with her, and they both go on their own way. It's absurd. And there's no evidence that she was angry with him that night before she got out of her SUV. All of the evidence that we have, all of the uncontroverted evidence that we have, establishes exactly the opposite. They were a loving couple out one evening, having drinks with friends, in a good mood, and happy with one another. We cite a case called McGraw, M-A-G-R-A-W. And just for the record, I'll state the site. I think it's at 426 Mass 589. And the McGraw court provided a very defined quote that I think is illustrative for our purposes, Your Honor. Quote, a murder victim's state of mind may be material to the defendant's motive, but only if the defendant knew of the victim's state of mind, and most importantly, the court's words, not mine, and most importantly, would be likely to respond to it. The best evidence that this second prong cannot be met is the fact that the Commonwealth will attempt to bring in these prior statements of John, which, if believed, Miss Reed never acted on. In other words, they're going to bring in prior statements to say she would necessarily act on it, and act on it in a violent way that would take someone's life. But at the same time, they're stuck with the very clear fact that if in fact that's true, and it was imparted to her that he was unhappy in the relationship, she never acted on it, not once. And the moment that we do have frozen in time that we can go look back on is the night of January 29th, or the evening of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, in which they were both getting along perfectly well, completely in opposite of what the court in McGraw defines as necessary for that sort of evidence to be admissible. The reason that the Commonwealth's theory for admission doesn't make sense is because it's not really their theory for admission, I suspect. I suspect that it's more that they would like to have someone or some people get on the witness stand and assail Miss Reed's character, make her look bad, and say that she was either a bad girlfriend or that John was not happy with her. It's an attempt to inflame the jury, to make them dislike her for something that has nothing to do with the evidence that she hit him with her SUV on the night in question. And it's a very transparent attempt. We strongly believe that this attempt does not meet the evidentiary standards that are required. The Commonwealth cannot meet those standards, and pursuant to McGraw and its progeny, we would ask that this evidence be deemed inadmissible.
Okay. Quick follow-up.
It seems the thrust of the defense argument, and I appreciate their advocacy and argument, but it's not shared by the Commonwealth, is that they were lovey-dovey and got along well that night. Well, at the time of this incident, it seems there's substantial evidence that Ms. Reed was not happy with Mr. O'Keefe. On 2020, transcript page 43, line 1, she was asked, would you say that you were angry with John that night? Her answer was yes. She was asked by Ms. Voss on June 20th, 2023 about that night or the day before. And she says, I was temporarily frustrated. It wasn't an argument. She also says to Ms. Voss, were you worried at him or pissed at him or both? I was pissed until I fell asleep. Now, in addition to her anger, she specifies some of the tension. We heard from the testimony of Jen McCabe that when she gave directions to John O'Keefe, she mentioned a mother of a child who Mr. O'Keefe had a prior relationship with. That this is minutes before we allege the collision happened. And so in the interviews that she has provided to these different outlets, she discusses the fact that she hears this information and that there was an issue or some type of interaction about the fact that he was previously dated another woman. And this is a conversation that takes place minutes before the collision. And so we have statements from the defendant herself that show the discord in the relationship, the anger, being pissed, the motive, without reading them because it's unnecessary. There is substantial corroborative evidence. Not only that the text messages, which are corroborated by the niece's testimony, but the imminency of it, that this is happening in real time, moments before John O'Keefe's death. And so all of this should be admissible. It's all supportive of each other.
Your Honor, if I could just correct the record very quickly.
Sure.
If anything Mr. Brennan just said was true, he might have an argument. My goodness. It's important to get some of the facts right. You got to get some of them right. The conversation that he just referenced with Jen McCabe was the next day. It was the next morning, not minutes before the collision. He's read the every time he stands up, he says, I read the I wasn't there, I read the transcript. We got to hold him to that burden, Your Honor. You got to get the facts right. That conversation with Jen McCabe was the next morning after John O'Keefe had been found, after he didn't come home.
I'm sorry, I just need to correct.
I'm sorry. I was talking to my client real quick. I'm not quite done. This was during the time after 5:07, after the SUV leaves, we see One Meadows and Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts get together. And as they're looking for them, as they're looking for him and searching for him, that's the point at which they have the conversation about being some other woman or why he might not have come home or what her mindset might have been at the time. It's after the fact, well after the fact. The other issues concerning Karen Reed's statements about being upset, or in Gretchen Voss's words, were you pissed at him? It was in context of when. When were you upset with him? When he didn't come back out, when he didn't come back to the car. After she left, she was angry. That's where all the voicemails take place. That's what she was talking about, having been angry. There is no evidence, none whatsoever, no evidence in the record. I want to make this as crystal clear as I can. No controverted evidence, no suspect, no evidence at all that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had a single crossword that night before he ended up missing and she went home. Before he ended up walking out of the car, going toward the house, and she ended up leaving when he didn't come back out. Zero. The only evidence that was propounded throughout that entire day was hours and hours earlier that morning, dealing with, did you feed the kids donuts? And yeah, I did. You know, I don't like it when you feed the kids donuts. She was spoiling the kids. It was not enough to enrage anybody. It's ridiculous. And the evidence that it didn't enrage anybody is the fact that they ended up later that night together in a lovey-dovey environment, getting along fine, getting along wonderfully. That's why the Commonwealth cannot make their burden to establish that this was the type of information that she would have, by necessity, acted on, and not just acted on in any way, acted on in a way that's consistent with their theory that she would have received the information and murdered him for it. That's the hurdle over which the Commonwealth cannot leap for the admissibility of this type of evidence. It's far, far more prejudicial than it is probative.
Okay.
Before accusing somebody of getting it wrong, the person accusing should be right. I know that Mr. Jackson, Attorney Jackson, was present during the Voss interviews, but apparently they haven't listened to the interviews or read the transcripts. Page 88, line 22, not the next morning. When Jen was navigating John to the Alberts, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. Similarly, page 92, line 1, totally contrary to what you just heard. Totally. There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts, when I was driving, she said it near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating. She broke up briefly with her husband. Not my words.
All right. So we're going to break. We've got a lot of ground to still cover. I suggest that we take the personal attacks completely out of this. Hold on. Both sides. I want to get through these motions today. If we don't, I'll bring you back tomorrow. I'll bring you back Monday. Let's get through these motions. Leave all the attacks, all the falsehoods, all of that. Leave it all aside. Let's focus on the motions and get through this. So I'll see everybody at 2 o'clock.
Your Honor, if I could say one more thing. As the court ponders this last issue.
I'm not even thinking about it for the next hour. Let's leave it.
Wow. Heated, man. Jesus Christ. Tom, you there? Woo! Here they come, buddy. You're all shaky if you can hear me.
Can you hear me, Mike?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can hear you.
Boy, that was something to friggin' watch.
Wow, dude. You're up. You're frozen. Do you want to log in and log off real quick?
Frozen?
Yep.
What am I frozen on? Okay.
Still frozen, buddy. All right, so we're back here at 2 o'clock, 1 hour, people. If you're gonna get something to eat. No, hold on. Nothing, buddy.
Really?
Oh, yeah, now you're up. It's gonna make it bigger.
My brother, they just pulled up.
Coming up?
They just pulled
Hold
up. Good, how are you?
We're trying to figure it out, Tom. Hold on.
Hollywood.
Not me. Let's get Tommy Boy on there. Is he logged in?
Sorry, all over that TV, Jack.
Yeah, babe.
All set. No.
Yes?
Yep, you're good. Yep.
Okay. Everything just stopped at once.
You can get a better angle if you can. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice job.
The man right there, Mr. That's so intelligent. Every day.
You guys going to Morrison's office?
We just walked into the top of lunch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with those.
Okay, you're coming? Yay! All right, yay, Gina's coming. All right.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here. Yep. That was awesome.
Lot of support for the people outside to the attorneys.
Okay.
So it looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's getting really, really fiery inside, man. It is getting really fiery.
Really?
They don't, Brennan and the defense team do not like each other. Do not like each other. Do not, man. It is like, at least
So
filed.
Does this change the game?
So at least he's argued that the expert witness for the prosecution, the guy that can tell you how hard the ground is and all that shit.
Yep.
She totally blew up Brennan's game plan with that. But of course, Brennan's lying about what he's going to testify about. He's not going to get into how the ground was hard. Just weird shit. So Beverly's going to allow it, but they're going to have some redacted chalkboards or slides on some certain things. It's a shit show, dude. It's a boxing match right now on the inside. It's crazy.
The redacted chalks? They're going to put a tape over it?
I can't hear you. What?
Redacted chalks?
You know, like they want. So Brennan wants to put in a slideshow of a witness. You know, a professional witness, expert witness.
Yeah.
And but at least he fought that, and Jackson fought another one about how they want it redacted. The last argument was about Karen's state of mind. Was she angry with John? It got ugly. It got really ugly.
It wasn't too nice in there.
So yeah,
Wow.
It's a fucking dogfight, dude. It's great. The arguments are great. I mean, like Brennan goes up there and lies. Defense goes back up there, debunks everything, and then Brennan goes back up there and has like a couple of last little jabs and walks away. You know what I mean? It's even Bev said, you guys need to stop having the personal attacks on each other. You got to keep going, blah, blah, blah. If not, I'll bring you back tomorrow or Monday. I don't care. Like, whoa, Jesus. So she's not, it's funny. She's not taking any shit because the lawyers are going at it like fucking, they're like punch for punch, dude. I mean, Hank's getting his ass kicked, but he's like getting up there and trying to resurrect, a prosecution that's just not there, and the defense knows this. And, Brennan's trying to tell the prosecution's trying to tell the jurors what Karen's state of mind is, and they're gonna actually bring the kids. They're gonna bring the kids back up again. And she's trying to say that. Brennan's trying to say that they were fighting, and Karen was mad at John. You know, and obviously that wasn't the case. So I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, talk to my son. Yeah, bye guys. Wow.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, dude. You gotta wait till you rewatch this one, man. Yeah, North Carolina cockfighting. Yeah.
And I like that you appreciate, like you like, yeah, like how you.
So this morning, I guess it just carried on.
What's that?
It seems like it just carried on.
Yeah. So yeah, when the boss team walked in on Aiden's courtroom,
Yeah.
Hank was pissed from that day, from that point forward. He hasn't been the same since. He's been just trying to throw overhand hooks all the way through this thing.
And he's not even coming close to connecting.
He's basically calling the defense doesn't know what they're talking about. They keep making shit up, and the defense is telling Brennan, "You're making the shit up, and we're defending it." You know, so it's like tick for tack. You know, it's fucking nuts, dude.
So I wonder how that's gonna make the trial just like get bigger.
Oh, it's
That
gonna be.
type of fighting?
Yeah, it's gonna get dirty. Yep, they're gonna get in the mud. Yep, it's gonna be a grappling, dude. It's gonna be on the ground and pound. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be up, not standing up. They're going low.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going low. Yep. They're not gonna stand up and try to duke it out. They're gonna try
So
to grab each other.
what's with killing attorneys on the freaking list?
Why are
Is
they
he
on
just
the
trying to add more? I got more than you. Nah.
I think they just put them on the list because of Aka and because we have Meatball, we have Helena. It's just a fuck. They're never gonna get called.
If they're a witness, does that mean they can take it out of the case?
Is that what?
If they're a witness, does that mean they're conflicted out of the case?
No. I don't know why. Brennan would call them. I have no idea why he'd call them, but they're on the list. I sent you the list.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Wow.
There's so much going on. I'm just trying to. I got Twitter's going crazy. The chat's going crazy. I mean, inside is absolutely bonkers. Oh, I wish you were in there, dude.
Outside's nice and quiet.
That's nice. It looks bright out there. Nice. It's nice.
Yeah, sun's coming out. It's actually warming up nice.
Nice. It's still cloudy. It's still cloudy in Canton right now, but what a spa going. What a match going on. Sparring match going on. It's like he said, she said, but it's like
that bad, huh?
Yeah. But with facts, you know what I mean? And what's coming down to is like when those words were spoken, who they were spoken to, you know, it just, in my opinion, it's just, you know, stick to a timeline. And that I don't know if they're trying to waver away for it now because Gretchen Voss's notes are coming into play now about how she felt. Yeah. How she felt, you know, going into the weekend or, you know.
Is she going to mention her mushroom use?
No
mushrooms. That could have impaired her, cognitive impaired her judgment there?
There was no mentions of shroom taking, no, not yet.
Okay, bummer.
Yeah. It's been nuts, dude. Like, at least he raised his voice. Like,
no kidding, huh?
Yeah, Mike's Mike's like underwater a little bit, but just so you know, the chat's telling me.
Yeah, give me a little bit, guys. I'm trying to figure this out.
Tom's always trying new stuff. Did you have a good breakfast?
The breakfast was decent, man. It was really good.
All right.
The people that do that restaurant they're hardworking people. Karma put the defense team on the seat. Yep.
Yeah, at least he's pretty cool, but he's sick and tired of the lion. He's just sick of it. It's like and then when they get up there and they just like go, well, if they had read the report or if they had read the, the what I provided them, they would be wrong and I am correct, Your Honor. That kind of shit's going on. You there?
All right, is my mic better? Yeah,
Talk a
I
little
can
bit
hear you.
more.
Is my mic better? Better?
Yeah, yeah, better. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to get out and then I can't do anything until I get back in. So, oh man, I don't see how the judge can just like say, "Yep, another day. Come in. We're coming in tomorrow."
Right. Right. I mean,
These
what
people
happened?
have airline in life, Mike. This isn't their only case.
It's like fucked up, dude. He like this morning, like we found out about Aiden, like what, 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock last night, whatever it was. The Karen's gonna
Yeah.
be in the same place. And that's kind of all we heard, And then all of a sudden you talked to Turtle Boy this morning, and he's like, fuck if I know, fuck if I know. And then here they all are. They come and then they walked in like bosses. And of course, Brennan didn't want them in there at all. But so they had to correct the court and tell them that they're allowed there because it's a Mass v. Reed case and all this other shit. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. All right, so Tom's still staticky. Okay, yeah. All right.
Okay, I heard that.
All right, yeah, you sound much better now.
Better now?
Yeah. You guys
All
think
right,
he sounds better?
excellent.
Chat, does he sound better? I think, yeah, keep talking, Tom.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it
I
sounds much
wonder how
better.
other lawyers are seeing this go on, Mike. What's their take? Anyone out there in the Twitter universe?
You know what? I don't know what law Nan's doing. She's always pissed off and stuff about some of the stuff that goes on, but it's pretty volatile. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's entertaining. It really is. Like it's like wow. I mean, to see Alan Jackson, fired up, and then Bob Alisi getting, just like Your Honor, like really, really going after Brennan. Like, and I think Bev knows that Brennan is bending the truth. He's not straight up lying.
So she's letting him do that, right?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she hasn't really interrupted anybody. She's let him go. She's let him go toe for toe. I got to give it to her. She hasn't really broken it up until the end of before they went to lunch. And
right.
She asked him to try to get along when we return. And then Jackson stood up right as she was standing up, and he's like, Your Honor, if I could address the court. And she goes, No, we're gonna do it after break. And he was like, you could tell he was just shaking. He was pissed. He was pissed that Alisi. He was pissed that Brennan got the last word in. It's like, they all have this. They all have this stuff to say, and then all of a sudden it gets cut off, and he's like, fuck. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's awesome.
Wow. Whoever thought we'd be sitting here watching a friggin' trial like this, Mike? Ever?
No,
I never saw this.
I can't get over it, dude. I can't get over it. I just saw Bob Alisi just raise his voice. He went another octane level. He went up, and so did Jackson, and so did Yannetti. Yannetti, when he first got up there today, he was hammering away. Like he's like, Your Honor, that was trial one. This is a different. He corrected her. It was fucking beautiful, and I was like, oh, David, yeah, go, dude. And it's just great, man. It's good stuff. And even Hank is raising his voice and just one line in the defense to death, like, well, if they had read the report or if they had read the article, we prepared for them. All this other bullshit, and of course the defense gets up and goes, well, we did actually, and this is where we're going to correct you again. Just that kind of back and forth banter. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like a gentleman's duel where they slap each other in the face with a pair of gloves. Slap, 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 slap. You know what I mean? But you don't know who's right and who's wrong. We obviously have bias. And I want the defense to be right, but man, hearing Brennan just back and forth. Of course, Lally just sitting there scribbling and doing nothing. ADA McLaughlin's they're all just looking forward. And I can't imagine. I wonder if they even have lunch together, those three, Lally, Brennan, and McLaughlin. If they even
Probably not.
You
They're
know,
probably not allowed to talk.
I mean, if you were a team, wouldn't you walk in together and be united? Like, you know what I mean? They all show up at different times. Who knows what they even, you know? So, you know,
The
it's
fix
just,
is in, Mike. The fix is in.
and but the good thing is that they're doing another voir dire on fucking Aka.
Why?
Because Brennan argued for it. He wants to know what type of questions they might be answering, and if they're like in his own mind, he wants to know because it was a federal investigation. He doesn't have the two. He doesn't have the ability to see what their the qualifications. Some of the things he wants to know, I'll say, if they can answer them, and if it's unknown to him, he feels he has the right to know what the questions he's going to ask them might be the answers to that the defense might ask them too. It's just it's weird. So, but what Bev did, which was great, is she's going to voir dire them the day before they testify, so she doesn't have to fly them in twice.
Okay.
So Bev was nice. Was nice enough to do that, you know.
That's still, Mike. They're still going to be here a couple days.
Well, yeah, they got a voir dire and probably
Right.
2 days. Probably 2 days of testimony. Yeah. So she's going forward with the jury selection on the 1st. You know, there's 1,375 witnesses, jurors that were polled, and they're going to weed through those. So yeah, you're looking at like the 20th, the 25th to start, anyways.
That's a lot of people.
You know how many had the first time to show up?
About the 1,300 or something.
No, the first that's just this time. Second time, the first time it was 400.
And they have how many now?
1,375.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the questioning might be a little bit more drilled down a little bit, and you know what I mean. Like they're gonna throw some people out, change the questions on the jury ballot, on the jury questionnaire, and you know, make sure no one was a cop, make sure no one, you know, all this other stuff. Because you get, you know, if you get let's say you get an engineer in there, you know, retired, you know, and he thinks he's smarter than Akra, that's a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you're thorough what kind of background they are, if they're, you know, have any kind of engineering background, or if they were a nurse. I don't know what the right answer is, obviously, but this is definitely not, you know, my brother kind of thing that we've seen with Brady before. You know, there's no my brother. It's defense, prosecution, Mr. Brennan. You know, it's not like my brother. It's, you know, it's like, and Auntie Bev is like, can you guys talk about this and get it figured out? And I feel like Liza is like the middle ground. Like, yes, we will. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Like, it's
So she's
awesome.
playing okay.
Yeah, but she even gave an oral argument today, which was great. You know, I think Bev, I believe it or not, Bev is like the kindest towards her right now. Just because they, you know, the prosecution wasn't going to call. This is another big thing. They want the death certificate because it says undetermined.
Yeah, what's up with that?
They don't want to show it in court.
Why?
Because the prosecution feels it hurts their case, and obviously the defense wants it because it's undetermined. And like, if you think about it, okay, if your prosecution is you don't have a homicide or a, you know, car accident as a death on your death certificate, you just have undetermined. That's a big win for the defense, and they're trying to block that in any legal way they can. You know what I mean? I don't know how to get into specifics about what is the verbiage they're using to say to Auntie Bev why that's detrimental to the prosecution. It's a fucking death certificate. It's a factual document.
Exactly.
How can you not let that in, right?
That's what's confusing me, guy.
Tom, I'm telling you, it's like I like my head's about to explode. Like are we watching what's going on here? This is like, you want to keep out the death certificate because it says undetermined? Are you kidding me? Like, just legit. Like, I was like, okay.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
something drastically wrong with that.
Right? Don't you think? Like,
It's a murder
so
trial, for Christ's sakes, Mike. Not a fucking hit and run.
So you go to the how does, all right, so here's the prosecution going, manner of death. Well, how do you avoid that? Like, how do you, like, how the jury's going to want to know what was the cause of death. You're actually going to surmise that it was hit by a car, but you have nothing to back that up, that his head injury, even though he bled out that way and caused his death,
Right.
but that the medical examiner can't tell you with certainty it was done with a car, or the scratches in his arm was done with a taillight. She will not go on the record as saying that was caused by that. So that is detrimental to the prosecution, right?
Yeah, a lot.
I know, North Carolina. I know. Did you hear the arguments though? He's in the chat right now, and I'm like, dude, that's fucked up, man. So anyway, yeah. So that's what's crazy, dude. I don't know if you can watch the second half of this, but it's gonna be fucking lights out.
No kidding. Well,
yeah.
Again, I never thought I'd be here watching a freaking murder trial like this.
This is crazy, dude. Absolute, and I'm telling you, the gloves are off. The gloves are off. The gloves are off. I thought Hank was trying to play the rope-a-dope, and they flushed that out real early. They flushed that real. He's not even calling him brother counsel. He's not even. The gloves are off, microdots. You're fucking right. They are. They're grappling. They're trying to take leg takedowns right now. Oh yeah. I mean, fuck it, right? Don't leave a bullet in your belt, man. Let's go. And,
I guess it's a different. I guess this is a different type of trial, right?
Yeah, it's not a Lally, shrugging his shoulders or looking at Auntie for an objection. I love how they're trying to get the objections in open court, which is huge. I can't believe the prosecution is trying to bury the death certificate. I mean, North Carolina's in here saying that's like standard 101 in any court in North Carolina. Like, how do you keep that out?
Kind of basic stuff, Mike.
Right. And it was obviously introduced in trial one, but again, like, trial one has nothing to do with trial two. And Yannetti made that clear again today to the judge. To the judge. It was awesome. So it's like the Archer guys never even testified. But you know what? We all know it, but Brennan doesn't know it. He's complete. I didn't watch trial one. Blah 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 blah. But he's watching the fucking docuseries. About the whole glass thing and all this other bullshit. But the two takeaways were they walked in like bosses, on the Reed. Team Reed walked in like bosses on Aiden's court date. It was fucking awesome. And then the open objections was good. The death certificate's good. That's a good argument, which is should be the defense's. I mean, it's crazy. And then the trying to get Karen's motive to be she was, we want motive, opportunity, means. So the motive they're trying to set in there is she was pissed at John for dating that girl that lived close to 34 Fairview that has a couple of kids. Yeah, they're trying to say that was part of her thought process going through her head on the way to 34 Fairview. So and then Jackson gets
that doesn't prove murder.
Yeah, but Jackson gets up and goes, Your Honor, I have to correct Mr. Brennan again. That actually happened. That conversation took place when they went looking for John the next morning. So it's like going back and forth, like tick for tack, that's what I guess Brennan's saying when Jen called John on the way over to 34 Fairview, she had mentioned to John on the phone, it's near that girl's house.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But that's John being talked to on the phone. I'm sure he didn't say to Karen, it's them, but that girl I was, stabbing for a little while over here. You know what I mean?
Unless it was on a speakerphone.
Maybe. But then Jen's a douchebag for saying that over the phone then. I don't think that happened that way.
No.
I remember her saying that they were intimate on Friday night. Remember that in open court?
Yeah.
She said
Okay.
they were
Yeah.
Or in the Vanity Fair, she said her and John were intimate on Friday night, and that and there's no like body language. It says any different on Saturday night. I don't even think she would have been pissed if John had dated somebody before her, and you know what I mean, and lived near 34 Fairview. I don't even think that would upset her.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so either.
Right, she's more mature than that.
Yeah,
You know
she's
what I mean?
above it. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. She's above that.
So if she's going home and because John never comes out of the house, and she starts calling him, what might be going through her mind at that point is he snuck out and went over to that lady's house. Maybe. I don't know. I'm speculating here, but you know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, Michael Dots. I think Karen made the connection later, thinking about John could be about the girl. Thank you. We were just thinking the same thing, Michael Dots. Right.
And that makes all the sense in the world.
Right. To me,
it does.
If I went home, if I went home and I dropped my girlfriend off at a party and didn't come out, and then like drove home pissed off and like, okay, and started calling him, he's not answering. Well, yeah, maybe she's got a little side piece going. You know what I mean? Who knows? And that is a normal reaction. To me, well, she's not thinking he got beat up inside and was put out in the lawn. She knows she didn't hit him. So where else is he? He's getting a little nug somewhere, right?
Yeah, well,
just I don't know, man. That's just the way Brennan and we're bringing the kids in automatically out of the rip. Like we're bringing the kids in. I'm like, oh fucking man. And they keep on talking about donuts, and I just keep on looking over at Aiden, and I see this little smirk on his face. I'm just like, the donut thing keeps on coming up about how Karen fed John, niece and nephew, some donuts, and John didn't like it. Are you shitting me? Are you really fucking shitting me? You think that's why she was upset at John? No. Maybe something else happened.
That's a lot.
So
that's a lot.
She leaves John's house, during the day at some point, because for whatever reason, I don't know if they had a conversation over the donuts, and the donuts that were upsetting John. So I think she said to herself, I need a break. She took off. John starts calling her. Come on back up, come on back up. So here they are. They're back out. She see her walk into the bar, and they kiss and they hug and they embrace. Like
they were more than fine when they were there together that night.
Right? Yeah, it was like, it's okay. So what? Yeah, they don't speak. I'm over it. Big fucking deal, right? And then on the way to even if Jen on the speakerphone says it's near so and so's house, does she even know who that is until maybe after the fact? Like, does she even care? Like, does she
again,
does
right?
She know,
It does, that doesn't move. No.
But how do you, now you have to prove that though. Like you have to prove the fact that doesn't bother me. It was some old chick, married kids, who can't, whatever. It was before. It was 2 years prior to me even meeting John. So why do I care? It didn't happen while we were together.
Listen, Mike, was John a health food nut?
Not really.
Then I don't see him having a massive problem with what she fed the kids. Did you feed the kids? Yep.
Well, I can't speak to state of mind. Like, was it like a donut? It's a situation before that where John. I think John's such a humble dude, and came from blue collar guy that no one ever bought him donuts probably, and you know what I mean, like that kind of thing. Like, and he's never bought the kids donuts before, and his Karen showed up, on a Friday morning or whatever, or Saturday morning, ran out and get donuts for him, and they have a little tip a tat. She takes off for the rest of the day, does some home cleaning or whatever, or needs a plumber to come down. And then John's like, well, it's going to be a snowstorm, and she doesn't want to stay home and get stuck there. she's like, well, I might as well head back up with my boyfriend, have some fun, see Mike and Russ and all the guys, and John needs to blow off steam, like she says, and things will be good. And they were just together on Friday night. Why wouldn't you think things are good? They were hanging out Friday night, having a good time. So So trying to prove like state of mind is like, you cheated on me yesterday. I caught you red-handed. Yeah, I get that. But there's none of that. There's none of like, so what if you dated a guy? Wouldn't, if I met my wife's ex-boyfriend, I'd have a conversation with her. I wouldn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I'm pretty confident in myself and my wife's relationship that, she can be an ex-girlfriend of mine or whatever.
Mike, years ago.
Yeah. We're going back, 12, 13 years ago for myself. But like, we're talking to John. Karen's really mature, obviously, and she's not really jealous of other people unless they're like the Aruba incident. John was hanging on this girl, and it was he was the godfather of her child. Really never got to the bottom of it. Never found out if he like cheated on her in Aruba, and if she had known if he had cheated on Aruba, if they probably would have broke up by then, because there was no mention of I caught him doing this. It was like I caught him in the lobby with another girl. Not even the word caught. I walked into the lobby and saw him with another girl, and well, that was it. It's like, okay, so what? Big deal. John likes to drink. John has a lot of friends that are female. He wasn't trying to go after this girl that he's a godfather to her child or the family, or maybe the little sister or whatever. Why would you do that in Aruba? Why would you cheat on your girlfriend in Aruba with your niece and nephew there? You know what I mean? Like, that's just not John's style. He's not that kind of drunk. He's not that sloppy. He's not that way. You know what I mean? You can tell when he walks into the waterfall, he's walking fine, shaking people's hands. He wasn't like getting like, legless. He wasn't like staring off in the corner, rocking back and forth, or, he's just doing his thing, man. And that bothers me a lot, that they're trying to say that she was angry because someone on the phone mentioned, well, it's kind of near the house where that woman you used to date before you met Karen lives. Well, okay, that makes it easy for John to find, because she was married at the time, but then left her husband, what was John, for a little bit, and then went back to her husband. So John kind of knows the general area where he was going. And I don't think there was any malice in Jen's voice, because she probably knew that Karen could handle shit like that, because it was years before. Who knows? I don't know.
Messed
girls,
up. It was messed up again.
Girls in the chat, what do you think? If you're on a call and you have a really good relationship going, and someone on the phone mentioned, well, it's near a girlfriend that you hooked up with one time a couple of years ago before you met Karen's house, would that bother you? I don't know. It wouldn't bother me. Wouldn't bother me at all.
Look at Twitter real quick.
All right. What's up?
I just sent you something that I'm trying to.
The Mikey thing?
Yeah.
Weird kid in accident, no job.
Yeah, with a picture of him.
Yeah, I love it. That's awesome. Yeah, Twitter's blowing up today too. My thumbs are flipped, just in case you want to know.
Man. And Mike, wait till the trial starts and we get new evidence. Oh my God.
I know.
Really, think about the stuff we're gonna get, right? The new evidence.
I can't. Well, yeah. I mean, there's 91 people on the prosecution's list, and I'm glad I learned this morning. If the prosecution calls their own witness, they can call him as a hostile witness and impeach him, which I did not know, which I'm thankful for. So let's just fucking get everybody up there, and with this team, they can eat anybody up. You have 4-on-1 right now, because Alicia, Little, Jackson, Yannetti, and Karen, and against Brennan, because the other two are doing nothing. They're doing nothing. Unbelievable, dude. It's
well,
like
if they try and run the same thing they ran through the court last time, it's gonna be a serious problem.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean run through?
They already asked them a line of questions. They don't need to know the answers to specifically all of them.
Yeah, they cannot change their timeline. Absolutely.
Right.
So Hank's trying to bring in some new. That's why he got the records for Gretchen Voss. You know, the off the record stuff to try to change their state of mind. And obviously, the kids can't change, you know, their minds because of what they said in the first trial, right? So the kids are under so much fucking pressure, dude.
Yeah, there's no
I have to
need to
say-
even have them involved.
Yeah, I have to say it exactly what I said last time, which I'm sure they remember. I'm not calling them out. I get it. You know, it doesn't make sense. I mean,
Well, I guess you couldn't damage them kids any more than they're already freaking messed up from everything and everyone lying to them. Wait till they find out the truth.
well, if the dastardly Karen Reed was so guilty, they wouldn't need the kids. Okay, my opinion.
Yep.
Right.
100%.
You wouldn't even need their testimony to help out with your prosecution of this innocent woman. You would just need some facts, and that's why their case is so weak that they need every single voice that they can get and to bend and to portray a different way of the thought process of Karen, because means, opportunity, and motive, right? The opportunity was at the party, the means was the car, and the motive was because she was pissed off at the world. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
And everything is based on conjecture and hypothetical.
And you can switch it around to the defense. Well, what was the means and opportunity and motive for the people inside the house? That's fucking easy. They fucking killed somebody. They threw him out in the snow, okay? And they're all pissed off at him for fucking doing something stupid because Higgins didn't like him anymore. You know, whatever it was, because he was pissed off at Karen because Karen blew him off. So there's your motive. The means was at the house where they beat him up, and the opportunity was at the house, and then throwing him out in the fucking snow. That just you can flip this around as much as you want. You cannot tell me that Karen ran down John because of donuts. It just just come on.
I question myself, Mike. Right? I wonder if somebody slipped something in Karen's drink.
I thought of that too, bro. I thought about because she didn't even know when she woke up and all this other stuff too.
They'll knock her off. It's a classic indication of like getting roofied. You forget everything. She didn't remember going to that house. She never been there. You would think I remember going to a house I never been to. Oh yeah.
Tell you what, man, she's basically telling her defense, in on the documentary, she watched John get to the door and then she looked away. Then the defense brought up today, Julie Bagel, about walking. She had to walk right past him to get to Danubio's car, and there was no talk of a Jeep there today. So I don't know what's going on with that. Now you have Jen McCabe. And don't forget, in the documentary, you're going to see that the 3-point turn is still talked about on the first.
The one that never happened?
Correct.
Ain't that awesome?
So you got people going on the stand that are like, I mean, they're, it's going to be good, dude. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good.
You think she goes to 4 o'clock?
Yeah, I do, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit earlier. I don't know. Who knows? But I tell you, man, these people that are going to be witnesses for the prosecution and get cross-examined, they have no idea what's coming. No idea what's coming. They are going to get smoked. They are going to get so smoked because we are more equipped with information, more equipped with the phone data.
The facts.
Yes, always have the facts outside. We got 91 people, including Meatball Morris, Helena Rafferty, on the witness list, okay? That's fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, Jesus.
I just got a picture from Mary. Mary sent me a picture. I'm glad you're in your shirt, Mary. Sent Mary a shirt. So
I'm
she
gonna
got
send
it.
you. Olivia just posted something with Alan Jackson losing his shit. I'm gonna send it to you right now. I'll be in your ex.
Yeah.
Holy shit. He's pissed, dude. He's more pissed now because it's there's no jurors there, obviously. He's more pissed now than I've ever seen him. Him and Bob Alisi and Vietti. This is like one of the best days in court I've ever seen. Yeah, Jackson's on fire. Like he's literally eyes just focused right over Brennan's shoulders, right up there of like come on. Like, so it looks like Jackson's gonna get the first couple of minutes when they go back to quarter two. But I mean, it's been a match today. I think the defense is winning, no hands down. But just Brennan coming back with that whiny ass voice and going,
Yeah.
well, you know what I mean? Wah. Like you're like, oh man. I thought Lally was bad, but at
He's
least
got a
Lally's
tone.
voice. Yeah, but
Yeah.
he doesn't say now who was, if anybody who was driving the car, if you had to guess how much snow is, that kind of,
Yeah.
that
Normal
he's not,
question.
yeah, he just asks the right questions. But Lally has this way about him. If anybody, that I guess that must be a term. If anyone, if you could possibly remember, so it doesn't tie you down. But it's fucking unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Even Yanetti's had enough of it too.
Yeah, and he's in a tough spot.
Why? Oh, because he's from Mass. Yeah.
He's from here. He can't go up against his brothers, his fellow brothers. Alan Jackson can.
Fuck Brennan, dude. What Brennan's doing, in my opinion, is just off the chart. Like he wants this thing so bad. Like he has an alternative motive. Like I feel like behind the scenes of just winning this thing because he wants to, and he's making 250,000 or whatever it might be.
Drag it out, right?
There's like political ambitions driving him to go forth with this, and I don't think he realizes that win, lose, or draw, he loses no matter what. Right? Like if he wins, loses, whatever. He
remember,
still is bad.
He's a hired hitman, Mike.
No, I get it. I get it. Yes.
He's getting paid. They hired him for a job.
Yep. I mean, they have 60 other ADAs in that office, and no one would touch it. Just drives me crazy. Because I just want to let's just go outside and we'll figure this out. You and I, the kind of thing. Like it's like in the old days, let's just kind of so let's wait till everybody leaves and you and I will just hang around and we'll just do this. All right. Like that's what I feel like saying, but obviously they don't. But oh man, some of this they say it with such tone and inflection now. It's like because there's no jury, they're like boom, boom. It's like oh yeah, and like so the defense did not object to anything with the buffer zone. Just so you know, all right. That's like not they don't really give a fuck. They don't. No, but they don't. They're not going to argue and waste their breath. And whatever the court decides is perfect. No state police will be allowed to be near the jurors. Just so you know, not going to be any. It's on the record. It is on the record. It wasn't on the record last time, but Beverly Canoni goes, well, that's how it's always done with court officers.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Oh yeah, what the fuck was Fanning doing there then last time? Well, that was last trial, dude. So it doesn't matter anymore. It's just the stuff and like the legal eagle part of this stuff is just it's mind blowing. Thank you, Ann Merritt, for the $10. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Smart Chats. Buy a coffee. Yes. Anybody have any questions? We can read them off. They were still want you guys.
Yes, sir. What do you got?
Do you want to go?
Want to say hi?
Oh yeah, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Have a wonderful day, sir.
They still want you to go in the dumpster.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I guess Proctor is the new delivery guy for D&E Pizza.
That's just not right.
Todd, it's crazy, dude. Crazy. I wish Benaro was there. I really do. Because he's so good, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's sitting home or at his office going, fuck, I should have been there this morning. You know, but he probably had other obligations.
Well, that would have been a really tough spot for him, right? Remember?
Yeah, yes. Lucas, stop it, doing the question. Oh man. Yeah, Melody, Tom, the MSP is going to weasel the way in. Here's what I think is going to happen with the jurors. How they're going to get around these if they want to again. They're going to do it through a PI. They're going to go through a PI. You're not going to know anything about it, and they're going to report back to whoever they need to report back. They'll report back to the state police this time. It's Better Road, New York court today. I haven't seen him on Twitter all day, so I'm thinking he is, just so you know. But new trial, Mikey. Yeah, well, it is. It's the same story, just rehashed with some different verbiage in there.
Told a little differently.
Yeah. And it's just 91 freaking one. Yeah, this is nuts, dude. So if you're new to this trial, this is your first one, I suggest you take the weekend and watch trial 1 and then watch this one because you'll understand it. Yeah. But man, it's on. Yep. It is on. So she denied the motion to extend it to the 25th within a millisecond, dude. Within a millisecond. She's like, as soon as they finish their oral arguments, well, I'm going to deny that. Just like that. It was crazy. And she said, I'm going to tell you why. And she says, we get the witness, and she's actually kind of right. She's got the witness, the witness.
I know, I was there.
The witness people have been working up day and night to get 1,300 people there, and she's not going to stop them from doing that, is what she basically said. It's on like Donkey Kong. You're damn right, man.
She's back.
When the alarm bells are ringing, they usually ring for a reason, right? Yeah. Is that her?
Yep.
Did they get you a slice at least?
I know, huh?
Right. Hey, Karen. She's awesome. There's Minion. You gotta watch out for Minion Mike, man. He'll take you down low. Be done. Alan Jackson, though, man. Oh, fuck, was he pissed.
Good job, Liza.
She's boss, dude. Looks a little potch out there in the sidewalk, huh?
No.
Dude, there's hardly anybody out there.
Yeah.
Maybe they're across the street downstairs.
Yeah, possible. Or at lunch.
Yeah. But you know what, Tommy? You're there, brother.
We're there. We got it.
Yep.
Why?
I pressed the button. It might be recording. It might not be. I don't know.
Ryan, good to see you. How you doing, dear?
Good. I'm on my new routine of what it's going to be like if the trial starts. And I got to work first in the morning, then come for the afternoon crowd.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
This is not going to be good.
I know.
This is already bad.
I know.
Whatever.
Is Mike Learer in the chat?
No, he's with Nan. They're hanging out watching
Oh,
the
that's
trial.
right. That's
Yeah.
right.
So,
But hi, everybody. Everyone stay safe.
yeah,
And keep the faith.
we're doing
We
our
need
best,
everybody
right?
we can get.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's 1:52, so we got a minute or two, I think, before they start.
So the people that have been donating, I can't really see the chat, but I really thank you all for even just being here.
Yeah,
so
maybe when you get back in your car when you're leaving, you can go through them.
yeah.
All right, because
It's just a
I can do it now, but I don't want to miss anything. Mr. and Mrs. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hit that like and subscribe button and become a member, guys, because we haven't had a members only in a while, but I don't know when Tom will do it.
Yeah, we got to figure something out. I don't want to come back here tomorrow still.
I don't think so. I think we're gonna be all right. She was basically saying if you don't cut the shit,
We'll be waiting here.
Yeah, if you guys keep up this back and forth and killing time, I'm gonna bring it back tomorrow, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Reporter of the year.
I was only joking, man. I'm not saying you lying.
I wasn't.
He's a mouthpiece, dude. You know that.
I know. It's funny because I was over there across the street, and the guy who I see on, I forget what channel I watch the guy on, but he sits there and he just reads exactly what he's told from what he sent. He doesn't care about the case. He just reads what he sent on his phone.
Nope. And then wants to go in his truck and hang out and do nothing.
It's just a job to him. He don't care.
That's right, brother. That's right, man. But we've had a great chat today, man. The guys in the chat have been great. They've been funny. North Carolina has been in here all day. Nightbot, Nikki. I mean, you guys, Lucas, Dave's channel. Everybody's been in here doing shit, man. Nice to see you guys.
Sweet. Thank you all.
Dave's channel, Darcy. No, have you seen Grant? People are. Have you seen him? I'm gonna ask. No, you haven't. Okay.
Fuck me, I'll do that traffic.
Who's that?
When people walk down the sidewalk, we try and all make sure to get out of the way so we can't be accused of impeding anybody.
Mark Cunningham, Noodles Mama. I got you. Darcy. Yep. Nick Mac. Yep. Thanks, guys. Where do you think Grant would go on vacation? Like Disneyland or something like that? Or
He lives there. What are you talking about? He's a Fantasyland, that boy.
H in the chat. Thank you. Drew P617. Minion's great. Yes. Mary Whitcomb. Thank you. Appreciate the love, guys. Much love. Much love.
No doubt.
What a day, man. Wow. Even my heart rate got up. Like I was like,
and they haven't even got through all the motions, right?
You know that you ever hear that saying in sports, the off season is the season? Well, it's like the pre-trial. The pre-trial is really the trial. What you can get in to the trial for your team is so beneficial than not getting it, obviously, right? So it's like this is where the real arguments come because there's no jurors and they just go at it. They go at it with their legalese. Donna, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, Grant.
Yes, Nathan.
Mentioned. Yeah, yep.
How you doing, Nathan? Very well, thank you.
Deuces. Kimberlina, thank you. Yeah, if you haven't got your popcorn, go get it, man. It's gonna be crazy. I was like, I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that Jackson was like, he was like Trooper Paul mad. Like, you know, I had him like that's. He was like fucking pissed. It was awesome. And how you doing, Jane H? Yes. Yeah, Darcy. Like I'm happy that the objection might be done in open court and not just in sidebars. Yeah, my
Can you imagine what Lally was saying? But Judge, I can't defend that. You can't. He can't say that.
Well, there was times when Judge Bev would say, "Can you answer that question without even the Lally would object, What Bev would just say, can you answer that? Can you answer that question real quick? And that was, move on. But it's been a long time coming.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they're teaching this class right now, and I heard a lot they're teaching about is the hostage video that Mike Morrissey let out. How damning that was.
Yeah, I think she's really onto something. We haven't heard nothing about that. You notice that?
What's that?
We haven't heard anything from Aussie's video.
I know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God. It looks like everybody's coming back from lunch. I wish they had the big, like when Turtle Boy was on, they had everybody was in the courtroom. It was so cool.
Yep.
So
And I saw you had a big smile on his face.
Yeah, he was happy. There's a standout tomorrow for Justin Root at Morrissey's headquarters. Okay, guys. I know, right? I know, like. Don't forget, man. Once they swear a juror in, it's double jeopardy. So if the federal appeals come back differently in Karen's favor, it's game set match, man. That's the other thing too. Is like you have this whole federal side going on to it too, Tom. Like it's like
that we don't know about.
Yeah, my point being is that it's still ongoing.
Yeah, I know.
It's gonna happen.
Morning.
How
are you? You look good today.
She's wearing. Oh man, she's wearing Valentino's. Tommy, SD shoes. You hear me?
Yeah.
They're like fucking $3,000.
Yeah. All her stuff is on the upper end of that.
No, I just know that because my wife and stuff. But those shoes with the red soles.
Yeah,
man,
the shoes and the purse.
Big money.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
The purse probably costs more than the shoes. If that's my recollection.
Oh no, trust me. That was like $8,000 worth of stuff she was flashing around right there.
I'm happy with my Air Jordans, man.
Yeah, me too. I get flip flops on right now. All right.
Yeah. I'll wear these out until someone says you got to get a new pair of shoes.
That's what I did in high school, man. I until they were beat up. Yeah, I do know fashion. You're right, I do. Yeah. Yeah, the red soles. Yeah, I know all about that. Hey, the fans back on in the courtroom. Do you want to switch it up a little bit?
Sure.
All right, pal. We'll see if Kelly can switch us up when we get a chance.
Yeah.
Defend. It's 2:01. Okay. I'm gonna go downstairs and let my dogs out before she comes back on. So I'll be back up in a minute, guys. So I'm gonna be downstairs for a minute. I'll be back up in a couple minutes, guys. Right?
Yes.
All right, so I'll hear you on your motion, Mr. Brennan, and then a 2-minute response. Jimmy, keep track, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. During the first trial, Your Honor made a ruling prior to defense presenting any evidence or questioning any witness about third-party culprit the defense needed to provide a sufficient evidence to pursue or place that issue in front of the jury. The defense, in my opinion, looking at the opening argument, ignored that directive by the court. The very first words of the opening were directed to third-party culprit. And thereafter, throughout the case, there does not seem to be any boundaries, parameters, or identification of the walls or the length of third-party culprit. The varying representations by the defense over time make very unclear what the third-party culprit evidence is, whether it is a particular person, includes particular people, or unknown. We know from the defendant's statements that there was a position taken on the front of the courthouse steps that everybody knew who the third-party culprit was. That position changed in the Ted Daniels interview when they were asked about third-party culprit, Mr. Jackson, and the defendant said they did not know. And so despite the recent position that they did not know who the third-party culprit was, in our argument the other day, Attorney Little identified Brian Albert as third-party culprit, Mr. Albert. And so there's this vacillating position on who the third-party culprit is and what evidence they suggest supports third-party culprit. I took an opportunity to go back to the arguments last year for third-party culprit. I have a transcript, and it's equally undefined at that point. And so what we have now is the defense with a hope or an expectation or intention to pursue third-party culprit, but we have no basis for it. The court has been very clear on third-party culprit, and they can't just come in and start accusing people arbitrarily of committing the crime of murder. Section 1105 of Mass Rule of Evidence makes clear that evidence that a third party committed the crime charged against the defendant.
So I will read again the Mass Guide to Evidence. I'm familiar with the law on third-party culprit. Your time is up at this point.
See,
I've read your motion. I've read your memo.
Okay.
Or the pleadings.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Giannetti. Jim, why don't you stand when it's done? Can you stand when it's done?
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
Well, then we'll hold it. We'll
That's
hold
fine.
it to the end.
That's fine.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'm going to hold you to 2 minutes. I've got the Commonwealth's motion on the Celebrate demonstration. I'll hear you for 2 minutes on that.
My 2 minutes start when I get to the podium?
Yes.
Thank you.
The courtroom demonstration that the Commonwealth proposes is incredibly vague, and it, to the extent it can be understood, is impermissible. I'm fully aware of what happened in trial one. Not only did I read the transcript, I went back and watched the video. The Commonwealth states that they want to conduct, I'm reading verbatim on page 1, a courtroom demonstration of how data was stored within Jen McCabe's cell phone. That's it. No elaboration what it's going to be. They're looking to me this is a blank check. Similarly, with regard to Jessica Hyde, we'll use a courtroom demonstration to show jurors information and data on both the phones to explain concepts and to illustrate particular information of importance. Vague again, we have no idea what it's going to be, nor does the court. And there are similar statements, and also on page 2, they concede they want Mr. Whiffen to use the highly disputed extraction reports to demonstrate Celebrate software. It says this demonstration would closely mirror the actual Google searches, but we don't know how. It's obviously not going to do it. And lastly, with regard to the law, section 1006 talks about the witness presenting the summary is not permitted to state deductions or inferences. That's right in the note to the rule, and that's exactly what they want the them to do is to give the deduction and the inference that the 227 timestamp means it came to at 6:30. It's in direct violation of the rule. It's secondly, under 1006, the appeals court held that because the presentation selectively presented excerpts of other exhibits and evidence in such a way that it served to both bolster the Commonwealth case and rebut the defendant's case, it was not merely a neutral summary. It was more akin to an argument than evidence. The Commonwealth concedes that's the case. And with regard to Commonwealth v. Sosa, page 14, the only thing that was allowed in Sosa, the case they cite, it says the complete video footage contained several camera angles of the property, and the condensed video merely was a compilation of that which already existed. They just shortened it down. What they're proposing to do is anything but that.
All right. I appreciate your brevity too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. The demonstration we would be asking Ian Whiffen to engage in is the same demonstration as he did at the first trial. No different, based on the same qualifications, based on the same experience. It is essential that the jury understand and be able to see the data in action so they can appreciate the legitimacy of how the data is stored and how those windows are opened. As far as Jessica Hyde, we've provided a number of different reports. We would like to provide chalks that come directly from those reports. So if there's anything that's particularly offensive in those chalks, I'm willing to discuss it with the defense. There would be nothing new or different than hasn't already been provided. It would be simply blowing up the photographs or the exhibits in her reports so that the jury can read along and see them.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll get a decision quickly to you in that. Does the defense intend to bring up any bad character or misconduct of John O'Keefe or any witness?
No, bad character evidence is inadmissible.
Right.
To the extent that evidence could be used for like motive, opportunity, all the alternative, under proposed rule 404, we reserve the right, but we would approach sidebar before introducing any such evidence, and certainly not against John O'Keefe.
What do you say, Mr. Brennan?
If we have advance notice, I think that's appropriate. I don't want to wait until we get the sidebar. If the defense has an intention of offering what would otherwise be prior bad act evidence, but they think it meets an exception under the rule, then they should propose that evidence so we have time to consider it.
Especially if you intend to open on it. Are you doing the opening, Ms. Giannetti?
I will not be doing the opening this time, and I do
Okay.
not believe we will be opening on that at all.
All right. So, okay. So what I'll do is not during the opening and only with advance notice and a ruling.
What would the advance notice be, Your Honor?
A week before trial, a week before the evidence starts.
Thank you.
Okay, that's paper 587, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Commonwealth's motion for an offer of proof regarding calling District Attorney Morrissey and victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. And it also includes a request to exempt from sequestration.
Your Honor, with regard to this motion, we have on principle, we have no objection to an offer of proof as necessitated by the court's guidance.
Yep.
The issues do go strictly to trial strategy and attorney work product. So any such offer of proof, we would ask, we make that ex parte. I can tell the court, just to kind of streamline things, we would not be seeking either of these individuals in our case in chief. They would be merely impeachment if necessary.
Okay.
Certainly we could make those offers of proof at the appropriate time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm satisfied with that. What's the Commonwealth's position? You satisfied with that?
I am. I would like the victim witness advocate to be able to.
Yes, the victim witness advocate, he'll be able to come in for trial.
I wasn't worried about the sequestration aspect of it. I should have mentioned that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so they're both exempt from sequestration. Okay. So the other motions do seem like they may take a little bit more time. I'm going to well, actually, let's try this one, see how we can do with this. So The Commonwealth's motion eliminate to prohibit reference to the pending internal affairs investigation, sustained findings unrelated to this case or unfounded allegations. Well, this is in a little bit different posture now than when the Commonwealth filed it back on March 10th, right? With Michael
is.
Proctor being fired. Do you need some time to reconfigure this, or you want to just be heard? And for this, I'll give you both 3 or 4 minutes.
I think it'd be helpful to have more time. I can report that when we learned that Mr. Proctor was fired, we filed a request for all the IA files. We included the defense, and I understand there was a production produced to us,
Oh,
to
okay.
both of us. Now, I have not seen it.
Okay.
It may be voluminous. It's something I'd like to review. I'm expecting that there may be many pieces of material in that production that is going to be relevant for the defense in this case. And if I have a chance to review it, much of it I may not object to, but there are some fundamental things I'd object to. Traditionally, ultimate findings or opinions of a advisory board or a body aren't admissible. So there will be some constant argument about what is objectionable, but I think a review of the material is helpful so we can better define what is in there and what should be admissible and what shouldn't.
All right, so you just received it. When do you anticipate being able to review it and forward at least what you feel the rules require you to forward? And then if there's anything else that I have to decide, how long will it take you to review it and provide defense counsel with everything that you believe you're required to provide them?
They have a copy of everything that we got.
Oh, okay.
So we had them on the email so they could get everything that we received. We don't have anything they don't have.
Oh, okay.
So it's really just an evidentiary argument. Can, for example, a firing, can that come in that he was fired? Can the conclusions of the board come in, whatever their position is? Maybe they found him acting unbecoming of an officer. I don't know. But those type of conclusions are what I'll probably object to. The raw material, I haven't read it. I hear it voluminous. Need some time to read it.
Okay. How much time?
Well, I would need, I think, till the end of next week.
Is that a same timetable you would have whoever's arguing it for the defense?
That's fine, Your Honor. I would just ask for notice about what specifically the Commonwealth is seeking to exclude. There were some,
Right.
even just in the motion that they filed, there's inconsistencies.
Yeah, but I think it's all different now, right?
Exactly, but there's
So-
just inconsistencies between the title and then what's actually in the body of the motion. So as long as I have clarity, then I know what to address.
Okay. All right. Is this something we should come in the day before impanelment and deal with?
I'm happy to come in if the court's available.
Want to do that?
That's fine, Your Honor.
I'd rather not have anything, but I think it makes sense that we at least give you that time and then the weekend. And if you go through it, I'd like something by next Friday too, if there are materials that the two of you are disagreeing about, so that I can view it next weekend and then we can have a hearing the following Monday.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does the court intend to have a hearing on the Monday after that? I just would like some time to be able to review their position so I can have time to respond.
So you need until next Friday. I'd like to do it before we start the trial, but I suppose we could start the trial and then hear it.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Can you
I'll move
have,
as quickly as I can. I have a lot of
Okay.
obligations over the next week. I'll try to facilitate it. I just don't know.
all right. Without knowing how much is in dispute, Ms. Little, you have no idea how long it will take you to address that, right? So,
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, by the 28th, you're to provide the defendant with anything that is disputed, and when you, or that you feel should be excluded. And when you provide that to the Commonwealth, I'd like you to let me know as well.
I will.
All right, and then Ms. Little, why don't you tell me on April 1st how much time you need to finish up? It may be nothing, you may have it and we can do it. So I guess we won't meet on the 31st on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
All right, so on the 1st, you'll tell me how much time you need. All right, so Mr. Brennan, since we are making good time, I'll let you go back and finish what you were saying when I gave you a 2-minute, when I cut you off after 2 minute on third-party culprit. And then Ms. Giannetti, I'll give you both up to 5 minutes on this. 5 minutes is a long time, Ms. Giannetti.
Your Honor,
Let's see how you do.
If the court's inclined to admit the evidence, then I don't need to speak at all. But if
Well,
you're
last time I said I wasn't excluding it, you just couldn't open on it. Right? So that's where I'm at this point, and I'll hear the different sides. So,
if that's the ruling, Judge, I don't need to be heard.
and I know, Mr. Brennan, you wanted it in advance, but, you know, I guess I'll hear you on your motion on that then.
The requirements of providing evidence to support third-party culprit are clear. The evidence has to be relevant, it can't be speculative, and it can't tend to prejudice or confuse the jury. If it involves hearsay or inadmissible evidence, there has to be a substantial connection between the crime charged. And so what we would want to avoid is what appeared happened in the last case when it was just a broad-based attack on anybody. There has to be relevance between who they choose as a target and the crime itself. Looking at the transcripts, I do not see that they've met a substantial basis between any particular individual and John O'Keefe. If we start from the premise that every single witness who testified that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview. Every witness, there is no substantive evidence that John O'Keefe ever entered that home. So to open up an invitation for the defense to start to present evidence, sometimes alleged prior bad act evidence or character evidence, is unfair because then it becomes a mini trial for each witness. And so I haven't heard any basis or any proffer by the defense that would substantiate any particular witness is a third-party culprit. Now, there are some cases that saying you don't have to actually identify the witness. Those are particular circumstances where there is still substantial evidence that an unknown person had committed the crime. That is not the case here. They have used names liberally, randomly, and those names have changed throughout litigation, whether it's in trial, after trial, but we've never seen a proffer by them. Who is it that they're going to claim as a third-party culprit? What evidence do they have that they want to introduce? There has to be parameters and limitations if they're going to try to introduce third-party culprit evidence, not only about who the person is, but what evidence are they going to introduce? Otherwise, we're going to spend half the trial at Sarabia fighting whether this is substantial, whether it's supported. And so no proffer has been made. I think there's an obligation to the defense to identify who the third-party culprit is and what do they want to introduce. Do they have a witness? Do they have evidence? Do they have any records? Simply assailing people's character randomly is improper, it's unfair, and then it causes the Commonwealth to have to spend extraordinary time rebutting, which is going to confuse this jury, and it's prejudicial. So I think that the court should order the defense to articulate who they claim their third-party culprit is and exactly what evidence they're going to introduce to support that claim. It's not until they articulate it we can really fashion an argument for the court, whether we think it is appropriate or whether we think it's insufficient. But now it's just an empty box where, as in the last trial, the defense can simply get up and blame anybody and everybody. And that's not the way the court and the courts have seen third-party culprit evidence. There's a standard, there's an obligation. It hasn't been met. So at this point, the court should preclude third-party culprit evidence. They could certainly pursue some type of critique on the police investigation, but as far as third party, without a proffer and a finding, there would be no guardrails, there'd be no parameters, and it would be chaos.
All right. So, Ms. Giannetti, I will hear from you, and I'd ask you to focus on, could you tell me whether this is pure third-party culprit, third party as it goes to Bowden, or is it simply somebody else did it and we don't know who?
It's the second alternative. In other words,
Okay, so that's a little bit different, Mr. Brennan, not pure third-party. I'll still go ahead. You can go over there. It's a little bit different if it's third-party as it goes to Bowden, but we know that it's not admissible if the police didn't know about that third party and not act on it. So are you going to tell us who? Last time you told me You don't have to prove that, but can
Well,
you
it's
make an
still our
offer?
position that we don't have to prove or narrow it to one potential third-party culprit.
Are you saying it's several?
3, yes.
Okay, so can you tell me the 3 that you say it is?
Sure. So the potential third-party culprits that we have identified are Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. I have, evidence with regard to each. I'm sensitive to the fact, Your Honor, that, and I have a lengthy argument prepared detailing the evidence against each of them.
Do you want to put it in writing?
Well, I'm just sensitive to the fact that the court is seeking not to, pollute the potential.
So we can do this over here.
It's up to Your Honor.
Why don't I see you preliminarily over here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We had the 3 names you wanted to hear, bro. We got them. Higgy, BA, and Colin. Third party. Go.
I don't think that wants that public, that conversation.
No, but it's too late. It's out there. He just put it open court, dude.
He sure did.
Oh,
Again, I don't think that wants this conversation she's having right now public.
no, and what Yannetti just said was, I have proof of it.
And he does, of each one of them. That's pretty rich. That's deep. Wow.
I've been waiting for that moment for a long time now.
Even Higgins too. Wow.
Is everybody freaking out down there?
Yes. Yep. But when that was mentioned, there was a roar.
Yeah, your microphone's still doing that thing again. It sounds like you're in the water.
Yeah, I'm downstairs. That's why.
All right.
It's the building I'm in. Yeah, wow. They mentioned that in those names and sidebar.
Well, David, it's way too loud. Way too loud, Tommy. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything, bro. Well, it's all echoing down there. We're back in court now. So here we go. They're scrambling right now. Ladley just dropped. Yannetti just dropped a bomb. Bomb. I think the prosecution's scrambling right now because honestly, they don't want those names involved, and they're asking, "Well, what information do you have that you can actually say what you're going to say?" Because that's a third party, right? And Yannetti just said we can prove it. I'm not quite sure what he has, but he would state it in open court on the record with those 3 names right there. And, all of a sudden it'll be out there, and he does not want to give the prosecution any time to prepare his witnesses for what questions they might receive on the stand. Oh, all right. So equestrian, he just said that Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert are the third party culprits, and he can prove it. Yep. So that's what's happening right now. They're in a sidebar, and I think what Yenny's trying to avoid is to give for what substance do you have, so that Brennan can go around and change things. And I get a feeling they got those three locked into a testimony, and there's not too much they can do about it. Yeah. Prove that that Colin, Higgy, and Albert are the third party culprits. So I just think Brennan just shit himself, because you can tell Yannetti didn't even want to get up and argue, but Bev made him, and he was okay. I'll drop it. I'll tell you, but I'm not going to tell you what we have that we're going to use what information we have right now, because I'm not going to let you prepare your witnesses for a cross or on direct what we're going to be doing. Remember, am I saying that right? Yeah. I don't know. Do they have a warm body? I don't know. That's a good question, man. I don't know. So I've never heard that. I've never heard those three names before be called out like that. So we'll see.
And they're meeting with the sidebar with those names.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. It's way too loud. Yeah. So interesting. Yeah. Hank's done fishing now. He wants to know exactly what was going to happen. Well, I guess that's what good attorneys do. But still, we don't want to show that. The defense doesn't want to show the hands of what exactly is the third party culprit motion and how they obtained it and what it might be. So they're not prepping these three people. It could be Levinson. You're right. Could be these people are ready for this. This is why, at the point where they can prove it, dismiss this fucking thing. I don't know. I think Hank's too cocky right now, to be honest with you, that he would want to, he's Darcy, you're right. Yep. This was like this was the right cross that he walked right into. This is what we've been waiting for all day. He walked right into it. Man. Look how long the sidebar is. This is crazy. And I hope Bev does not make him give the prosecution what evidence do you have before we go to trial, to let them know so that they're ready for it. And again, if that has to happen, well, again, now they have to change their testimony, if so, from the first trial, which will be, perjury, and they will be, what's the word I'm looking for? Not sanctioned, but, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, they will be caught in a situation where they have to lie or they won't lie. So this is a great situation. Yeah, DUI guy. Yeah, he had a proper last time. So, yeah, thank you with that. Karma. Yep, perjury. Yep. I think that's what's going to happen, and I don't. Hanky, you walked right into it, pal. Yep. He just fucked around and he just found out, guys. That's what I say. He fucked around and he found out. Fuck him. Oh, we're going to call it a day now, guys.
Defense has to make a decision as to what you intend to provide me so that I can make this ruling. So, all right, next is the Commonwealth's motion in limine to exclude the expert testimony of Garrett Wing. I know nothing about this person other than your motion just says that all you have is a CV. Does the defense intend to call this person?
I'm going to address that, Your Honor. How would you, I want to make sure I'm within your time constraints, so you want me to stand
Like
up?
2 minutes. Just my first question is, who is this person and why haven't you complied with your reciprocal discovery obligations?
Your Honor, because this witness is pending Dr. Crosby, and he's presented because of Dr. Crosby. So it depends upon what happens with that. If Your Honor is ruling on the motion for reconsideration, then we can have a better answer to your question. But that's the purpose, is to address if Dr. Crosby is going to be allowed to testify, and if so, as to what. And we're happy to provide, once we get that determination, provide all the things that I think Your Honor has in mind.
Well, I've already ruled on Dr. Crosby, right? It's just the reconsideration, whether I think I need to rule on it or not. I'd like you to provide the discovery on this, just so we can keep things moving and we don't have to suspend the trial.
We will do so, Your Honor.
All right, so what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
Well, discovery deadlines have passed, and the Commonwealth shouldn't be in a compromised position of receiving late discovery and trying to deal with it. So I'd like a time certain.
You probably have it, Mr. Alessi, right? You're very well prepared. Do you have all your reciprocal discovery that you need to give the Commonwealth on this witness?
I do not, and not only do I not have all of it, I need to go take a look at to make sure, in light of recent events, that I provide everything to the court. So I can meet a fairly short deadline, assuming I can communicate 3 days.
Can you do it by Monday?
Yes.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So 6:07, Jim, is the defendant will provide reciprocal discovery by Monday, the 24th. All right, the Commonwealth's motion eliminate to exclude defense expert Michael Easter's opinion of the investigation. So I'll hear you on that, Mr. Brennan. I figured this is probably lengthier than the others.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
I figured this might be more than 2 minutes, might be lengthier than the others we've had.
The defense would like to call Mr. Easter to essentially testify about his personal opinions of the investigation, and then to purportedly give opinions about the police investigation, their failure, in his opinion, to pursue certain leads, and to give opinions about their efforts regarding writing reports. This is, from my perspective, tantamount to having a witness come in and vouch for the credibility of defense arguments and essentially summarize arguments. This really, from my perspective, is the role of the defense attorney, to cross-examine the witnesses, to point out the inadequacies, to introduce any documents they have if they want to try to impeach the witnesses, and then the witness would have the opportunity to respond or explain or admit any type failures. This is an attempt to bolster a potential Bowden defense and a third-party culprit defense. It would involve having Mr. Easter come into court and give his own personal opinions about who a target was or who a third-party culprit may be. That would be totally improper opinion and inadmissible. They would want Mr. Easter to come in and to go through protocol of the state and local police and point out what he thinks is failures. So essentially, he's a witness that would come in, promote the defense theories, tout reasonable doubt, and suggest why somebody else committed the crime. I've done quite a bit of research. This is not a summary witness. This is not a witness that has any relevance other than his own personal opinion. This former FBI agent was a full-time member of the CAS department since 2013. He is not in a position to determine the best practices of local or state. If there are different rules and regulations that the defense will attempt to introduce, that will be a separate grounds of whether they're admissible and whether they can confront the witness. And a witness always has a right to explain or challenge accusations against them. And so I see that this witness is really simply a summary witness for the defense, but not summarizing information that the jury can then digest, like information in data records or phone records, rather a summary witness of a witness who wants to come in and give their personal opinions about this case. I don't see any grounds for admissibility for Mr. Easter to come into this case and give his opinions regarding whether he thinks the police investigation was appropriate or not, or whether he would have directed somebody to do something different, and inevitably whether he thinks somebody is a suspect that was not pursued. That is all in the province of the defense in their case and in their cross-examination. So I don't see any relevance whatsoever of Mr. Easter.
All right, who's arguing for the defendant? So I need you to start by telling me what you expect him to testify to.
I can certainly tell the court that we do not expect to seek testimony or elicit testimony from Mr. Easter as to a third-party culprit.
All right, but who is he? He's a retired FBI agent?
Correct.
So what purpose are you calling him for? What's his testimony on?
To opine on the adequacy of the investigation. He is an expert as it pertains to investigations, investigative protocols, the adequacy of a proper investigation, what investigations should look like, what a proper investigation should
How
look
is he
like.
an expert on that? How is that a field, and how is he an expert on it?
I'll go
Is
through
it
that.
something he's done? Has he testified on that in other courts?
He's testified in dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of courts on issues related to investigations. He was a lead case agent for the FBI for many, many years. He taught issues specific to proper investigations and investigative techniques.
So do you have a report and CV and all that material
Yes.
that you can share with me?
Sure.
All right.
I've already shared it with the Commonwealth, but I'm
Yeah.
happy to share it with the court as well. If I think I can address many of the court's concerns as it pertains to his expertise and why the law in the Commonwealth allows, in 702, allows him, someone with his credentials, to testify to a very specific issue, like, for instance, something beyond the normal capacity of a layperson or a lay juror, and that is proper investigative techniques. A lay juror might not know, for instance, that collecting items in solo cups or grocery bags would be improper. Mike Easter certainly would know that and could opine on whether or not that followed standard protocols. What he's not going to do to assuage the Commonwealth's concerns, he's not going to, or we're not going to seek to elicit testimony from Mr. Easter concerning a third-party culprit or who that third-party culprit was, but merely what investigators should do when they walk up to a crime scene and how those crime scenes should be dealt with, etc.
So is the basis of his testimony just crime scene, like collection of evidence, or is it
Witness
when
interviews.
somebody tells you somebody may have done it, you're supposed to go follow all those leads? Which is it?
That too, both. Because if someone tells you as an investigator, someone else may have done it, you're supposed to follow that lead. That is a proper investigative technique. Of course it is. But it also includes, as the court just noted, things like cordoning off the crime scene, maintaining proper logs, evidence recovery, evidence photographing, logging materials that are moved from the crime scene over to the crime lab, how that's supposed to be done, what types of logs are kept and why those logs are kept, how you bag evidence, how you secure evidence, how you maintain the integrity of evidence, and things of that nature. There is certainly, I would indicate to the court that 702 in Massachusetts mirrors very specifically 702 in the federal courts. It's literally, I looked at them side by side. They're nearly word for word. And the advisory committee notes for federal rules of evidence 702 is very, very instructive on this particular issue, specifically as it pertains to somebody with the expertise in a field like crime scene investigations and investigative protocols. And what the advisory committee notes say is, quote, 702, the rule is broadly phrased. The fields of knowledge which may be drawn upon are not merely limited to, quote, scientific and, quote, technical, the scientific and the technical, but extend to all specialized knowledge. Similarly, the expert is viewed not in a narrow sense, but as a person qualified by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education. Thus, within the scope of the rule are not only experts in the strictest sense of the word, for example, physicians, physicists, and architects, but also the large groups, sometimes called skilled witnesses, such as bankers and landowners testifying to land values. Now, again, obviously, we're not dealing with a banker or landowner, but the advisory notes and the advisory committee on the Rules of Evidence 702, the Federal Rules of Evidence 702, clearly lay out this is exactly the type of field that is subject to expert opinion. Clearly, the Rule 702 allows for experts with specialized experience, specialized knowledge, specialized education, beyond that of an average layperson, in particular, in a field without, or in a particular field, without resort to, for instance, the generalized scientific methodology that we've heard so much about in some of these motions in limine. I can go through some of his credentials, but Mr. Easter is eminently qualified to provide the jury information about proper and accepted investigative techniques and protocols. As the court noted, or as I just noted to the court, he was an FBI special agent for more than 20 years. He formally coordinated with multi-agency investigative gang task forces in Los Angeles. He worked with multiple agencies responding to dozens of crime scenes, including shootings, stabbings, abductions, child abductions, both domestically and internationally. He was the lead case agent who oversaw arrests and indictments. He received awards and recognitions for his work with the FBI, as well as with state agencies in which he was a task force member. For 11 years, he primarily assisted homicide detectives from LAPD, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and the Los Angeles District Attorney, numerous other agencies as well, state and local agencies, with investigations and prosecution of thousands and thousands of homicides, robberies, kidnappings, other violent crimes. His work and assistance on investigations in LA and across the United States and ultimately internationally has been noted by not only the FBI, but those agencies as well. Just a few of Mr. Easter's experiences and involvements in some of the domestic and international cases include the 2015 San Bernardino mass shooting.
So are these all on his CV that you're going to give me a copy of?
Everything, I believe, all.
So I don't need you time again of the restraint. If you're going to give me a copy of the CV, I can read it. You don't need to recite it.
It's either what I was reciting is either in the CV or in his report.
Okay, so that's what I need. That would be much more helpful to me.
Then I don't know what more the court would like for
So
me.
I
Do you have
wanted to know
specific-
specifically what you intend to have him testify on, but if it's in his report.
It's in his, it broadly is in his report. I don't know exactly every question I'm going to ask him, but I can tell the court in broad brushstrokes. Obviously, we're going to ask him, we've already asked him to review. He's reviewed NOD 1 through 59. We're going to give him the additional NODs that we've got as well. He's going to review everything. And from that, he's going to, I expect, render an opinion about whether or not the investigation followed standards and training, best case practices for an investigative
So I guess
technique.
that's my question. So without seeing the report, where are their standards and best practices? Is that something that somebody can turn to and see codification of it, or is
So-
it just his experience?
No, it's not just his experience. Those standards and practices are oftentimes reduced to writing. They have been reduced to writing with the Massachusetts State Police. So he's reviewed the protocols that are in place for the MSP.
Okay.
He's very familiar with FBI's protocols for investigative techniques and investigative protocols. He'll utilize those skills and that knowledge base to assess his opinion, or to render an opinion and a conclusion concerning what he believes are the proper protocols that should have been followed in this case. That goes directly to our Bowdoin defense, and he is the primary expert that we would use to propound that Bowdoin defense.
All right, can you get me that report before you leave? Do you have it extra?
I think
All right.
I think we probably have an extra copy of it. Yes.
Mr. Brennan, did you want to respond?
I do. Mr. Easter was a agent who did CAST. He did the CLSI. He may have been in hundreds of cases. I'd like to know what cases he's come into court and given his subjective opinion about how he feels an investigation was done. Not a report, not an assignment, but as an expert witness in Bowdoin. How many cases has he gone into court and testified and been allowed to testify about his personal opinion? His experience in the FBI is different than Canton Police Department and the state police. This is just Monday morning quarterbacking, and it's an attempt to bolster argument by counsel so that they can use some type of opinion to lean on when they're arguing to the jury. They should have doubt because of the police investigation. I don't see any recognition under 702 or in law where somebody can come in and subjectively give their opinions. If there is a state police protocol that wasn't followed, then the defense can see if that state police protocol is appropriate. If they're speaking to a state police officer, question them about it and ask them if they did it and why. If this person comes in and gives opinions, there'll be a slew of opinions that are shot like a shotgun approach that will never be able to have an opportunity to explain. Are we going to call in the Canton Police Department again and call in the state police for a second round so they can explain why they chose certain actions that Mr. Easter is criticizing? I don't think this is an appropriate ground for an expert witness. I don't see any cases, I've looked through the state and federal court, that allow an expert to come in on a Bowden defense and give their subjective opinion about an investigation they weren't involved with. I don't know that this witness has ever been qualified as a Bowden type witness in any court. He may have testified, but about what? And so I think this is a very dangerous proposition. What if the Commonwealth wants to counter and bring in a state police officer to say that the investigation was fantastic, that everybody did a remarkable job under the circumstances? What if we bring in a witness to talk about the fact that the evidence is so overwhelming that it should imply a certain finding by the jury? This invites that. This invites a debate between people's personal opinions. That's done outside of the courtroom, not in a courtroom. We will never have an opportunity to be able to have all the witnesses come back to explain what this witness subjectively thinks was a deficiency. I don't think it's appropriate for expert witness testimony. This is argument by counsel.
Your Honor, very briefly, I gently disagree with Mr. Brennan. He indicates that we want to use an expert to bolster our argument. There's another word for that, or another phrase for that. It's called presenting a defense for someone charged with murder. He indicates, well, what are we going to do? This guy's going to get up there and testify. What am I supposed to do? Call a bunch of other Canton PD officers to talk about how great their investigative techniques were? Yeah, there's another word for that. It's called rebuttal. That's what you're supposed to do. And then he says, well,
You wouldn't
hang on.
be objecting if they called somebody in rebuttal to reinforce a great investigation?
Oh, no. Mr. Brennan said, what if I called in a Massachusetts state police officer to say that this was the best investigation ever? I have two words. Do it. Do it. I'd love that. I'd love a shot at that.
Okay, so I said let's take personal.
That's not an invective. That's not a personal shot at Mr. Brennan. I'm just saying, do it. You want to call in another expert? That's a classic battle of the experts. That's fine. I'll put Mike Easter up against any expert they want to call. But the reality is, Your Honor, we are entitled to present a defense. And part of that defense, the Bowden defense, is the adequacy of the investigation. And there's no question that a proper homicide investigation is not something within.
I don't know. So if you can give me a case site for that, all right, that expert testimony regarding a Bowden defense, I've never seen it. I've never seen it in research or anything. So I'd like a case site.
There are certainly cases outside the jurisdiction.
Yep, Massachusetts case. If not, you can give me the outside cases, but I don't believe there's a Massachusetts case where this has been done.
We have searched and searched for a specific case in Massachusetts. There, to my finding, to our finding, there isn't one directly on point, but there are plenty. There is a myriad cases outside the jurisdiction where investigators are called consistently, especially on behalf of the defense, to talk about adequacy of an investigation.
Right.
That is an expert field, one that's utilized throughout
So
the country
I
all
need
the
some
time.
authority, and the more persuasive the authority, the better chance you have at this. Okay?
Sure.
All right. So I think that's it for the motions in limine. Did I miss anything? All right. Well, I need that. Oh,
Your Honor, earlier you alluded to, what defense wanted to talk further about the ARPA issue, the Rule 14. You said we'll put that off until the end, if I heard you correctly.
I thought you and Mr. Brennan were going to talk about it first. Is that your understanding, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, and we have none.
Yes. So that was my understanding. So impanelment, you don't have anything for me for impanelment?
I regret we don't. We have not spoken.
Karen, if I may, on one point on the impanelment.
Sure.
I just know it's the court's preference to have a one-page front and back questionnaire.
Yes.
I was wondering if, in light of the unprecedented pretrial publicity in this case, if Your Honor would consider an additional one-page juror questionnaire that deals with just pretrial publicity. Last month in the Chisholm case, the SJC outlined kind of appropriate questions.
Right.
If in additional to the front and back, there was just one questionnaire that focused just on pretrial publicity, I think that would expedite the impanelment process.
I think that makes sense. Is there any objection from the defense on that? There's been an extraordinary amount of publicity, even far more than the last trial, and so close to jury impanelment, it makes sense to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at for outside cases. No, there's no objection.
All right. So I need the joint questionnaire, and it can be that third page, Ms. McLaughlin. I think that's a great idea. And I was thinking about Chisholm earlier when I was expecting something from the parties. All right. File your questionnaire, file your proposed questions that you would like me to ask the venire and that you would like to ask at sidebar. I need that by tomorrow. So tomorrow by the close of business, I need that. So if I need to see you again next week, we'll let you know on Monday. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, obviously, it'd be a day after Monday then, Judge, right?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, it would be after Monday.
We did file 2 motions today that at some point we'll need a hearing on.
Okay.
The defense just received notice this morning, so they're not prepared today, but we would want a hearing on both of those motions. The sooner, the better for us.
So why don't we come in next week? Okay.
I don't know if they recessed completely, but we'll see what happens. Awesome chat today, guys. So it looks like they're coming back next week for 2 more prosecutorial motions that was just filed this morning. Nick Nack, thank you. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah. But what a day, though. I was so glad to hear those names.
So I will see counsel on whatever is outstanding next Tuesday, the 25th. And we'll do that at 11 o'clock. All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please. Coming your way, Tom.
You know,
You're killing me, bud. You're killing me.
I was defending
Mike.
him online the other day.
Hey, Mike.
You were like,
Yeah, you're really loud, brother.
like in a negative way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, it's not.
Really loud.
What's up with that? I was like, Mike, you really fucking wants, isn't it?
You jinxed me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Get him off the screen.
Who went to the bathroom and said that in the mirror 3 times? Who was it?
I was showing everybody you. I was looking for something. You guys see who it is? What's that on Twitter? On what? Yeah.
I did say his name earlier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Millionaire money, millionaire money.
11 o'clock Tuesday. We're back.
Unreal.
Same motion as the first round. We're gonna watch it again.
Channel 5, in there.
Yeah, fuck Channel 5. Fuck that guy.
Channel 5,
Yeah.
fuck him. He didn't even freaking ask about, oh, did Lizzie Proctor call people's work and try to get them fired?
He's a piece of work, that fucking guy. I just no respect for him. All the other guys, I understand their job, but him, no. He takes it to another level being a jerk.
She's like, no, do a trial, save her money. So when people can't be like, if she was a judge, really that violation, why is it not letting them in? Well, that's
Yeah, ain't that the truth, huh?
No, they're coming in next week.
FBI's ticking. Tick, tick.
Oh, they did. We've talked to them a million times.
You know, there was
Yeah,
an
I know.
IMC
That was
in
his
there.
recommendation, so I'm gonna do it.
What do you mean I keep going? Because they were like,
Hey, my buddy. Yeah, you didn't report that.
They didn't report that at all.
How come you left that out, buddy?
Be nice to Christina.
I'm not just asking a question. She sings great. That better, guys, so it's not so loud.
Oh yeah, much better, Tommy. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right, buddy. Got right. We want to tell them mainstream. Here they come.
Yeah, fighting him in the butt lately. Alan, I gotta say, that was dynamite in there.
What were you thinking when you came to that first hearing this morning? No comment.
Was that today?
Excuse me, bud.
When you found out about the first hearing.
No, we're good. We're good with you. Bye-bye.
So nice to meet you.
Dealing with legal troubles of her own, but she admires everything with your wife.
I hope everything's okay.
You guys like taking breaks?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, thank you, sweetie.
Thank you. Thank you for all the.
I'm sorry. Oh, no, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Where's the ball? Strike you today, Karen. Good, bad, different. No comment today. All I can ask you is about the weather. Let's talk about the weather. About gag or the Bruins. Gag orders are no fun for us. They're no fun for you. Yeah. How about the Lakers? How are they doing?
You know, that new kid that they've got, what's his name? Serbian name, I think.
Is it Bronny Jr.?
Jovic or something
Yeah.
like that. Oh my gosh. He's a one-man highlight reel.
Go on you.
I would argue this is Celtics. The jurors are all.
Oh yeah.
I think the war on drugs going on.
That Channel 5 guy gotta go. We gotta just don't just stop him at the beginning. That's a good picture there.
Fun to get sick with.
That was a good picture. That was a good picture. Yeah. taking over construction. Hey, I could be yelling things. I'm just getting a shot.
No, Tuesday. Tuesday. Thank you.
Bye.
I didn't watch it. Right, love you. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Be safe. See you then.
I don't get a bye. And I was nice too.
Bye, Grant. Takes more than one time, my friend. Takes a little bit. That was a good picture. That was a real good picture. Oh boy. Mike, you there, my friend?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just watching you, bro. Watching. Good
That
job,
was
man.
something, huh?
Yeah, that was awesome, bro. That was awesome.
He
Getting
talked
that shit
about
down.
yeah, he talked about the guy, the Lakers guy, the new highlight reel. Yeah.
He's not
Bye.
talking about. He's not going to be talking about the case anymore.
Yeah, he's like that Lakers, that new guy from that they got for the Lakers. He's a one-man highlight reel.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah. Alan Jackson's a one-man highlight reel. We could put together quite a friggin' story with what he did today, huh?
Dude, it was something I've never seen these guys do. You know what I mean? Like I haven't seen these guys get this animated and not lose control, but raise their voice because they're sick of the lying from Hank. They're sick of it. They're not taking it.
So they think they're getting all right. So I get it. All right,
Where you
listen,
going,
I got to run downstairs and use the restroom so I get in my car. Can you hold on for a second, bud?
Absolutely good. Yeah. Just make sure you're muted and everything. All right, dude. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Oh, what a day, huh? If you didn't like that today, if you don't like trial TV, court TV, that was some good shit right there, motherfucker. Woo, man. That was amazing. That was amazing. You get content for weeks. That one, man. That was a bomb drop today. Those 3 names coming out like that. Who do you plan to use for a third-party culprit? Your Honor, I need to know, Mr. Yannetti. Your Honor, okay, here you go. Yeah, that's going to be clipped. Someone's got to get that one on when Yannetti drops those names. You know, he was like, sidebar. Okay, all right. I almost think he wanted to drop them. You know, and so you think people are paranoid at D&E Pizza right now? You know, you think people are paranoid right now? Colin is probably drinking himself into a stupor right now. You know, honestly, like he just heard his name on one of the biggest murder trials in the nation right now, and he's part of it. Woo.
Nice.
Woo-wee. Are you all done? That was quick.
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
So I can only imagine what tomorrow's headline's gonna be.
Oh, dude, tonight's whoever's got shows going on tonight, let's say Thursday, man. You have the Turtle Sex Club tonight, so that's gonna be lit.
Oh,
lit. Yeah, I mean, to hear those 3 names finally in open court was amazing. Was amazing. So happy.
Finally, right?
Yeah, man. Yes, like what we've been saying it all along, and his dad, he's never been mentioned. He's Jill Daniels yelling at he wasn't there, and well, guys, Giannetti just dropped the bomb on you. So if you got a problem, take it up with him, folks. It wasn't us. It wasn't a conspiracy. Okay.
There's some people gonna be questioning their life choices pretty soon.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Yep. The first one to talk, the first one in gets the best deal. I don't know. No problem, North Carolina. Maybe we get on next week, or maybe, I don't know what we're doing tomorrow, but we'll see if we can do something.
Do a show in the morning.
Yeah, we'll run at 9 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you want to go through the contributions? We have 12 of them up there.
Wow.
And
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
I'm gonna get off. I got dogs and stuff going on.
Yeah. I got this.
I'll
Thanks,
talk to
Mikey.
you
Good
later.
job today, dude. Good job. We freaking killed it.
You as well, my friend. Take
Yeah.
care, mods. Okay, chat. You guys are awesome. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Hey, before you check out though, do us a favor. Hit that like and subscribe. I know it sounds queer. Whatever, become a member, whatever it is you have to do. Donate. What a great day. Good victory today. Don't drink too much tonight. All right. Don't drink and drive. Don't go to CF McCarthy's. Don't go by D&E Pizza.
Yeah, no kidding, huh?
Even though you have every right to do whatever you want to do, I'm just for my own personal well-being, knowing I can sleep better. That I said that. All right, guys. That's all I'm gonna say. It's no big. Trust me. It's no big deal.
It's like
No
a
big deal.
50-page jury instruction. That's all.
Right. All right, man. I will see you mañana.
Get some rest, buddy.
All right, you too.
Talk to you soon. Oh my God, everybody. You guys, I don't know how to. First off, I don't know how to say thank you to everybody. Hold on. All right, this go 34 minutes to home. My home. Let me just gonna log into StreamYard, and I'm gonna read the donations that you guys are so awesomely, wonderfully nice to do for me today. All right, come on now. I mean, it was a good day for Karen. I think it was a good day for her. Absolutely do. Come on now, load. Man, StreamYard has got such issues today. Why today? Oh, please load. Oh, that ain't happening. Okay, we go. Hey, what's going on? Was this a last minute thing? Nope, that was earlier. Okay, thank you for the $4.99. Reed's Bite's bigger than Chloe's. If they're called as a hostile witness, they can be impeached. Yeah. Yep. Definitely can be impeached. Melissa Pitt. And they would know the tow truck's name and if they're on the list. Yeah, the tow truck driver, he wasn't called last time either. So thank you guys. No, thank you. Mac RN, a new member. Bada Bob. That was a boss move by Karen Reed and her team. Yeah, that was definitely yeah. Sarah, thank you, my love. If Brendan had proof, he would not be fishing. Thank you, Tom, CPU, Mike Mods, and Wicked Smart Chats. Buy coffee. Thank you so much for that, Ann. Rhonda. Neutral, Mikey. Yeah. Kevin from South Boston. Hank said, gentle nudging of Karen's Lexus into John's. Really? Gentle nudge. Huh. I'm not sure a 4,000-pound car can do a gentle nudge. Yeah, never saw this. 7,000-pound car hit a 5,000-pound car with a gentle nudge. They're just kissing. So Julie Nagel and Autistic Albert, when they bump uglies, is gentle nudging. Yeah. Gentle nudge. Sorry about that. All right, so everybody, there's a show tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Get some rest. Have a good meal tonight. And there's going to be some pretty slamming shows. I can't wait to watch them myself. So, with that said, I appreciate you guys a lot. I appreciate my mods. We don't do none of this without the mods. So the mods are hands down the reason this happens. So, and none of this happens if you guys aren't here watching. So, kind of works. All right, guys. I gotta go charge my batteries, and we'll catch you guys all tomorrow. I love you all. Have a wonderful night.